Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone. And I have with me the two favorite people here, Harshit Bhai and Amruta. Hello.
Hello Sagar bhai, hello everyone. Second day of semi-final. Amruta, are you excited?
एब्सोल्युटली आज तो वेरी वेरी क्रिटिकल एंड टाई ब्रेक्स तो होना ही है.
मैग्नस को जीतना पड़ेगा आज विंसेंट के साथ. मैग्नस was already, I just came from inside. He was sitting by himself on the board, very very focused, and I think कि आज it's going to be a big clash between these two players.
Look at Magnus there, fully focused. He has to win. A must win scenario for him. How difficult is it going to be according to you guys? Vincent did strike yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Vincent is in incredible shape in this tournament. He knocked out Firouzja in the quarterfinals, and now playing against Magnus is leading 1-0. It's not going to be easy for one of the best chess players, Magnus Carlsen. But I think with white pieces, I'm going to say that he's going to win.
Whoa. Man, you
Bold
guys also
prediction.
felt yesterday he would win, correct?
I
No,
thought no,
I don't think we
No?
said that.
I
yeah,
think Frederick felt that he
yes,
would win.
Yeah,
Fredericks felt so.
yeah. No, in fact, Magnus, until now, in a must-win situation, has always fought back. So it will be a very, very rare kind of a moment if Vincent manages to hold him or, beat him.
Yeah, we can see Magnus already thinking about his first move. Just to show you guys the position that is there on the board. We have this position. Oh, and we have Gukesh here also in his chair facing Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces.
Wow. No,
So, what's the first move going to be in this setup, guys?
so when I was inside, the two moves that the players were kind of considering was F4 and G3.
Oh, G3, not G4.
Yeah, so they were considering F4 mainly. So I am expecting the first move F4 to be played a lot. We saw this idea कि जब भी bishop G1 or H1 पे रहते हैं, they try to develop those bishops in the first move. So I am expecting F4 to be played in most of the games. But Magnus is thinking by himself, so maybe he'll come up with something even more creative.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen. Who knows? Gukesh also is white. So Gukesh and Magnus today can be following each other's moves. We'll see.
Oh,
And
Hikaru is here.
Hikaru bhai is here.
Also, E4 is an option, I guess, because the rook is on E1. And you would later want to get your knight to E3, so maybe.
And the handshake is about to happen. We will see the first move very, very soon. There's the handshake between Hikaru and
Oh,
Gukesh, and the
game has started.
game has started. Wow.
Today it's going to be very exciting. Uh, and what is Gukesh's first move going to be? And Hikaru yesterday tried his best but couldn't outwit Gukesh. So we'll see here.
Yeah, I think many people are very excited to say Gukesh finally win a game in Weisenhaus. He hasn't yet won a game in freestyle, but I think today something's going to change Sagar bhai.
First win.
First win might be coming for Gukesh. बहुत ही incredible मजा आएगा.
बहुत मजा आ जाएगा अगर आज गुकेश जीतेंगे तो. But it's not easy. He's facing the reigning world Fisher random champion Hikaru. So let's see. All have played F4, says Sakar Chess,
Wow.
except Gukesh. And I think somewhere Gukesh mentioned in some interview that he used to discuss with others and that didn't help him last year. So he's trying to do it on his own.
Yeah. So can we just see what other players have played so far? I think everyone they say that have played this first move pawn to f4. Very interesting.
So here we have first, let's go to Magnus's game because I'm very keen to
Me
see
too. Me too.
what is his first move going to be. And Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keymer has F4.
Wow. And Magnus was thinking by himself, but he still came up with the
Makes
same
F4
idea.
and gets up and goes away and he's like, why aaj to hum chhodenge nahi. If you
And
were
look at his
Vin-
chair. It's like revolving, slow and calm, and putting pressure on Vincent.
Yeah. And Gukesh, meanwhile, seems to have made his decision. Not yet.
No, not
Not
yet.
yet.
Still thinking.
Gukesh has been thinking for a long time, hasn't
Because
played
the
his move.
opening phase is the most important. You go wrong, and we have seen that players have been crushed within 20 moves. We've seen that with Magnus Nodirbek. We've seen with even Gukesh Fabi. So I think it is important. It's like a critical moment. You take your time for some plans for setup, and one move can then not really trouble you hard.
I completely agree. I think that it makes a lot of sense to spend some time in the opening because you want to make sure that you make a move that you won't regret after 5 6 moves. Because we have seen in this format that even if you make a certain move like d6, Magnus yesterday went to the confession booth just after 3 moves and said that I really don't like my position and I need to go into defense mode.
And that happened. His result showed that he was unhappy. By the way, f4 by Sindarov and f5 by Fabi.
Yeah, and I'm expecting some sort of g3 to be played now, opening up the other bishop on h1 as well. And those two bishops on h1 and g1 are looking really powerful. Guys, we also have another term for those two bishops. Do you know it?
Yes, let's ask our chat. This is Harshit Bhai's dictionary that we have for chess. That what do you think about these pieces?
Amruta, do you
One
know?
of the word everyone says switcheroo. हर्षित का नया वर्ड है switcheroo.
Exactly. Rachit and many people are finding in the chat rockets, Sagar by on h1 and g1 looking towards the black king and the queen. I think g3 is going to be the move that both players are going to consider right now.
These two rockets are going to be launched here. Feel like Elon Musk right now. These two bishops. Snipers also is another, but guys, sniper is very evolved word. So rocket fine is much better.
Yes. Also, in general, guys, whenever I look at this position, the first thing that comes to my mind is somehow to break the position with e4 because I feel that that's really going to give White a lot of control over the center. So, somehow to go for this e4 idea is very tempting. c3 maybe.
Yes.
Trying to go
Attacking
attack
his
the pawn and e4 next, yeah?
c3 followed by e4 so that the queen can take part, g3 followed by e4. It feels like white's position is harmonious. Just that when you play c3, you are not letting your knight come here. And if the knight goes here, then where does this other knight go? So you want to create harmony for all.
Exactly. That kind of makes me wonder about the point that Anish brought up on Twitter yesterday. How some positions are much easier to play for white in chess 960 and some are more difficult. And does that mean that's like it could perhaps create some sort of a bias in terms of the starting positions?
Yeah, also, I mean, it's a small edge for the side that gets an easier position.
Absolutely.
But the nice thing is that no one knows what is going on, at least for now.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you are right. I think it's just that we need to have a few more tournaments to get more clarity about like what kind of results we are getting from different starting positions. Any move on Gukesh's game, Sagar bhai?
So this is f4, f5, Sindarov, Fabi, a great game that we will look forward to. Going to Gukesh's game against Hikaru Nakamura, we have the same opening f4, f5 played
Wow.
here as well. And so now what remains to be seen is what Nodirbek, Firouzja has done with Nodirbek. Yesterday their game ended in a draw.
Whoa.
And it's slightly different. You see,
Firouzja is the
opened
only
with
player
e4.
who went for e4.
Amruta
Wow.
did mention e4 actually. Amruta, you
Yeah,
mentioned
it's a
e4.
possibility. I mentioned F4 and A4 both looked, but in Fisher, this Fisher random, I mean this freestyle, F4 seems like the E4 or D4. Yeah, most of the times F4 is a move which works.
Yes, especially with the bishops being on the like corners, I think that opening them is very, very common in these positions, and that's why f4 was chosen by three of the players. But Firouzja is like, okay, I'm not going to copy you guys, I'm going to create my own strategy. Goes for e4, and after c6 goes for g3. Very like Interesting Karokan.
Yes. And then e5, switching back into e4, e5 stuff.
Yeah. And the position is already getting very tense because white can obviously open the position with something like f4, but right now the queen on b8 is stopping it. So c3. Wow. Some sort of like a bathtub created by Firouzja.
Or a heart.
Yeah.
पर अभी हर्षित तो सोना होना ही जा रहा है तो he will think of वही ना.
d4, maybe in the air. Yes, Amruta. Right now, c3. It could also be, no, that black can.
Go g6. I think it can happen.
True, true.
Guys, by the way, for our halftime show, I'm going to be looking backwards, trying to analyze the positions blindfolded.
Oh,
That's going to be super interesting. So,
wow.
after maybe 1.5 hour of play, maybe I can try to visualize the position and analyze blindfolded.
True.
मजा
And
आएगा. Yesterday people enjoyed a lot. As soon as they started doing that, in fact, more people wanted to see that.
Mm-hmm.
by the way, we will today also have Peter Heine Nilsson,
Wow.
the trainer of Magnus,
That is
coming
going
in.
to be super interesting.
Superb.
We'll try to get his thoughts and insights about Carlsen's preparation and journey and how he looks forward to playing in the freestyle chess and how his journey has been of helping Magnus
Right,
throughout
right.
these years.
Last year you
Pauli-
had taken his interview also, the walking interview, no? That
Yes.
one was nice. Yeah, many people have missed that. They should check it out.
Today I managed to interview, by the way, f4, f5 on Gukesh's board.
Mm-hmm.
Today I managed to interview Leoncio Garcia, one of the legendary chess journalists who has been covering chess since 1983.
Yes.
42 years since he has been covering chess.
Wow.
And I asked him about his stories of Fischer, Kasparov, Karpov, Anand, Polgar, Carlsen, and he had such amazing stories, just like Frederick yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming from Spain. He has analyzed in a lot of events. I especially remember his very emotional interview with Ivanchuk after Ivanchuk had a very tough tournament, and he said that chess is just such a difficult game, and like it was very raw, and the way the interview was conducted really made me a big fan of Leon.
He had conducted this interview with Ivanchuk?
Yes, long time back, like 20, 25 years, 20, 15, 20 years
Oh.
back maybe.
Right. Him and Anish Giri are sitting that one? Or
Might be, yes, might be. Actually, you're probably right. It was
in Spanish.
Yes,
I think so.
I think so too. Yes.
By the way, the queen has opened up here. C3 is a queen opening up move.
The best move actually.
Yes, Gukesh today looking in sharp shape, and Hikaru comes and also
Checks other games also. Everyone here gets up in the opening. Every move, I guess, if you can.
yeah, what will you play here as black? now?
Sagar bhai, why are you hiding that we both are matching today? You are also wearing red today.
अरे क्या बात है?
Wow, pink. You're preparing for Valentine's Day, Sagar bhai.
Oh, tomorrow? No, day after. Yes. Amruta is my Valentine.
क्या प्रिपेयर क्या करेगा फिर उधर से हर्षित भाई? What preparation is going to do? I think Harshit bhai needs to prepare. Yeah.
Harshit bhai, do you have any plans for Valentine's Day?
I have plans to prepare for the next Valentine's Day.
Oh, very deep preparation.
Strategy.
The lucky girl will be the one who will finally be Harshit bhai's Valentine at some point.
G6 chosen by Gukesh, by the way.
I am very tempted to
Naka.
play E4. Nakamura plays G6.
Okay, 1 second. Do you want to make another pawn move, like a third pawn move, or would you think of developing your piece?
So it's kind of strange, but I'm very tempted by this move pawn to h3. Just trying to go for g4. And I somehow very much like this idea of breaking the position with this move
But
pawn
what
to
about
g4.
now attacking this pawn? How will you defend that?
And I really don't want to go e3
Yeah,
obviously because my light squares would become very
this
weak.
is the move which is unhappiness for 1, 2, and 3 pieces.
Hmm.
You
And even
can't
that
do that.
rook.
Yeah.
Yeah. So e3 is definitely not a move that I want to make. So maybe that's why h3 might not be the best idea.
Hmm. So
Yeah,
e4.
even actually because I thought of h3, and now that you show this one move, it changes everything.
Hmm.
Wow.
So
So maybe
no,
just
so h3 discard and g3 simple is it possible?
yeah, g3 is very much possible, I think. Trying to go for e4 and take on e4 with the bishop.
Yeah. Okay, what about the knight? Do you want to think of developing the knight?
I think that first we need to kind of figure out how to develop the bishop because the knights, it's unclear where they belong right now. So, for example, once we exchange the dark squared bishops, we might want to put the knight on
Like this.
e5. Yeah.
Like I was thinking of knight g3 because we want to go e4 and we would like to capture, let's say, with the knight. So knight g3, okay. And
Hmm.
also you're putting some pressure on f5.
Yeah, knight g3, I think the
What is
similarly
e5?
e6, a c6, and now the f4 pawn is hanging. You don't really want to move your rook to f1 because then you'll lose the right to castle. And as we discussed e3
Yes.
guys, we don't want to do because playing c3 and e3 weakens your light squares a lot, but more importantly your knight on d1 and bishop on g1 have really been like restricted by your own piece. You should always make sure that your piece or pawn does not restrict your own pieces. So I think
Correct.
that
So
this is
the
why going for e4 directly or going for g3 should
hmm.
be the main candidate moves for Gukesh in this position.
मतलब direct shortlist ही है candidate moves. I think these are the two best ones.
Mm-hmm.
And has Magnus also gone into something similar? Can we check his position?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Magnus has played the same thing here, guys.
Wow.
This is why this is Magnus Keymer and no change.
So you know what I would do, Sagarbai, in this position? If I am playing with white in this tournament, I would just think for 10 minutes. I would go into a deep thought, and as soon as Magnus makes his move, I would do the same move.
Nice, Harshit bhai. What if
No, but your move is there. You will get up. You will have to check his position. And after 10 minutes, Magnus has not made a move. So will you keep looking back?
Now then I'll come back and start thinking again.
it
Yes,
feels
Sagar.
like Magnus is completely in a thinker's pose right now, just you know कि भाई क्या करना है यहाँ पर. He's thinking very very deeply.
Mm-hmm.
And look at the time difference, no? He has 1 hour 19 minutes. He has already used 11 minutes on the clock while Vincent has used only
Only a
11.
minute. Yeah.
Sorry, 1 minute. I think today it means a lot for Magnus to win this.
I mean, for sure, Sagar Bhai. This is like one of the biggest events for him after December, where we had this fiasco in the World Rapid Blitz. He really was a big proponent, or like someone who was really pushing the event of freestyle chess. And here in Weisenhaus, in the grand first tournament that they have organized, I'm sure he's really looking forward to. And he even said in the beginning of the tournament, "Ki I really want to win this event so that I, start with a bang."
Absolutely. And also last year, Amruta, if you remember, we were here and he faced a very tough time in the
Semi-finals.
quarterfinals itself
Quarterfinals.
with Alireza Firouzja.
Mm-hmm.
And when he had lost the first game, but he came back in game 2 and then went on to take the tie breaks as well.
Yes. No, that was an epic endgame also with Alireza, which he had played.
So I feel like Magnus today is going to be so switched on uh, that he wants to win. And I can say that in this position, e4 is a much superior move to all other moves.
Yeah, and I think the reason is because the black knights are placed on d8 and f8. And with those knights placed there, it's impossible for them to attack the white's queen. And that's why after e4, fe4, queen takes e4, you obviously never want to make this move d5 because then your bishop on g8 is becoming very passive. And once white goes queen d3, for example, you go e6, just to illustrate, bishop to d4. This concept is going to give white a big advantage because the e5 square becomes very, very weak after queen d4. So
Yes.
long term, I think this is what white is going to be hoping for. And I think these strategical concepts is what makes e4 a really strong move in this position.
Okay, so while
Uh,
this will happen, yes, Amruta.
no, I mean, actually, in freestyle, one thing is very clear. The queen is getting out again and again before the minor pieces,
Hmm.
number of times. So, some things which are different is the pawn moves over here, the pawn breaks are different. मजा आ रहा है ऐसे, like if you think of such a position, अभी के लिए where do you want to castle? Just for now. कहाँ जाओगे? Which castle?
I think
G
Amruta
file. What do you
short
call it?
castle.
G file. Yeah.
G file castling or C file castling.
I think that in this position, the key is to be flexible, Amruta. Just like in many other things, it's very important that we keep the option of castling on both the sides. क्योंकि
No, absolutely. वो तो रखना ही है ना, वो थोड़ी अभी कैसे कर सकते हैं. But like अगर ऐसे सोचोगे with your planning, like where do you want to get the pieces out, suppose roughly. तो
so I
कहाँ ज्यादा intuitively you
I
feel
would
like.
put my pawn here, knight here,
Mhm.
pawn here, and then I would bring my queen out, and then I would castle long also is possible actually. Then the rook would be here.
So right now the white king is super safe on c1. So I don't think that there is going to be castling at least until the next 7-8 moves.
Hmm.
And that being said, I think that I'm just going to focus a lot more on developing my other pieces right now. And whenever I feel that my king is getting under a little bit of pressure from black, I'll try to make a decision about where to do the switcheroo.
Hmm.
Yeah. Cool.
And
So
by the way,
G4, somebody asked that can you directly go G4 here?
ooh,
Somebody in the
interesting
chat
pawn
who asked.
sacrifice.
You know, whoever said this in the chat, this is so much my style as well. Because after fg4, you can perhaps go d4 and e4 and just get total control of the center. I do think something like this can become an interesting idea. However, in classical, when black has a lot of time to figure out how to uh, like basically
Oh,
neutralize the
why
initiative.
Magnus
Oh, it goes
played
d4.
d4?
Wow.
That is a
We never
very
thought of
interesting
it.
move by Magnus Carlsen. He has limited this bishop, and
He wants to
now,
stop e5 also, the same
yes,
idea from black.
but now e4 can come in, and if you go d5, maybe Vincent can really create this closed position.
Yeah, I do think it's an interest to do that because, guys, if Vincent draws this game, he is going to defeat Magnus in this semi-final matchup since he won his game yesterday with the white pieces. Magnus is a must-win situation, also down 15 minutes in the clock right now. I don't think it matters so much just yet, but if Vincent quickly makes this move d5, I do like his chances to hold this game, but of course, just the beginning to बहुत time बाकी है.
Correct. Let's quickly head over to what Gukesh is up to, and we'll get to see if Gukesh has made his move. Oh, yes, in Gukesh's game, we saw g3 here instead of the d4 move, and which was slightly inaccurate if you think about it. We were talking about e4 first.
I don't. I think inaccurate is a bit of a strong word because I do think this is just a different plan, and he's keeping his options flexible. And I think this is Gukesh's strategy. He doesn't really go for the forcing variation. He always keeps the chances tense in the position. Black goes for e5, and after fe bishop e5, I think d4 and white is looking quite good. Yeah,
So maybe d4, the bishop goes back,
knight f2, knight d3 maybe.
and not e4.
But you can prepare for e4, yeah, because the rook on e1 is currently pinned. So, uh, I think knight f2.
Maybe I was just worried if you go knight f2, d5, then he would get full control on the e4 square.
Don't forget, I can go queen d3 or something and put my queen c2 maybe and just go long castle. And that's really going to put my pieces on perfect squares. Queen c2 followed by c4 is also going to be an interesting idea because the
Wow.
black king on c8 is not looking that good right now.
Mm. ये सब
We-
opening में there are always different positional ideas. Like this is now weak, but it's okay.
By the way, bishop h6 check आ रहा है, हाँ? This check is coming, but we do have e3 just blocking it, so we don't have to worry about that yet. But it's important that you consider this move, नहीं तो बीच में से he'll give bishop h6 check and you're like, oops, अब क्या हो गया?
Correct.
Guys, I think we're looking at d5 very deeply, but if we go back, is this the reposition?
This is the
Has
live
happened.
board.
Yeah.
तो d5 जो d5 was coming. Wait, I got confused. पहले d5 खेला था ना? You had or I
No,
did
no,
I
no,
from
that's
here?
a different game.
That was Vincent Magnus. Here we are now to Gukesh Hikaru.
Correct, correct,
अमृता
okay.
थोड़ा स्लीप में हो.
नहीं guys, let's we should ask questions I think to the chat because we don't get such positions often, the opening ones. So let's get them involved. It would be nice. So bishop e5 has been played, and I'm just thinking of what are the options. Oh, here e4. Do you want to go at this moment, or is it too much?
I think e4 is interesting for sure, because if black takes on e4, I think that's going to be a very bad move because queen e4 and suddenly now d4 is a very, very powerful idea. Guys, by the way, if g5, am I blundering the move d4 or what? d4 खेलोगे क्या नहीं? Sagar bhai, d4 coming, no?
Chat chess moves is on. Let's see how many people are actually active and wanting to write here. No, I just think that this position needs to be analyzed. Like मजा आ रहा है, बहुत सही है.
Look at
But
the
still,
crazy line that's going to ensue after
yeah.
this. A lot of people finding it. Anonymous is always very active in chat. He's always finding good moves. Rathod is found the wrong move. Krishiv Sarogi found the right move. Kavya found the right move. Yes, bishop to f4 check.
But bhai, I was thinking about this.
The line continues.
I can take this with the queen.
G takes, giving up your queen. Rook takes
the
e8. And
By the
look
way,
at...
there are two lines here. There could also be rook takes rook.
But then f8 is hanging.
But yeah,
This is gone. So I thought that I will take your queen. But after rook takes e8, queen sacrifice, actually, white is still doing very well.
Yes, because you can't save this piece because your queen is also inside.
My goodness. What a crazy
Hey,
sacrifice this
Fabi's
would
in
be.
confession room.
Oh wow. Are you sure, Amruta?
No, I'm not sure. But if it is, if
Khali
he is,
hai.
then
Amruta scored first goal on us.
sorry. Let me put this anyway.
Yes, this is actually very good for white. So back to the live position after
Oh, he
bishop
goes
g7, he goes back.
No, wait.
This
E4,
happened?
E4 happened.
e4 happened. Amruta.
Yes, he is
congrats.
in confession room. Fabi is in confession room.
Sometimes I told you, no, Amruta, they show it later. They record it and show it later. But we have
Okay.
live moment.
Got it.
So E4 has been played. The move that was said by Amruta.
Pg7 quickly finding the best move, Hikaru. Keeping the time advantage, Hikaru is looking very sharp.
And Gukesh is down to 1 hour 11 minutes. He has used up 19 minutes on the clock. So abhi agar if we take here, so very big problem, the rook is hanging.
Absolutely. I cannot take on f5 and afford to blunder my rook on e1. This is a very crucial game.
How
Gukesh,
about d4, Harshit bhai, to block the bishop here? Oh my god, here check might come.
yeah, but check bishop e3, you're still fine, I think.
Would you go d6?
I would be hesitant because I open up the c8 h3 diagonal. I would be very afraid to push that pawn on d6. I'm instead considering if I can bring out my knight. Knight c6 मुझे logical लगा somehow.
Here?
After d4.
Oh, knight. Oops, sorry. Knight c6. But then can I not push further?
Yeah, and also my queen on b8 is blocked now. So this is not really looking very good
But
for
you
black.
can break with d6.
Yeah, it's complicated. Maybe e6 is possible now.
Look at this actually. E6? But it's it's pawn that you're losing, right?
No, because I have d5 and I win a piece. So I do think that
bishop
tactically
takes
it's working.
e6.
d5. and now you're attacking both the pieces at the same time, and you can't really do anything. Guys, 4,000 of you watching, do like the stream. We are in the second day of semi-finals. Gukesh trying to win this game and qualify and get the 5th spot somehow, and Magnus in a must-win situation against Vincent. क्या crazy game है आज सागर भाई.
Amazing, amazing. By the way, Harshit bhai, Nishan says City has ruined me. Why so bad game? Madrid played a beautiful game in their bad form.
Guys, yesterday तक 2-2 था. In the end, Madrid was playing against Manchester City, and in the final moment 90th minute पे गोल मार दिया बेलिंगहम ने और पूरा गेम ही खराब कर दिया.
Wow. So Bishop goes back to G7 here, and now the question is.
Hi.
Do you want to have a visit?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
sure.
Okay, Michael, he owns the resort in South Africa where the Grand Slam.
Hi, I'm Harshit.
Oh,
So maybe you want to have.
Yes,
Sure.
yes,
They're
please.
swimming to the Indian audience.
can you?
Yes, please. No,
I
please.
want to listen. I want to listen.
No,
Sure.
no, you have to be in.
Yes, come, please join us.
You can join us for a couple of
Yes,
minutes at
people would
least.
love to hear your thoughts about the event and what's happening
No,
in
I
South
know.
Africa.
I can tell. I can do that tomorrow. I've just arrived.
Sure, okay.
So I have to
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Sure, sure.
understand
decompress.
everything.
Yeah.
You put me on stage already. and I didn't
How many
know.
people are listening into you?
Right
Now-
now, 4,000.
4,000.
It's
Yes.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, it will grow as the day goes on. So
Yeah.
you can also come back later if you are feeling rested.
Yes. And you are commentating.
Yes.
Yes, we are commenting.
And also my wife is there, Amruta. She is all the way from India. So we all three are
Yes,
commenting.
she's on that side. There.
No, she's
No,
in
she's in
India.
In
Oh,
India.
she's in India.
Yeah.
But Amruta, she was here last year with Saga together. Saga is a very dear friend of ours. Are you also Grandmaster?
Yes.
They're all chess grandmasters, so it's like the
Wow.
experts know what they're doing. And so yeah. So we're gonna set up.
So
some
how
nice-
are the moves?
They just started now. 5 moves have been
Just a
played.
few moves.
And it's very interesting already because Magnus has to win. Yesterday he lost to the German Vincent Keymer, if you
Yeah.
saw inside. And today he has to win in order to equal the match.
Okay.
How's
So
he doing so far?
it,
Can't tell yet.
yeah,
Started
just
well.
started.
It has
So-
just started.
It's interesting what I was saying. Everyone is playing to get the
Bishop out.
bishops out.
Wow, you picked that up
That's
very
the
quickly,
first,
yeah.
well, after the first move, I said to them, they have to play to get the bishops.
Yes.
Yeah, these are the important. We call them like
Rockets.
rockets.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. They are
Because
rockets.
they look towards the king, yeah.
Who
look.
did that now?
So they're looking towards the
Yes.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
king. So we try to make it entertaining by the audience by calling the bishops rockets.
Perfect. Perfect.
Nice.
Only in this game or always?
Depends on how strong the
Depends.
bishops are.
Now they become rockets.
Now they-
transforming. Maybe you can change their character. It's now a rocket.
Yeah, sometimes snipers, sometimes rockets. So
What
yeah.
is so interesting, look, I played chess 50 years ago when I was a youngster, but what is interesting is if you're looking at that, there's no horse out, there's nothing. It's only they're playing only the pawns to free up the rest of the...
True.
Yeah.
True. But they will come out. The main thing here is that because it's such a fresh position, they take a lot of time in the opening. And then they are left with less time in the end. And then a lot of mistakes also happen. So it's a lot of fun.
So it's like you build up towards, like, you know, in the opening middle game, they're building up the pressure and stuff like this. And in the end, everything, like, there's all the excitement happening in the end. So they build up towards the excitement.
So
and
are
then
you saying that he, or whoever, Carlsen,
Magnus.
has already an idea what he is going to do in 10 moves?
For he has some, it's so with Magnus, I think he kind of has a very good, like, he has a very good idea of how the position will look like in the future. So that's why they call him like the Mozart, you know, like he
Yes.
knows what's going to happen 5-10 moves down the line. And that's why also in freestyle yesterday he lost, but in general he's one of the best players because he's able to do
Who
this.
just moved that there?
Vincent.
He's now opened his queen to attack this pawn.
Oh, yes.
And it will be a check to the king. So
Wow.
Vincent playing very, very interesting.
All right.
So Magnus has to be careful. You can see here they are like, he's totally focused. He wants to like, today if he draws or loses, he's out of the tournament. So
What
it's-
is his
it's
pulse now?
Here we don't have the pulse rate, but yeah, it should.
Why is it not? Is it because of an internet problem?
No, they haven't been able to give it here. The
To him, he's always late.
So what you are saying, Vincent just moved this. So if he takes him, he'll take him there
With a
say
check.
chess.
Check, yes.
And it's not so easy to stop the check.
Yeah, maybe he will
Just
move the
push the
pawn,
pawn.
and then it protects the
There,
pawn.
he has moved it now?
no,
No, we
we're
are
just
analyzing.
Oh, you are in it.
For yes.
It's still this position. So Magnus has taken 20 minutes for just 3 moves.
So what if he does that, he will take that. one.
Exactly. Exactly.
So here,
Yes.
and now the bishop is attacking, but we have our bishop defending, so it remains.
But the king is open, right?
Yeah, king is open. And but the beautiful thing about freestyle is the king can jump to the other side, yeah, for castle.
Just explain.
So like let's say for example,
Das,
Yeah.
die
Rochade. I know, understand.
he plays let's say a pawn move. I
Yeah.
get my knight out. He gets the knight out. I make a pawn move, brings the queen. Just
Yeah.
I have to take all the pieces out.
Okay.
Just to show you, yeah.
And
Bring the
then-
knight d3. Yeah.
And at this moment,
castle.
Look at this.
the king can actually just go here and castles.
Can you
Like
believe
in a
How
normal
far can
game.
he castle? Just do that. Put it back.
The end position is like the normal castle
Yes.
position.
Yes.
So wherever they come from, the end position is where they usually would end up. So this is why in this position the king is moving a lot because it's like
Yes, normally.
Yes.
So he can basically, if he focuses all his pieces on this side, and then suddenly the king says,
Yeah.
"Hello, I'm here on the other side."
We are calling it the switcheroo. You know, suddenly the king from one side is on the other side. So it's very, very interesting.
It was an interesting pull, this one, huh? The 977.
He pulled it, you know.
Yeah, you pulled
Yeah.
this position.
Yeah, but
799.
yeah. But it's an interesting
Yeah,
With
good hand.
with the,
Good hand.
the two bishops next to each other and the king and queen next to each other. Quite
Yes.
amazing.
Very interesting.
Wow.
So Magnus is still thinking.
Yes.
He's still thinking.
It's been roughly 7 minutes since his last move that Vincent has pushed this pawn, and Magnus is figuring should he take here, should he save this pawn? Few options for him.
So what happens if he takes it and he says check? Let's
No,
play
if
that
he
one.
takes
Yes.
here, then
Check.
check
Yes.
Then you can bring the bishop out, maybe.
bishop here. Because if you
Evaluation
play
Takes
the
the bishop, then the
Can you
horse.
explain to him the evaluation bar? Because
Yes, yes. So you see here it says 0.0. That means that there is equilibrium.
Yes.
And after, for example, this move, it says -1, which means that it swings in black's favor by 1 point,
You see
and
the
black
bar.
is much better.
you see the bar. Yeah,
So
this is-
black is dominating now. And if it is +1, let's say you make a move like queen takes h2, just to illustrate, which is a very bad move. It is
Yeah.
a blunder because the knight can take it, and now you see the bar swings up.
Okay, got it.
So it's now winning for white because it's a big mistake. So you see how that
So
works.
if someone doesn't understand chess but can only look at this bar, then they can understand who's winning or losing.
Oh, yes, very clever.
And also we have here bars of all the 4 games below. So if you just join, you will know what is going on in all 4 games at once in one flash.
So Magnus is really battling at the moment with this move.
Yes. And Vincent is only 19 or 20 years old, very, very young, very, very talented from Germany. And he defeated Firouzja, who is basically the biggest superstar in like modern chess. And Vincent also now about to, he has a good chance to defeat Magnus.
So let's just play that move quickly. So Magnus takes it.
Yeah, so
Take.
queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn. Right. Let's see. What would he do?
Now you can block 1, 2,
Yes.
3. Also move the pawn up. So 4 options and move the king up. 5 options. So you have to choose. It's a very complex situation. But most likely this knight.
Yes.
No, bishop e3, no, most
But that is
likely.
slightly better.
But if he moves that knight, that one will go there.
But this pawn is
Oh,
there.
yes,
protecting-
yes,
yes.
yes. Yeah.
Bishop e3, Amruta. If you take bishop e3, Amruta says bishop e3, but then the queen goes back. and suddenly both the knights are like, this square belongs to me. Suddenly the bishop is here. So it's a lot
But
about
me matlab who?
coordination.
Because F1 and D1, both of them say it belongs to me.
Yes,
Yes.
both
Then
want
they
this
are
square.
fighting.
So it's very strategic. So like Jan always likes to mention about like F1 racing. So for
Yes.
example, in car racing, sometimes you position your car in such a way that the players behind you cannot touch
Yes.
you. So chess is also very similar. You try to put your pieces so that some pieces cannot attack you.
Sure. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you.
See
Yes.
you at dinner a lot, so she's going to be here for a few days, so we'll see.
See you guys. That's it.
What was the joke?
We can change it
Towards
to
the
the next
end?
one if you don't like it.
No, this is nice.
Sagar, what was the joke?
Yes, I don't know if it is a joke, but it looks nice, Amruta. Guys, just to show you, this is what they made.
No, this is not Sagar Shah. I don't know who it is, but it is an audio. But Sagar, Jan did say that the pulse he also asked, so maybe you can mention it to him once.
I told today to the producers, they said we have such big problems with these video files that we will fix the heart rate later. So
No, but we can take it na then from, because it is the same thing which they want to give. So
Ah.
we can take it from anywhere else.
Oh, we can,
just
we
ask
can.
for permission
no,
from
that
them.
we have, that we have.
Acha, to fir then why are
But
you
then
not
I
doing that?
mean we have to see which game is going on and then take, because what they are showing, they are switching.
By the way, for the guys who are asking, the two gentlemen that joined us, one was Jan, who was basically the man behind all of this freestyle chess, and the other person, Sagar Bhai, is the owner of the resort of South Africa, where the final leg will be played in December. So very, very nice to have had in the studio.
Ooh, South Africa. Yay, new continent.
Yes, Amruta, will you be there?
Yes,
Wow.
of course.
Let's see, guys, what will happen. It's a long way away, and there are so many
Yeah, I mean, I'll have
events
to exist
before
until
that.
then. What will happen, we don't know. If I'm dead,
No,
then
I
won't be there.
mean we all will be there if things go amazingly well, but we also have to make sure that we take good care of our health, Harshit bhai.
Of course, of course.
Harshit bhai also.
And I think Sagar, when you are back, then you immediately go to Czech Republic, and then again you will be back. But because you've started a like crazy schedule since September, you've not got enough rest, so your efficiency right now would have completely, been affected. So we'll be going somewhere in the month of March.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
some
We
vacation.
we will go to some place. I'm also looking forward to it. One of the places which Amruta and I have thought of is to go to Pondicherry.
Wow.
Yes.
I've been there once. It's a really pretty place.
You played chess there?
No, I had a training camp once in Pondicherry.
Okay.
Very, very pretty place. So you will enjoy a lot there.
Wow.
Who
Yeah.
was your trainer that time?
No, it was like a group of people, I think in Indian and Spanish people. So we
Oh.
came together and we had a
Was it before your match with them in Kerala? I think somewhere.
Yes, something.
That
Yes,
one.
yes.
Yeah. Football club
La
had
Liga,
sponsored it.
La Liga, guys.
La
Everyone
Liga had
in chat
sponsored it, right?
knows La Liga. La Liga had sponsored that camp for us. So
Wow.
it was an
Ooh.
amazing experience.
So cool, guys. And Mokuna says, check when I'm there in Fair Bend. Array, exactly, Fair Bend. There is a Prague festival. Amazing tournament. In fact, you could play every day. They also have some side events,
Mhm.
and it's a short one. So you should check that out and really play one of them. I love one of the format they have, which is you play against the same opponent, but two different boards.
Oh yes.
What is it called?
Basque chess.
Basque chess. It's
like-
amazing.
It's like you
White
have two
and black.
boards.
Yeah.
Opponent also has two boards.
Mhm.
So I play e4. I'm black on another board. He plays d4. So we are playing that way.
Wow.
Actually, for freestyle, it makes sense to have that one position and you're playing on two boards. So because you also have to face with black then. So
Actually,
maybe
I like this
that
concept.
can be a
I
better.
completely agree with Amruta that in freestyle chess, whenever you play a match, you have to play with both white and black. I absolutely 100% agree with this because there will be no disparity of advantages then, because you play it with black and you also play it with white, so that if you felt that white is more comfortable, you will also get a chance to prove it. So I 100% vouch for the concept of playing games with both white and black.
Yeah, the only problem is then if you play the second game, the other person gets a disparity of, getting more time to prepare.
No
So
time,
that's why this-
immediately खेलने का.
Oh, then it can't be classical. Huh. Yeah,
Huh.
that's a better idea. Actually, one position, two rapid games. And then again, next day,
It's in
one
the
position,
chess
two
combo.
rapid games. So actually, it goes to 4 games.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Can suggest,
No,
Sagar.
we
This
put it
can
there.
be discussed and suggested.
Yeah, by the way, a lot of moves have happened in this game between Gukesh and Nakamura, Amruta.
Yeah, let's check from the behind. And
Yes, can we take a look at the moves? Sagar, by a
Yes,
lot
yes,
of
yes.
moves have happened.
Yes. By the way, someone said in Pondicherry, do visit Auroville. That is one of our main reasons, Harshit bhai.
Oh, I've been to Auroville. It is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yes.
I've been on a vacation there with my whole family. Unbelievable town. इतना relax and serene. Like it's so nice कि मजा आएगा.
मैंने सुना है वहाँ पे they use barter system.
Yes, and
It is
also
true.
they speak a lot of people there speak French because it's considered like a French colony, and for meditation and like just complete decompressing yourself and rejuvenating all your energies, I think it would be a great choice.
yeah.
क्या
Ravi
बात
is
है?
saying Auroville Ashram is unbelievable. Exactly where we would like to
हमको I'll
visit.
give you recommendations to where to stay also.
अच्छा
ठीक है, done है.
क्या बात
After
है
the-
भाई हर्षित भाई also has gone to very spiritual place है भाई.
अरे सागर भाई मैं बहुत ही मतलब ऐसा लगता हूँ बहुत, पर
देख ना
एकदम
कभी गुस्सा
सादा
होता
आदमी
है
हूँ.
क्या हर्षित भाई भी एकदम सिंपल
yes.
शांति में कुछ भी ऐसे नहीं लगेगा तो ऐसे प्यार से बताएगा तुमको कि अरे ये ऐसा करेंगे वैसा करेंगे. मेरे जैसे नहीं, अरे सागर क्या कर रहा है, क्या कर रही है सागर, ऐसे सब नहीं.
No, Harshit bhai, by the way, Samudrascape says please book slots for Matrubhumi in Auroville. It's I think a meditation center, and there you have to book in advance. Otherwise, there is no slots available.
Yeah.
So,
Sure.
by the way,
Awesome.
guys, I can tell
Let's
you
focus.
that also here in Weisenhaus, where we are staying, is a very beautiful place where you can go for long walks and just relax and unwind. The only thing is that there is a lot of work here, so unfortunately, I'm unable to find time.
Mhm.
But otherwise, it's one of the most beautiful resorts in Germany.
Absolutely. Okay. Enough of vacation time. Let's come back to the chess now.
सब रिलैक्स हो गए, अभी सब टेंशन लेते हैं थोड़ा.
लोग
वापस
बोल रहे
जाओ.
हैं कि और Faustino Oro has made Auroville.
That's a good one, chat. Chat भी अच्छे जोक मारते ही है.
Okay, chat. अभी मजा हो गया. Now let's shift. A little bit of fun, and now let's come back to chess, Sagar bhai.
Harshit is like that professor. He will make sure that everybody comes back to the...
हर्षित भाई को बुरा लगता है जब चेस 5 मिनट डिस्कस नहीं किया तो हर्षित भाई लाइक अरे आई एम हियर टू डिस्कस चेस. Harshit bhai, now you cannot talk about chess for 5 minutes.
Yeah, we just had that 5 minutes.
Oh
So,
God. Okay,
E4
but where are we right now? E4 was played. उसके बाद
Bishop G7, we saw
yeah?
this. With knight D3, very interesting. Bringing the knight in, perhaps taking out the pieces and preparing the switcheroo. F takes E4, bishop takes E4.
Bishop.
C6, we already know this concept, Amruta, कि जब भी there is a bishop on H1 A diagonal, C6 और B7 के जो pawns होते हैं ना, they do a very good job of restricting the bishop's attack. So C6 and Gukesh goes
Can I
queen
try to
C2.
guess? Oh, queen C2 I wouldn't have guessed.
But you can guess the idea, Amruta. What's White's idea?
लॉन्ग कासल नहीं, लॉन्ग कासल नहीं
Exactly, Sagar
भाई.
bhai.
लॉन्ग कासल में A2 पॉन थोड़ा डेंजर में
Danger है, पर can you take it? Let's try to see. Long castles. Will you take the pawn on A2?
No.
Let's ask why. Chat. Why? What should white play over here?
Very good question.
Okay, by
Very
the way,
typical way to trap a
don't
piece.
take this pawn.
एक सेकेंड. Exactly, guys. B3 जो भी लोग बोल रहे हैं ना, you are completely wrong, क्योंकि B3 के बाद bishop takes B3 मर रहा है, and then rook takes e4 is hanging.
अरे अरे
Amruta,
अरे वो है ना, एक सेकंड के लिए देखा तो इट लाइक क्विक ओपिनियंस यू गिव
1-1 हो गया
तो
है
वो आ
guys.
जाता है.
The score has been tied, so be attentive. After bishop takes a2, you can simply take the pawn on g6, knight takes g6, queen takes g6, and both the rook on e8 and bishop on g7 are hanging. So you will have to go rook g8. Then the knight will jump to f5, threatening knight e7 check, threatening knight d6 check, and this position is crushingly advantageous for white. And that's why queen c2, I think, is preparing long castles.
Okay, so he might prepare long castles. There is one person who has said that I have understood one thing about Gukesh is that he is very theoretical. He can't create original ideas nor has good intuition. This is actually a very interesting point that VXD has mentioned. I mean, it's very how do you say it? Uh, he said it in a very uh, abrupt way or in a very rash way, ruthless way. But the
Brutal.
point is that because Gukesh hasn't been able to win a single game here out of how many he has played, I think 9, 12 games in all. It might seem that he does not feel comfortable in chess 960, and which can be true. But to say that he is not creative is actually, I would say that you have not seen his normal games of chess on the when he plays classical chess. I think he's able to create some unbelievable games with so much creativity in it. But maybe he might want to create it from a position that is known. When the position is unknown, like this, it becomes difficult to kind of create those patterns and ideas, I think. And here you can see his
Hikaru going for queen c7 again. But you made a very interesting point, and I do think that for him, Gukesh loves being in like familiar territories.
no, he likes to be in unfamiliar territories
Yeah,
from
I think
familiar
because
territory.
Right.
So like when there is a normal
there
position,
is a
he
lot
will
of little deviations he
he
goes in the
will do
opening
something
itself. Normal.
which we have not understood. No one can expect.
Correct.
So maybe here when he tries to do that, it is so unusual position that it doesn't work. And I think he spoke with Judith Polgar on this in the studio, and he said that it's very unusual to play these chess 960 positions for him.
Yeah, actually,
No control.
one interesting analogy that I think very close to it could be that he can be very creative about writing essays from a given topic, but it kind of feels like freestyle chess is kind of changing the subject of the essay. So after changing the subject of the essay, it becomes very difficult to kind of go on and write about a topic.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I also feel that we have a very narrow data. Like he
Yeah,
has played
true.
only 2
That's
freestyles, and sometimes people like even when you play the best chess, you also play a classical tournament, normal chess, which you don't play well, yeah, because you cannot be coming first every single time or even playing your best chess every single time. So we don't know at this moment, is it the form which he's not into, or is it freestyle chess? That we will only know later. So yeah, I think we shouldn't too much focus on that. Like he's just
Yeah.
gaining
I don't know,
experience.
Amruta. It'll be whether he would want to devote his time to this format, whether
Yeah.
he would like to sort of get better at this. These are all open questions. They take time, effort, and energy here.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, guys, we have to mention is that we are literally in Weisenhaus looking at perhaps the best of the best talent that chess has created in a very long time. And no matter what the format is, we are still going to be looking at the highest quality of chess that any chess player will produce. So I think we are just witnessing two great players playing some interesting format of chess, and let's just see how it progresses.
Yeah, but my this question is like, for example, by the way, here I feel a lot like yesterday that the pawn structure is very symmetrical and very likely that this game will kind of ease out into a draw. This is my feeling. I getting the look. He's gone back. He'll go d5. Gukesh will go d4, and
Very
then we have a
symmetrical.
very symmetrical position. Maybe the knight will come here. He will castle, and we have like 100% symmetry.
Yeah, but Gukesh is a no draw guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he will fight
Like
now.
at least
From
even
here,
if
he
it
will
is a
fight.
draw, till end there happens 2-3 critical moments where somebody can go wrong. So इतना तो आसान
Guys,
नहीं
can
है.
we quickly check Magnus's game as well? Because that's one game we haven't taken a look at. Look at this. After bishop g3, c takes d4.
He took with the
Bishop
bishop.
takes d4. He didn't take with the pawn. He wants to exchange those bishops.
And very
That's
strong
a
move.
great idea actually, bishop d4.
No,
No,
but
because
Amruta, strong move by Vincent.
Vincent, very strong. e5. And after fe5, he now opens up the bishop.
one moment. We should show what happens for bishop takes d4 over there anyway. Because that exchange is not good for black, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
White is very happy with that dark square bishop gone, the pawns being on the dark squares, and the knight can freely get out also.
Exactly. Like when you have a light squared bishop, you always want to complement it with having your pawns on the dark square so that you control more squares. And I think that after exchanging these bishops, as Amruta mentioned, this complementation that white has created with dark and white squares is very, very good for white.
e5 is solid, huh? Vincent found it.
आज Vincent Keymer will try his best not to get into any kind of bad position against Magnus. He's equal right now. His rook is activated down the e file. His queen is active. His knight has a great square here. It seems like his position is pretty good.
Yeah.
बहुत अच्छा position है. So Magnus Carlsen, if you look at him, he has been constantly like burning time. He wants to make sure he doesn't get into a very dull position from where it's very easy for Vincent. Such a tough moment for even someone who's so good at freestyle chess.
Resha says, "Hi Sagar Bhai, I love freestyle because there is no theory involved. For amateurs like me, this is the perfect type of chess as I have to think, calculate, and play."
Yeah.
I think there's ये मजा है, every move to try and understand with the placement of pieces on different squares can really help normal chess also, because there so many times you have to do maneuvering and those kind of patterns will improve.
Yeah. So fe5, bishop e5, the engine says it's around equal, but as we've seen from the freestyle chess games, engine equal dikhata hai, but there's almost always a result coming out of it. Maybe queen c2, knight f2, preparing long castle might be a good idea.
But queen c2, I was thinking if we can get our knight to c6, putting pressure here.
Okay, let's say knight f2.
Ooh, you are giving this bishop.
Arey, let's start the chat.
I can
without...
even take this, yeah. Get the bishop pair. No, and
Bishop
go back.
c7.
Yeah, I had that in mind. Like,
but long castles, and I
maybe.
think that this position e4 break coming next.
It looks bit passive, and my queen is a little tied down. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe not take there with the knight. But what if I take here? Pawn takes. Okay, d5 is a threat, but can I go queen d6 and long castle? Maybe d5. Something like this, and it feels like black is... So maybe Vincent... Oh, by the way, queen d3 played here by Magnus.
Wow. And
Exactly.
the
wow.
engines don't like this move, Amruta.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? No, it did not change much. In fact, the position which we were looking at compared to this one, this is better for white. What was the best move?
The best move was actually queen c2, but now after queen d3, knight c6, Vincent is having a very good position. The pawn on e2 is definitely going to be a long-term weakness.
Yeah, this one... I'm
Because
actually a
after
bit
knight c6
worried for Magnus already.
Yeah, because after knight c6, if you take on e5, let's say, then knight t5 comes with
I was
a tempo.
also thinking queen takes here, getting the queen into the center. And I don't know if you can play e4 here, because to e4, the rook is pinned. So now black to play, guys. What is a good move for black?
That's a good question. Black to play.
By the way, we have an interesting comment. Wait, let me read it. By the way, is our stream getting shadow banned or?
No, I think it's fine.
Jyoti says freestyle chess has finally made chess more of a thinking sport than memorization. That's
Could
very
be,
true.
could
It
be.
was slow and steady going towards that.
Exactly.
Or to avoid memorization, it was going towards a lot of preparation, either of that. But yeah, you had to struggle on that. Not like you could focus highly on middle game and end game only, like the ancestors, I would call them.
Right. By the way, D5 has been suggested by Saksham, Moshi Moshi, SKRT.
Arjun, Shubham, Lakshit, Hitesh, student, Ashutosh, Azim. Only 20 people found D5,
But it's
Sagar.
a nice move. Yeah, your pawn cannot be taken, rook is hanging. So this is something that now Vincent would be playing. I'm pretty sure he'll go knight c6. And maybe we can quickly get a glimpse of Caruana Sindarov.
Yeah, let's take a look. We haven't actually taken a look at this game. Very similar.
Similar to
Ah.
Gukesh Nakamura.
Yeah, if c6 and queen c7 now, I think we are going to get a very similar position to Gukesh's game where black is very, very solid.
But this bishop is here, no? In that game, the
The bishop
knight
was on
is here.
g1, exactly. But still, we
Very
get,
similar structure.
yeah, c3. They also went for this bishop g7, and instead of knight e3, Sindarov went for bishop e3.
Right. Okay. So this one also looking very even. Today's position also feels a little bit like simplified. So players are not able to press much.
Whoa, look at this position.
By the way, we have 25,85,457 subscribers. आज का goal, have you announced any goal today?
Today's goal, Amruta, is 2587.
Wow.
2587.
Yes,
Okay,
2587
that's
is the goal. And if we are able to reach 2587, we hope to reach 2590. We
By
will have
tomorrow.
only 2 days left and we have to reach 2600. It's actually
नहीं,
tough.
हो जाएगा सागर भाई. Last day, guys. We need a big push towards the 2.6 million goal. Let's do it.
Let's hope.
Harshit bhai optimistic, always very cool, and he's also going to dance if we reach the goal.
अरे,
तो मजा
अरे.
आ जाएगा.
Oh.
But yeah, guys, like the stream so that there is no shadow ban
we can-
and
No, it just happened.
I'll side wait.
Hi, Peter.
I can.
नहीं, तुम
कोई
रहोगे.
नहीं, मैं 5 मिनट में जाऊंगी यार.
हाँ, okay.
okay.
Okay, sure. Guys, we have Peter Heine Nilsson here. Hello, Peter.
Hi. Good to see you.
If you could just join us a little bit closer. Yeah, now you are in the frame.
Okay. Thanks.
And also Amruta is here for a few minutes before she has to go somewhere. So,
Okay.
Hi Peter.
Hi. Kathy, good to.
So great to have you here for the first time on live stream.
Yeah,
I'm very excited.
Thanks a lot for inviting me. It's nice to be back.
Yes.
So,
let's go
to
to
Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus's game, and today is a very, very critical game for Magnus.
yeah, it's very simple. He lost yesterday, right? If he doesn't win this game, it's not like he has to go home, but he cannot win the tournament, right?
Yes,
So,
so it's a very important one for him. And Vincent actually has played knight to c6. Did you like the way the game has developed out of the opening?
I mean, well, you can see the computer now says Magnus is almost slightly worse, so not especially, but it's been very interesting. And for someone who is ahead of the match, Keymer has played quite courageous. I don't know how much you want to go into the details, but f4 seems to be the preferred move by the computer, right? Yeah. I think Alireza played e4, which is also quite reasonable, but f4 seems quite logical. And now the computer seems to moderately prefer the move c6, while Keymer played in typical sort of mirroring style with f5. So that can I use the bot?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
I mean, he's playing c6. The c6 is the top move of the computer, and I don't know. I guess Magnus would play g3, and then he could play f5. But if Magnus then plays d4, which is now the preferred move of the computer, then they're getting this kind of, I mean, let's say black plays d5, they're getting a stonewall structure, but black has already played the move c6. That is a very normal move in the stonewall, but still slightly a concession, and maybe white would play for c4 immediately. So I think Keymer was trying to sort of, quite interestingly, he didn't want to play c6 because he felt that could be a problem. Oh, not a problem, but a slight concession. So he plays f5, which you can argue is more principled. Magnus then played c3, and Keymer played g6. Now the question is,
E4 looked very natural.
yes, exactly. Is e4 a good move or not? Right. So I mean, I think computer says he doesn't have to take. He could play c6, but it says after e5, despite black could play d6 and g5, white is still a little bit better. So I'm sure the players must have been considering like this, and now you take with the queen. I mean, it sounds strange, but sometimes you want to develop your queen, and I mean, developing your queen is not something we talk about in normal chess,
But because it cannot be attacked here.
yes, or yes and no. It cannot be attacked by a knight, but the correct move is c6. And for instance, if you do g3 now, it's going to be a bit embarrassing because you're losing a piece, right? And also, I mean, if we remember, there was an earlier game where, I mean, well, it was a rook taking back on e4,
Right,
but
right.
there Keymer played c6, and what a nice game. So maybe
Against Alireza.
exactly. So maybe both players thought this is quite good. I mean, I just checked what the computer is saying. For instance, well, bishop d5 is maybe coming next. The computer suggested that if something like this, it says, you know, white has some compensation. I guess for us normal human beings, it looks like black has an extra pawn, but well, maybe there is some development.
Now long castle maybe.
I guess so, and maybe that's great. Maybe it's not, but you're right. Long castle, and maybe the bishop. I mean, you play g4, h4, or whatever. I mean, of course, it could be great. I think also in this position, the computer was saying maybe knight to f2, but Magnus thought for a while and didn't go for it. So he played d4, and I think now, I guess he was expecting Keymer to play d5, and they get a stonewall structure. Even here, it's Magnus who's played c3, and Keymer hasn't played c6. But, well, anyway, in a sort of symmetrical structure, you would guess white is, you know, not necessarily slightly better in an objective sense, but of course having the extra move should be nice, right? But Keymer very bravely played the move c5. And,
Very brave move.
yes, that was...
He wants to attack this f4 pawn here.
Exactly. And, well, Magnus thought for a while. Of course, you can take it, but it seems that after queen takes here, somehow, well, you would like to play, I don't know, knight d2 and castle long quickly, but it didn't seem particularly realistic. So Magnus thought for a while and played g3, and now, well,
He could take with the pawn.
yeah, I kind of expected that. And then, I don't know, maybe he plays knight c6 first, but they're getting a symmetrical position. But now, Keymer's idea is that he has forced off the c-pawns, which perhaps makes it a little bit more drawish. But Magnus took with the bishop, which is a strategically sound move. I mean, let's imagine in this position, of course, the bishop on g1 is somewhat misplaced, just hitting into the pawn. So Magnus is saying that, well, if Keymer wants to keep playing symmetrically, I mean, you can see the computer likes this more. We have a good bishop on h1. He has a blocked bishop on g8. We're not talking decisive advantage, but we are talking a slight concession, something to build on. But Keymer kept being brave, so he played e5. Magnus took it. Now... well, Keymer took back. I think computer said maybe go knight c6 first, but I doubt it's too big a difference. And the computer didn't really like Magnus's next move, queen to d3. But it's a very, very strange position, and I don't know what has happened since.
So knight c6 has been played.
Yes,
Here.
computer says it's very equalish. Well, it's no secret that I'm hoping for Magnus, right? So
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
yeah.
It would be also interesting to.
I mean, the
See that
positive
side.
thing for Magnus is that, well, they both have some kind of isolated pawn, right? But you could argue that d5 square, I mean, one of these knights could start heading in that direction. And maybe that is what Magnus is hoping for. But I think, I forgot what is I think the computer is saying something like this. And unfortunately, maybe the move queen c7 is nice. Because, well, Magnus would generally like to castle long. But then I guess something can take on d4. There's problems in the c file, and you can't, maybe you can jump to d5, but
Yeah.
probably he can take it and take on d4
Again,
next.
d4 is angry.
Yes, so
This is a very strong move. Actually, it
Yes.
forces white to then decide what to do, because if you
Yeah.
can't castle,
Yeah.
this is going, and if you have to take, then that's not what you want.
Not ideally, but I mean, still, well, knight takes back. There is still this weakness of the d5 square, but I guess the problem is the queen is not that well placed now. I
Yeah.
think instead of queen c3, d3, the computer was suggesting to put the queen on c2 originally. Would have been
would be better move.
yes, it looks more passive, but apparently that is the right square. But well, Magnus, of course, is trying to put pressure on his opponent. It's very logical what he's doing, but it's a complicated position.
Are you surprised with the strength and understanding that Vincent is showing in this tournament? Because he played very well against Firouzja, and also yesterday, he was not smoothest, but he never let his advantage go, and very
Maybe he did, but he played quite well. I mean, well, I was about to say, well, my impression of Vincent both in this tournament and in the previous tournament is somewhat uneven, but that, to be honest, goes for all players. I mean, Vincent's best games in this tournament has been extremely good, but also I think, for instance, his second games against Firouzja, he was in big trouble despite having the white pieces and such. But
right.
no, and I think last year maybe he even won the qualifier, right? But then he
No,
didn't.
that was Nodirbek who won.
Nodirbek, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but he still impressed me a lot in the qualifier, and then maybe in the knockout he sort of lost in a somewhat quiet fashion. But generally speaking, yes, my feeling is also that he has been very good in the freestyle aspects, but perhaps he has lost in the chess aspects a little bit. I mean, his main problems has been in the rapid/bit blitz section, and of course, at some point it just becomes chess rather than freestyle. Now Magnus' move is probably typical in the sense of trying to be ambitious, right?
Yeah, he's just trying to make sure that the game doesn't become too equalish or dry.
Yeah, and
But in that he's also taking some risks.
of course, but well, you can argue risks of what? I mean, in a normal tournament, you would care about some elo points, not maybe Magnus, but some would. But here, I mean, I guess we have to say that a draw or a loss is the same result for him, right? But you are right that I think this game had this sort of normal logical tendency to go towards symmetry, and even if someone would take on d4, it could end up in symmetry. But now this is gone, right?
Now it's a wild game.
Yeah.
And maybe Vincent's natural move is
Exactly.
to
I
bring
mean,
the
I can
knight-
see the computer says f4, but this seems to be the natural move. And then, well, Magnus should go away with his bishop. And
Yeah, and even if you play like something like Queen c7,
then something could start jumping towards d5. I can see the computer is not particularly impressed with that. But at least from a human perspective, that it feels unpleasant to allow it to jump there with tempo, although it might be the correct move, right?
and then maybe you long castle.
You will
So-
do long castle. I mean, I can see the I don't know, what is the policy on computer evaluation here? You mention it or you don't
Yeah,
mention
we
it?
mention
We
it.
mention it. Good. No.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
It's already there. They
but
can see the
this
bar.
is very
and
difficult from a. I mean, well, the d5 square looks nice. The bishop on a3 perhaps also looks nice, but also black has the e5 square and such, and maybe. I don't know what you're gonna do with the knight on f1. Maybe you'll play knight d5, but also it's very, very complicated, I guess. But of course, it's not the comeback scenario Magnus was dreaming of. But
Right.
well, you'll have to sometimes you'll have to try and win anyway, right?
Let's see how much does this matter for Magnus to sort of win this event. I think for him it's very important, right now.
I mean, well, I don't know. Compared to what?
Compared-
I mean,
because-
he just
because-
got married. I hope that's more important. Yeah. So no, I mean.
Yeah, that's true. But in general, he has mentioned that this year he won't play too many classical
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
events or FIDE events. So then this becomes like this tour,
Yeah, I
entire
think-
tour is
It's something that he really would like to do well in, and also, I mean, I think Magnus thinks. I think that he is the strongest freestyle chess player in the world, but I wouldn't say he necessarily has proven that, right? So that he would like to do, but I think mainly he's. I mean, well, when you have the career he has, he can play stuff he finds interesting, and I think he finds it very interesting. But I think when he plays an event, he tries to win it. I mean, I think last evening he played Title Tuesday. He tried to win that as well. But I would assume this one is more important than Title Tuesday
No,
in that
100%.
sense. But yeah. No, I'm sure he would really like to win it. He's very competitive, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like yesterday when
yeah.
he lost, we could see him being very upset. Like
Yeah.
if it didn't matter to him, he wouldn't have been
No,
upset.
of course. I mean, that is for sure. But I mean, well, he was upset. He was a good company later in
Yeah.
the evening. So
Yes.
I mean,
He recovered,
I mean,
yes.
that is perhaps well, one of the advantages of having won so much, right, and being a bit older. But
Right. And now we actually go to this game of Gukesh against Hikaru. And before I get your thoughts on this position, just few thoughts on Gukesh's play overall here. It's surprising that a player like him has not won a single game here with
yeah,
several draws.
I
What is
mean,
your take on Gukesh's play?
I thought he had some very interesting games, and I mean his match with Caruana was very interesting. It's not like, I mean, sometimes you will see one of the players being considerably better than the other one in freestyle chess, and he would just outplay them. I mean, the match with Caruana was extremely rich, and he was pushing very hard with white. He was playing this, not castling, but going rook a1 and a4, and he could have won it with a, or I forgot if it was one or be better with a queen sacrifice. It was, I mean, it was extremely interesting, and I think you could see on Gukesh games that, I mean, in the early days of freestyle chess, players would try to play chess and get it. Like, I mean, Gukesh was obviously trying to play, or is trying to play real freestyle chess, so he's taking it seriously and such. But I mean,
What does real freestyle chess
well,
mean?
it means that you are not trying to make the position look like a normal chess game.
Ah.
You're trying to play what you think is the best move, right? I mean, I remember, well, I don't know if it's 20 or even more years back, we were playing this tournament in Mainz, and you could see that me and others, we would just try to make the position look normal, while some specialists like Aronian, they would actually try to play better moves. That point, the engines were not very strong, so it was difficult. Nowadays, all the players can check the games with engines, and they can see that, no, you have this attacking idea, or that if you try to just get a normal chess position, your advantage is dropping and such.
Right.
So, of course, it has become easier, but you can see they really try to play interesting stuff. You can also see that when they meet before the game, they really enjoy talking about these things. And, well, Gukesh seems to be part of that, but, well, you saw it with Ding last year, and now it's Gukesh who is the reigning classical champion. I mean,
Do you think that matters? Like being the world champion? Because I felt in Ding, of course, he was not his best.
no, Ding was a little bit special, right? But I would still assume, I mean, that when you are the world champion, I mean, this kind of chess is a little bit of a holiday from your main responsibility. While for Magnus and Caruana, maybe Magnus and Caruana is different because I guess Caruana still wants to be the world champion, right? But it's something that's very enjoyable, but they also can afford to take it very seriously. While, of course, for Gukesh, his sole career point must be being the world champion now, I would guess.
So I'm going to put you in a hypothetical situation. Suppose you are right now, let's say, trainer of Gukesh, and you have to tell him what importance should it be the freestyle chess in his career at this point, because there will be 4 or 5 events this year.
I mean, I that sounds like a personal choice. I mean, I don't know how it works with Gukesh. Of course, he's young and maybe needs guidance, right? But I mean, Magnus didn't ask me if should I quit the world championship or not. I mean, it's a personal decision for your life. I mean, it sounds very logical.
But it is effort, right?
Sorry?
To get better at freestyle
Yeah,
chess is effort.
of
You
course.
can't just get better by saying, "Oh, I'll play once in a while." I mean,
I think you will get better, but of course, I mean, if the other players are actually analyzing the games with the computer, they are experimenting and such, of course they will get better at freestyle. But for Gukesh, I mean, he's the only person in the world who knows for sure he has a world championship match coming up rather soon, right? And I mean, I think that is an understandable choice if he chooses not to. For the rest of the player who wants to be competitive, they would take it more serious. If Gukesh either has the extra energy to do it, or maybe he thinks it's nice with a slight vacation from studying the same openings positions, that's cool. But I mean, it's really a personal choice. I mean, also, don't get it wrong. I was generally skeptical about this kind of chess, but Magnus really loved it. And then, luckily, when he tells me to do something, I have to do it. And I realize, okay, this is actually very fascinating. But
How
there
much
is
time have you spent? Like you must have now that this. Have you
not as much
No.
as that. I mean, I think it's no particular secret that Magnus's training camps are somewhat shorter than the ones I used to have with Vichy, right? So it's more that I think he thinks about it and talks about it, but also it's much easier these days. I mean, we can just turn on an engine and suddenly we can see all the ideas materializing and such, right? And then it's almost a little bit of unlearning the way you understand
Right.
chess because
That's what Magnus said once, and he said, "My main task is to unlearn lot of things that I've learned in chess, no, in standard chess."
And that is very true, and that might scare someone like Gukesh because, I mean, he is still on the up, and I understand he's the world champion, but he's still almost. I mean, he's so young that he must be feeling, I'm still learning things. I'm still trying to improve. I mean, I guess we are seeing or have seen Magnus at his best. I really assume Gukesh is well, he's the world champion, but he's planning to become even better, right?
Yes.
So I mean,
I mean, one of his main aims is to become the best in the world.
yeah.
So-
That's well, and I mean, well, that is very reasonable, right? So, but I think that's one of the fascinating parts that we are seeing positional motives that you would never ever see in normal chess, right? I mean, well, I mean, maybe this one today is not incredibly special, but still it's very chaotic. But for instance, yesterday you could see how badly players were struggling because it was something that they have never ever seen anything like, right? And well, that is just very interesting. But well, you can like it or you cannot like it. It's sort of stylistic in a way.
Right. And for now,
I'm just sorry. I'm checking what happens to Magnus. I'm a little bit nervous. Keymer played very
interesting. Vincent Keymer is showing like he understands the position very well.
Yeah.
He finds the best move, f4.
That is, I mean,
And when you have a move like knight e6 to hit the bishop, he still goes for this.
it's surprising to me. I mean, well, no, it's just. I think the point is, you would normally play something solid, right? When you're doing. I mean, of course, he's stopping knight e3, but it's still quite impressive that he's waiting like this.
And also, you taking this pawn doesn't make sense because after takes, this pawn is also hanging here.
Yeah, and also, I don't know. I mean, do you really want to play e3 now? But this is the dream square for your knight to jump in this direction and such. So, I mean, Keymer has played, I would almost say ambitiously, but very impressive in
He's actually
that
playing the
sense.
position, not
Yes,
the situation.
And I mean, well, I have to say that I hope that will backfire, right? That that he will somehow lose control. But it is very impressive. I mean, maybe he thinks that he's the better player. I don't know. I would be surprised, but I could be wrong, right? So no, I mean, when we left it here, I thought, yeah, I can see computer says f4 is the best move, but he's never going to play that. But
Right.
he actually did, and that is. No, I mean,
It's moments like these when you start to feel like that Vincent is a strong
of course.
this.
I don't know. I mean, there was this sort of slight laughter or joking when Sindarov chose Nakamura
Yes.
that we thought. And,
Well, not laughter. It was more like disbelief. Actually,
a
I was
little bit.
surprised.
Yeah, me too. I mean, for sure. But I forgot who said it, but they said that maybe, well, the young generation evaluate the players slightly different, and maybe Keymer has a different view on Magnus that well, I'm his coach, but that I mean than others have.
Like for example, we spoke to this coach of Sindarov. His name is Roman, and he said that what option did we have? On one hand was the young world champion,
yeah.
and on the other hand was Nakamura. So we chose him, and I was like, okay. That's a different way to look at it. Yeah, we were thinking that Hikaru is the reigning champion, and
Exactly. No, I understand his arguments. I just I didn't think it was going to happen. But of course, I mean they are quite equalish in many ways, and it's not like well, you can never say it's a blunder, but I think everybody was genuinely surprised. And well, to be fair, Nakamura was probably playing better in this match, right? He was very close to winning.
he was.
So there is, but yeah, no, and but
I sense that Nakamura and even Magnus yesterday, when the time went low, they did not have the nerves that they showed before. Like
Yeah.
that is like yesterday was the first time, or maybe one of the few times I saw Magnus making a move, last move where he had 1 second, which made no sense, like
Okay.
Rook C8.
yeah,
And that often, like Magnus would, even with less time, find certain really deep resources. Maybe it's just one game, but
yeah. I don't know if it's. I mean, let's say in normal chess, you can almost switch to some stage where you just start making moves, but making moves feels more difficult in chess 960. But of course, at that point, it was just a chess position, so it's a little bit weird, right? So yeah, I mean, I think the main problem was that Magnus made a huge blunder, and then there was nothing to do, right?
True.
But even so, yeah, I mean, from an objective point of view, this doesn't look too good. Of course, you can argue that when you have to win, at least it's somewhat chaotic. But of course, if Keymer playing the best move, there's nothing you can do, right?
Then this game
yeah.
is very difficult to win, but it's still a very long way to go there. We can have a look at Fabiano Caruana versus Javokhir Sindarov.
It looks more sort of symmetrical is a bit strong, but it looks like they could do some mutual long castling and then maybe some exchanges in the E file or whatever.
Ajit, would you like to join? Either, I mean,
Yeah,
there's no
sorry,
chair,
sorry.
but you can
Yeah, sure.
join in. Yeah, thank you. No, it's
Yeah. So feel free to kick me out at some point.
No,
I'm
no.
just talking.
it's
yeah.
amazing to have you.
Yeah,
if
it's
you
nice,
can
nice.
come closer, Peter. Like
Sorry, the camera. Yeah.
Yes. Now we all are there.
Yeah. It's good. But
Harshit, by some very deep insights by Peter.
Yeah,
Did you-
I was listening.
I mean, for our viewers, this what you are mentioning, all of this is improves their understanding
Oh.
of freestyle.
I
because
shouldn't give away secrets. And
No.
I'm really sorry. But yeah.
no, it's not about secrets.
yeah,
It's
no.
like this format is so new,
Mm-hmm.
and everyone's like very clueless. They feel like this is what they've been seeing in standard chess, and here something is moving differently and stuff.
I'm also clueless. I mean, it's a new thing for us, right? In classical chess, we would feel much more confident evaluating the things. Here, I mean, if I didn't have, I mean, well, that's also without the computer, I would be very, very scared to say something. When you have the computer, you can feel much, much safer. And this is the nice things for us. But the interesting thing for those players, they don't have this kind of safety, right? I mean, you can see sometimes they actually quite misunderstand the starting position even. And, it becomes a much more competitive thing in a way, right? And, normally I thought that should favor Magnus in a game like this where he has to come back, but so far not. But
Against Nodirbek, he assessed everything beautifully.
I mean-
it showed like he was in
Yeah.
prime form. Like the accuracy was 99% and stuff.
he was, and he showed better understanding and maybe, I wouldn't call it lucky, but you get a bit of help in the opening, you have a nice position, and everything was flowing in the right direction. Today, he didn't really get a fully grip on it, and Keymer had a couple of chances to be solid but slightly passive, and he didn't go for it.
Right.
And this is it's quite impressive actually. But again, we sound like the game is over. They probably played 8 moves. It's also this I remember from these days in Mainz. There was the World Championship was like there was a World Championship match there. They called it. And then at that point,
I
there was
think
apparently.
Hikaru was the last champion
Yes.
and Aronian
maybe.
once twice.
But I remember
One
this that maybe I think it was Aronian playing Swidler on the stage, and we were playing normal chess in the open tournament, and we would be like at move 20, and they would sit there at move 1 or 2, right?
This is definitely a tough part even for the commentators. That
Yeah.
what exactly do we look at? We have a huge database of games in standard chess. We could say like in this year so and so
Yeah.
player played this, but here it's not so simple.
No.
To
I
even-
mean, must be very difficult for you as well. I mean, also, to explain things, but I assume you don't understand it either.
No,
right?
we find
yeah.
it difficult, but
Yeah.
I mean, Harshit, maybe you have kind of enjoyed this a lot. Like he commentates on standard chess as well. But you enjoyed.
Yeah, I do because in general, I am a big fan of chaotic positions, and I think
Yeah,
that
that,
you are from. I don't really need to like try hard to get chaotic positions to analyze because right from the get go, it's completely. I mean, for example, Nodirbek's game, you saw he played this incredible move knight d4 now, which was like he rerouted his knight to b5. If you just go 2 moves back, I was so surprised by this maneuver, but it seems very interesting. Like he goes for knight d4, which is the best move to put his knight on b5. Like it's tactically good,
just c4 is hanging. Yeah, you're right.
and although the point is tactical, but it's
But
for a
it's still,
positional reason to put the knight there.
yeah. But you have to evaluate if the knight. I mean, as you have just spent two
moves.
tempi getting a knight to b5, but I don't know. D5 is protected. Yeah, it's just standing there. But of course, with the pawn on a5, it feels very cozy, right? So yeah.
Also, f5 is what the computer was suggesting here,
Wow.
which would have been insane move
That is
Wow.
cool.
to open up this bishop here.
But it's very human that, well, even if you cannot take the knight, you don't feel comfortable. You want to put it into safety, right? I mean, this becomes suspicious if you start playing like this, right? This is very beautiful indeed. So
This is very, very classy. But right now he's gone here. In fact, these two players are very, very good freestyle players, and anything can happen. They drew their first game. What is your feeling between these two, Nodirbek and Firouzja? I think both are.
I remember in the last World Championship in Fischer Random, it's called there. Or maybe it's called 960. Anyway, it was in Reykjavik in 2022. And actually, Nodirbek was the one who impressed me the most. Let's not leave Magnus in this equation, in the sense that he was trying to play what we say real chess 960 and such. He was thinking about the opening position. He tried to play how it should be according to the engine. And the winners were Nepomniachtchi and Nakamura, who I felt was more just trying to play quickly and then win by their chess skills, which they did. So that was a right strategy. There he impressed me a lot. I think last year he also impressed me somewhat, but my feeling is that, he has a bit the same excuse as Gukesh, that he is up and coming. He is actually establishing himself as a world top 10 player. And my feeling is he started to pay a bit less attention to this, I would guess. And again, could be very reasonable from his
Do you
perspective.
think like working a lot on standard chess would make your freestyle chess a little bit weaker because you have worked so much on your openings and everything, right?
I would guess so. I mean, I wouldn't say that it makes you weaker, but well, if you have 1,000 hours or 10 hours to spend, I mean, it's a difference if you spend them 500 or 900 against 100 or something like this. My guess is that Abdusattorov must be caring about qualifying for the candidates tournament, right? I mean, this one, it's a nice break. It's probably quite nice money, but of course, candidates is one on him. I mean, Magnus doesn't want to play candidates. Gukesh doesn't have to, and neither does Caruana, right? So they have some sort of freedom. But for other players, of course, I don't think it hurts your classical chess, but of course, it's. I would be nervous in their shoes, right? I mean,
Because you have a goal somewhere, and meanwhile here Magnus.
Still thinking, wow.
No,
he played
they played couple of moves,
Knight
and
F-
in fact the last move after f4, Magnus went knight f2, queen c7 by Vincent. Again, a nice move,
yeah.
preparing perhaps long castling.
I think, the beauty of the f4 move was taking away the e3 square, right? I mean, that's really where both the knights were heading. And now, Magnus has to go knight f2, and I guess he will, I don't know, does he have to do long castle next? Or the computer says he should take on, it says, okay.
Ooh, because this pawn is
Hanging on a2, and it's kind of a problem, yeah?
Yeah, knight e6 is also coming.
I mean,
yeah.
Magnus is struggling to. He's not lost, but to get a position that is kind of playable, right?
And it's also running in the back of your head
Yeah.
that you need to create chances, because if you equalize, it's not good enough.
No.
So-
I mean, you can see the computer either wants him to take on f4 or to put the queen back on c2.
Yeah, I mean, putting the pawn on e3 doesn't feel very pleasant, right? Because
No,
And also you can't castle here.
still, yeah. Then you have to go bishop d5 and swap that.
Yeah.
It's hard to, you want to.
and d6 long castle, we get a very classical chess position, yeah. And
Yeah,
bishop a3, just long castles, I guess. White.
I mean,
And this should be quite easy for black to
Yeah,
play, but
I
it's not dead.
no,
It's
I
not
mean,
dead position.
I mean, you will start playing around. Of course, maybe the queen goes to g2 and the knight starts jumping somewhere, but it's not brilliant in any way. But well, I mean, it's pretty difficult for Magnus because he would like to get something that's unbalanced. It is, but that puts pressure on Vincent, and this seems actually to be quite difficult.
I
Also-
remember last year Magnus was in a similar situation in quarterfinals against
yes.
Alireza.
Mhm.
But the game that he played next one with, he got a better position
yeah.
right from the opening and converted it smoothly.
I was hoping for that today.
Yes, yes,
But,
exactly. And that was, I think that's the mindset with which also Magnus came to the board. But it seems like Vincent has just playing great chess.
What is the clock times? Also favorable. I mean, it's difficult for Magnus, no doubt. But I mean, he has crawled out of more difficult holes, perhaps even famously against Keymer in the World Cup, right?
Yes.
I mean, we remember
That was
I
an
mean,
insane match.
we remember the World Cup was a great success for Magnus, but that was down to one move,
True.
maybe once or twice against Keymer, right? He lost the first game there as well.
Yeah, and
But,
he had made a blunder in the second
yeah.
one, and I think Magnus in his head was like, it's
Yeah,
time to
that-
pack up.
I mean, a
but-
blunder that you don't come back from, right?
Right.
So, but yeah, I remember following that at home. But no, it's, I mean, also Queen C2. Well, both taking on F4 and Queen to C2. It's moves Magnus really don't want to make. But
I mean, ideally, I would love to go knight e4 to put
Yeah.
his knight on d6, but d5
D5 is too strong. I was also thinking, why not knight E4? But
and d5
I guess D5 is, yeah.
puts white in a very tough spot with
Yeah.
long castles coming in
Yeah.
next. This is
Yeah.
tough.
No, this pawn on A2 hanging. There is a lot of details that is not in Magnus's favor, but I mean, he's incredibly tough and resilient. So, but yeah,
Can I go knight g4 to just pick up the bishop?
most likely not. But I mean, else, but it looks kind of logical, right? What is the
Because taking that bishop would at least give me the d6 square somehow.
yeah? It's a
What's
good
that?
point. What is the reply to it? It's quite
F3.
reasonable, actually.
Just knight takes.
And then you just ignore it. The computer is saying long
Yeah.
castling, and you allow 95 because then. But
I mean, taking the bishop does seem some sort
Yeah,
of success for
that-
white without the engines.
exactly,
Saying
and
otherwise.
I mean, the bishop or queen was settled on d6. This
By the way, guys, it's very important and concrete to take with the
Ah,
knight,
and
because
knight.
if you take with the queen,
yeah.
this is already better for white.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
And
so,
95, knight d3 business maybe.
Oh, so queen d6 is a blunder. Okay.
but there's no other move as such. Because
So
if
the
you play-
computer is sacrificing an exchange. Yeah.
This is hanging, of course. So queen d4, then there is.
The other knight comes into e6. So
Mhm.
it's very concretely.
Yeah, this is very tough for humans actually. So maybe knight g4, Harshit bhai, your move might be played here because then you try to win the bishop.
Yeah. It's a much more normal move
Yeah.
to play, right?
You
Than
want to take that bishop
mean-
somehow, yeah.
taking on f4 feels like helping black, and going queen c2. Okay, we are only suggesting that move because the computer says it, right?
Yes.
I mean,
No, you don't usually put your queen on
No.
d3 and come back.
no. I mean, of course, the knight is heading towards. Maybe he will get there but I think he would like to make a move and push the clock, but it's so difficult, right? I mean, wow.
Let's wait for what Magnus does here. People just
Yeah.
wanted to get a very quick glimpse on the Gukesh game here. And it has gotten to this stage where it's very symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, not so sure who's doing better. Actually, Gukesh has given up on the chance to long castle now because pawn to a4, and look at the
It's
speed
immediately.
at which Hikaru plays.
Yeah, because his point is that he wants to somehow pin on this king with on c1, yeah.
Right.
And short castling is not possible now because the e3 knight is hanging. Although the rook on f8, the knight on f8 hangs. So short castling
It is actually, yeah.
but rook e3 is the problem.
Ah, sorry, yeah, that's the problem. I mean, I wouldn't say that long castling is completely out of the question, right?
No, the rook moved. The rook didn't move?
No.
Oh, okay.
I think also the computer is suggesting to play b4 here. I mean,
Because c4 is well controlled.
yeah, and you have, I mean, of course, in general, you don't like playing b4 and a4, but you have a lot of space. And also, what is White gonna do with his king? He's probably gonna do long castling, but it's also, I mean, Gukesh's position is easier than Magnus, but still, it's very hard to suggest. I mean, an easy move, right? Well, that's freestyle chess, right? So it's at some points.
And if you were to guess who is better in the shorter time control between Gukesh and Hikaru, would you still go with Hikaru?
I mean, we are always gonna go
Hikaru,
Hikaru,
yeah.
but I mean, the problem is that well, I played with Hikaru 15 years ago, and I have seen him being Magnus' competitor for a long time and such. But I'm updating my beliefs slowly. I mean, it's the same when people ask me about Gukesh against Ding. I would say that, well, you know, I thought Ding was such an amazing player in 2019, and when I saw Gukesh,
We
he
had
was
an
quite
interview
young.
here
Yeah.
last year.
But it's like it takes time to update your point of views, and also so. I honestly don't know. I mean, yes, everybody from my generation will say, okay, I mean, Nakamura was an amazing rapid player, so we would say that. Also, I mean, well, at some point, Vichy was crushing everybody in rapid for a long period, but it does come to an end at some point, and
Like
that's reasonable
Hikaru
enough.
said yesterday, that or day before, my brain is no longer working like it
No.
used to.
Exactly.
And that statement, when he said it, makes you feel like a little bit sad. Like, you know,
Yeah.
whether you are a Hikaru fan, not a Hikaru fan, it's just a human thing.
Yeah, I mean, well, I generally stopped playing chess, but 2 weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, I played in the Bundesliga. It was my first rated games in 5 years.
Really? You play? Oh.
I'm glad you look surprised. I was surprised. I was surprised as well.
How did you do?
I actually made 1.5 out of 2, but
Wow.
my opponent, well, against a bit lower rated players, and it was half a point better than I hoped for. I was just trying to play extremely solid, and well, it's like, I mean, your main thought is please don't blunder a piece, right? Because it is difficult, and of course mine is worse. But still, for Hikaru, of course, the brain starts getting slower. I mean, maybe I mean, well, you have shown the way, right? You should be a streamer, not a chess player, right? So maybe he cares a little bit more about that. And but the problem is for me, no, Hikaru is the king of. Of course, Hikaru will always be a favorite in a rapid play. Well, that can be completely wrong, but it's difficult for me to say otherwise. It's true that I think of Hikaru as a great rapid player, and I think back to Mainz, but that might have been 25 years ago.
Yes,
I don't
long
know.
time ago,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
things are
20,
changing very rapidly in the chess landscape. These youngsters are rising up much faster than what one would have imagined. I think at least I thought maybe 2028 or so on they would start coming to the fore. It's already
I remember
2025.
we went for a walk yesterday, not yesterday, last year, and I was telling you, I think sorry for saying this Indian kids, but well, you have so many, so it's tempting to group them in a, I mean, there. But like Gukesh, Prague, we were talking about for the candidates. We thought it's probably too early for them, and it turned out not to be, right? That's a bit surprising maybe not to Gukesh. Maybe he knew how good he was, but for us, it was a surprise.
No, at least for me as well, it was
Yeah,
candidates. But okay, not the world championship, but candidates was
World
surely.
Championship was different, but I mean, let's say had he played Magnus or Caruana, we might still have said, yeah, Gukesh is good, but he's young. I mean, he will probably has his chances later, right? And I have no idea how it was with Kasparov when he came through. They were also saying, I mean, this young guy, he seems talented, right?
I was actually reading up today on the Kasparov-Karpov match of 1984. And the unbelievable thing is that match went on for 48 games. And in the first 24 games, Kasparov didn't win a single one. And I think by 27 or 28 games, Karpov had 5 wins. First to reach 6 wins.
And
This guy actually managed to hold himself and then score 3 wins back.
Yeah.
And now in present day, you think about this, it's quite
But
unbelievable.
But he was he was lost in some game. I mean, we are talking about,
Ah,
like Keymer against Carlsen, right? It's just, had Karpov played one move, I mean, we would not talk about Kasparov winning that tournament. We would not talk about Magnus winning.
There was that moment,
Yes,
yeah?
I forgot. Maybe it was
Maybe
A6.
I have to go and check the chess games.
A6 at some point, and then we are just saying, well, we would have chess history saying Karpov beat Kasparov 6-0.
Yeah.
It feels impossible now, but it was not in Kasparov's hands anymore, right? Karpov had this winning move. There was nothing he could do, and then Karpov hesitated a bit, right? And well, imagine, I mean, maybe Kasparov would still be the best player ever, but maybe he wouldn't, right? I mean, it's
But look at this GF4
Wow.
knight.
he did actually play it,
Really
yeah.
played
Four.
96. Wow, this is a bit scary.
And instead of check, which was also fine,
Mhm.
he plays knight e6 attacking this bishop, and now the bishop drops back.
He
and
did? Wow. So, I mean, I saw the computer wanted him to take on e5, but Magnus probably thought that
Yes.
this is too little winning chances, right?
And then queen e5.
yeah.
Yeah.
And, well, then probably Keymer is slightly better in a non-exciting position, right? So, well, tell his nervous coach, how bad is it? Not too good, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, he plays knight up. He's playing so quickly and confidently,
Yeah.
Keymer. And if queen c2, it's definitely a move he didn't want to play because he first developed his queen to d3.
But, I mean, here, a lot of things has happened, so maybe he will, I mean,
now he has to basically.
what is the alternatives, right?
Because queen d1 stops long castling. So
Yeah,
you don't
I
want-
mean, you want to play that even less, right?
Yeah.
So,
But actually, Peter, it's amazing to see that you are still so nervous when it's worse. Like, maybe as if, like, you've been working with Magnus for like more than a decade now.
yeah,
And
yeah.
still, it feels like this nerve still exists. Does it not
I mean-
go away at any point as a trainer?
No, I hope not. I mean, it's also, well, nervous to what extent? I mean, I was, I have been more nervous. I mean, let's say, you know, when he is 1 point down with Kayakin in New York, and Kayakin has a way to repeat moves in game 10, and then Magnus would not win. Of course, you are more nervous like that. But I mean, I think also it's sport. We are supposed to be nervous, but whatever the result is, I hope that we will have a nice dinner tonight, and life goes on, right? And we focus on the game tomorrow, if it's for third, if it's for bronze or for gold. But of course, you are nervous in a way. But I still think when you play chess, it is kind of an uncomparable nervousness to being a second. It's more stressful as a player. So. But yeah, of course there is nervousness. I would like him to do well. I mean, there's no doubt about
Yeah,
that.
that's for sure. That's for sure. And I want to ask you one question, and maybe this is an interesting one. I was asking all the players, how did they prepare for this event? And many of them said it's very difficult. We just don't understand how to prepare for freestyle chess. And my thought was that the role of a trainer is very important here, because they can actually make material or content
Yeah.
around the game which can improve their understanding of freestyle chess.
We are trying to, but the problem is also we are not experts. I mean, well, material about what, right?
Like
I mean,
Magnus mentioned in his interview, there are some charts which he looked at.
yeah,
and so on.
we have done a bit of that, but it's difficult to say how useful they are. I mean, you can, of course, you can do all kind of statistics and say that, well, you know, if
Bishop
if
h1, bishop
exactly, if the
e1.
bishop, and I mean, but it's also, well, if you do statistics, you say the bishop is on h1, and then, well, big surprise, sometimes you have to play g3 or g4, right? That is common sense, and even if you know that you should do it a little bit more often, a little bit less, I mean, we will think about such things. I mean, I even entered a correspondence chess tournament in 960 to experiment with it, but to be honest, I just do what my computer tells me, and so does my opponent. So I didn't learn anything from that. But I think also that is the beauty of it, that in classical or in normal chess, we know how to prepare openings. We have to rehearse this. Here, it feels like uncharted territory, right?
I would do something like 330, 472,
Yeah, yeah.
896, 995, 955. These are all great positions for white. And I would remember them in my head, like with the
Yeah.
evaluation. Does that make sense?
But what if they don't tell you the position number?
Oh, but here they tell.
No, here they do, but
But they are.
Like it's part of the rules.
The problem is that they are too few, right? I mean, the likelihood of getting a specific position, not in a tournament, but almost in a lifestyle, is too low in a way. So, I mean, of course, it could be interesting to actually study one position in detail, but I don't think that's practical. But you try. I mean, for instance, if we go back, I mean, oh, sorry. So here, right, the normal move was e4.
Yes.
I mean, this is a theme. It's not a theme we have discovered. You can see the computer suggesting, but also you can find games where this happens, where you develop the queen. And you saw Magnus doing it with the Abdusattorov, right?
Yes.
But here he thought, here it's, and for sure it is less powerful than against Abdusattorov. So
That Abdusattorov game where the bishop takes a2 happened,
Yes.
Magnus just understood that rook was not important and he played this g3 and took queen e4. Remember? Like, that was tremendous understanding there.
of course, and I mean, he has played. Well, that game he played perfectly. The next game he just made a draw. He was doing extremely well, but you can see also suddenly Keymer is putting a lot of pressure on him, and well, he managed to somehow escape yesterday, but then he blundered now, and now he has to suffer through this, right?
And what do you think if, like, let's say Keymer makes a move like knight a5, trying to go knight c4 and offers a draw? Is there any consideration? No, it's not that
No.
bad
Not
yet. Yeah.
even zero
No.
chance, no?
No,
No, I'm
But
just
also
like trying to understand how bad the position is. Like,
Yeah, but-
it's not that bad yet. Yeah.
I mean, no, he's gonna play till the last bullet, more or less. And I think also, I mean, well, I could rather see him resign than offer a draw. I mean, well, no, that strikes me as
No, just curious.
as weird
Yeah.
also. I hope it's not that bad, but your position looks generally quite sad. But of course, again,
But also-
when the pieces are put in such weird position, things can happen. Magnus has less time. It's clear that I would be much more optimistic if Magnus had to win with black than as a white here. But
Right.
well,
Right. For sure.
and well, Magnus is the best player in the world, but I think so at least. I mean, he's the highest rated, but you will see him get worse with the white pieces here after 12 moves. But also, it's not reasonable to say it's after 12 moves. So many things has happened, right?
True,
So
true.
it's
But another unbelievable thing that is going on is that Fabiano Caruana is down to 18 minutes
Whoa.
as compared to 1 hour 5 minutes
That's
for Sindarov.
Insane.
okay.
I think Fabi is feeling the pressure it feels right now.
And
Yeah.
he has the pair of bishops.
Yeah,
Okay.
but d5 I think runs into knight d5, which is definitely going to be like a big worry for him with a queen on
Yeah, this
a4.
must be resigned, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
So
Well,
Too sharp.
the rook also comes to the e-file, right?
Right.
So, and the problem for Caruana is that he cannot castle at the moment because the pawn on a7 is hanging, right? So he has, I mean, pair of bishops, some long times pluses, but
this queen a4 is a very nice move. Yeah, just
yeah, I noticed again. I my habit is also to look at the computer. It says he has to play b5.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
yeah.
B5 is a
This
move
bishop-
which it's a freestyle move. B5, not a normal.
Yeah, you don't like to do it, but well, what are the
B5?
alternatives?
By the way,
B5?
knight d5 doesn't work. Yeah,
Wow.
because rook e1, queen a6. Yeah, it
Queen
doesn't-
b7, yeah.
it doesn't work.
No, but also it's
Yeah, it doesn't work. So
well, this is not difficult for them to calculate. What
So
is-
he played B5 by
Oh,
the
wow.
way.
he played b5,
Oh, Fabi. Too good.
but
But the price he paid was 30 minutes of his time. Or, I mean,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
some white squares as well, right? So, yeah. I mean, computer says just queen a3. Okay. Wow. No, imagine if it's Keymer against Sindarov in the final. I mean,
Yeah, that's
Yeah, no,
insane.
I'm
That's
I'm
why-
rooting for the also to call Magnus and Caruana old guys is a bit insulting, right?
Well,
But-
you have to call them that because the youngsters are
Yeah.
so young.
yeah.
So
No, I mean, Aronian said he's the oldest player here, maybe by far. But I mean, I've known him since he was a kid, right? So
He
it's
played.
it's very strange.
And I think
played
after
Queen
a5,
A3.
knight c4 or something is possible. Like it's
Oh,
just,
it's not knight d4.
knight c4 is also possible, no?
Yeah, but
Maybe not. Yeah. Rook e1,
Okay,
knight
okay.
d6. It's not that good because
the king actually can just
be
go.
safe. Yeah.
Yeah. And now
And
something
knight
to
e6,
e6. But knight d5 seemed
Knight a5,
killing before, right?
queen a3, a5.
so A5, knight D5.
Yes, this just
Yeah.
went on the spot. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because of this.
Well, just
And the
you
queen
take you
down.
just take the
Yep,
queen,
yep.
right? So
So queen a3 threatens
Wow.
knight d5. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and if long castles.
Hmm.
Oh, he played it. By the way, knight a5 Vincent has played it.
Oh,
So,
knight
yeah.
A5. Harshit bhai, what's up with you?
no, that's also.
Amazing.
I mean, it
this-
is. I want to put.
But this is quite typical. Sometimes, while it's not computer moves, we can
Maybe-
predict them because they are human moves, right? I mean, and this is very logical. But what should Magnus do now? Well, he has to.
Long castle is completely out of question, right?
Well, apparently the computer says it's the second best move. So
But to give up the a2 pawn and knight
Yeah,
b3
he's not
mating
done.
idea.
no, he will have to play knight to
No,
d.
there's no way. Yeah,
Yeah.
like this happen. I mean,
It looks like you are losing. Apparently, you are not. But
it might be possible that this is the best practical try, but it's like
it's not-
knight
it's
d2
not.
I don't
now
know
is
if
like-
Magnus
it's
can
not.
sense
No,
that
no.
this is the moment to go.
But also, he's quite disciplined, I guess. That things are not going bad. Now I have to hang in there, and I will hope something can happen later, right? I mean, just to how bad is it? So let's say knight to d2,
long castles is
long
logical.
castles.
Long castles now.
Yeah.
Can you do? Because
You will have
bishop-
Now, if bishop A2, there is B3,
but
right?
b3, queen c3, it's still complex.
Yes.
Yeah, it's getting very complicated all of a sudden.
Bishop b4, but the computer says black is better. But this is not.
This is not. Yeah, you can trap your piece.
Yeah,
basically.
I mean.
Yeah, I mean, if black is not. Yeah, but
This I think would also scare Vincent to go
Exactly.
here.
That's what I was trying to formulate it. I mean, to see Vincent doing like this.
But instead of queen c3, I mean bishop c3 might be a if that works, that's just a simple
Mm-hmm.
reputation, yeah. And then queen a2, just bishop d4 and take the f2 knight.
Simple as this.
But there's rook c1 knight.
But there is
c6
knight
in the end.
c6, yeah. It's- this is just gone.
Wow, this is. I mean, this might be a big
Wow.
like Vincent after defeating Firouzja and to have this chance against like Magnus. Maybe actually Vincent is a better suited for this format. Yeah, like
Yeah, I think we were debating it at dinner. I mean, is it sort of positional players or tactical players? And maybe for positional players, it's easier to adjust. I mean, they are thinking in strategical terms, while tacticians are maybe looking for tactical things, right? I mean, it becomes a very, very basic sentence I'm saying, but I mean, we had this kind of actually a question I would like to ask you that interests me, but I have no idea. What kind of level do you think the players are playing at? I mean, we know their classical rating, but if you compare it to normal chess, I mean, I doubt that they are 2,800 players, but we assume that they are grandmasters, right? But
Yeah, for sure. I think 2,700.
I would.
No.
Yeah.
no, I think you are a nice, polite guy, right?
Really?
You think so? I
Like
mean-
Magnus's game with Nodirbek was very
Okay,
high.
that
quality.
was
but
one game, yeah.
that was what exactly that was. But it was. You're right. But it was also a bit one-sided in a way, right? But no, I don't know if I mean this accuracy things on chess.com is
No, it
for
just
entertainment
felt,
or
it just felt right, like the
Of
game,
course.
not
Yeah,
from
I
that
know, I know.
perspective. But yeah, here maybe this game, if we say, I guess Magnus has played at around, I don't know, 2,600 strength or maybe less.
I don't know. I mean, well, I was wondering if there is any kind of decently functioning tool, right? At least, I mean, as far as I understand, Kramnik has not accused anyone of cheating, right? So I mean, they're not playing that perfectly. Or maybe Kramnik. Sorry, he doesn't accuse people of that. That's
Actually,
not.
if someone in chat can develop it, yeah, some engine
No,
or
but
like some
first-
rating.
First, some
system.
rating system of freestyle is
But-
coming into force, right?
Okay.
Like,
But
so-
no, but I just think that I mean, well, I don't know if tool exists that can look at a game and just say that we estimate this kind of rating based on how many errors there is or something. Or I don't know, but there should be something existing. But I mean, again, I'm a chess player. I'm not a mathematician or computer programmer, right? So
By the way, knight d5, Vincent is not just he's trying to put pressure on the clock. I feel like he's playing quickly.
yeah, maybe he might also get nervous at some
Yeah.
point. No,
Yeah, it's true.
when the victory comes close, you can feel the
But he
nerves.
has a lot more time also.
Oh,
So-
Amruta is here.
okay, well,
Hi, Amruta.
Oh, yeah.
When did you
Oh,
arrive?
hi.
or maybe
10 minutes. I've been listening to you guys. It was very nice. So
Oh.
maybe he thinks he's winning. I mean, it's threatening knight e3. It's threatening a pawn
Ah.
on h2. I mean, well,
Knight d3 runs into knight e3. That's very sad.
yeah.
Sorry, when?
Knight,
I said knight d3, then
but
knight.
okay, yeah, it's not possible. It's too bad.
But Peter, if somebody prepares a lot for freestyle and then goes and plays a classical normal chess tournament, do you think that will also have an impact, or over there it wouldn't matter?
I guess is it wouldn't matter too much. I mean, you saw yesterday evening there was Title Tuesday, and it was still Magnus did quite well. So did Nakamura. It's not like you forget to play, right?
That
But-
was unbelievable. Yeah,
Yeah.
like he loses the game, goes back.
yeah,
He also came to dinner
yeah.
and then played the title Tuesday,
I
right?
think he played first, no?
Oh, he played
I think
first.
so. Yeah. I mean,
Oh, so he played first, then came to dinner.
I think so. Yeah. So
And also Indian cuisine, no? Nobody wants to miss that.
no, I didn't know. So that was, but it was actually very very nice.
I liked it.
Oh, sweet.
But all food here is nice, to be honest.
Yes.
But
So knight d5, how can Magnus come back?
well, your idea of knight g4 actually protects h2 and the e3 square. It just looks like
And I would love if he takes on h2. Please take my pawn. Yeah.
yeah. Then you feel like you get a little bit of time at least.
Yeah, I
right?
take on h2 and I just feel like I've got so much. Like
Yeah.
long castle is not possible, but maybe takes and long castle or something like this.
But can you not just play bishop f4 for knight g4? And now h5 is the threat.
Computer wants you to take on d5 and play knight f6. But I don't know if that's just
Oh.
trying to, equalize. But and then some.
E3.
Knight
Yeah.
c4 is bishop h2.
Yeah, now knight e4 is coming in. This looks actually
This looks fighting. at
fighting.
least.
Yeah.
Well, it looks also like you are pawned down in an. I mean, no, if this is the good news, then
But he has to start. He has to actually
Yeah.
pick up his pace.
At
yeah.
this point, I feel, I think, Peter, you are also thinking, where is the chance going to come from?
no, yeah, and it's not me who has to sit and think at the board, but well, the problem is this line you showed before. It looks a sad way to try and equalize, but Magnus needs to win this game. But
Yeah,
I mean,
knight
he-
G4.
At least knight
But
g4.
I think also, yeah, he understands that. Well, the best way to try and win this game is not to lose it quickly, right? I mean, you're
Just
trying.
hang in
Yeah,
there.
you're crawling in. You're hanging in there, and then also, well, you're playing a human being who. I mean, well, if Keymer is incapable, he doesn't get nervous from being close to knocking out Magnus. Well, impressive, but well, at least we have to hope for that, right? Us in that camp, but
I think this is a big moment because
Yeah.
he can give away the bishop on e5 and just long castle, or actually go bishop g7 and be ambitious. Say that I want to go something like h5 if I get the chance.
And
Obviously
then
not-
bishop
exactly.
h6 and
But you naturally would want to keep such a bishop, right? Why it's an open position. The feel is like that.
but you also need a draw to qualify to the finals. So
But you
the
don't play
position.
for a draw. You play for win.
Yes,
Then you will get a
Amruta,
draw.
that's the ideal way to think. But
But tell me,
But
Peter,
when
like because we remember Magnus generally in a must-win situation always strikes back, right?
always is a bit strong because he had. I mean, if he always strikes back, he would never have. He would have won all tournaments. But I mean, he generally has a good score of striking back for sure,
Yeah.
right? And especially you're wide, it's freestyle. It should be very good conditions for striking back. But well, he has been trying to unbalancing it, and so far, Keymer has just punished him for his things. But again, things are not over now. Magnus is picking up a bit on the clock, but not a lot, right?
Not
So,
yet. He's still
yeah.
quite far behind. And meanwhile, Gukesh has surprised everyone by going short castling here. At least I was not assuming he would do this.
Oh, he just covered the e3 knight and then short castling, right?
Nice.
Yeah. Mhm.
Knight d7,
G4 is
D4.
very surprising.
and now g4.
What?
And maybe
is
not very
the
because he wants to go
idea?
bishop G3 actually. Well, actually quite logical now.
Just
that-
going bishop g3, yeah.
Yeah.
But isn't it weakening with g4? I mean, the pawn over there or allowing h5 break at some point. So how dangerous is it?
But I think he has a very concrete idea, Amruta, with this pin being quite irritating.
What
So-
if bishop e3 for now and bishop g4?
Oh, you would love
Am
to
I
this
missing
to happen
something?
because then the dark squares become very weak.
It's probably too
Bishop
greedy.
f4.
Just some bishop f4 move and
I think the right move, I was going to say this, and Nakamura has just played to get the bishop.
that
on
feels
this
extremely human,
Right.
right? And I'm curious what Gukesh is gonna do because, for instance, the computer says bishop g3 is a move, but is he really gonna play like that?
This G4 move reminds of the World Championship match where Gukesh would just push his pawns G4, and again, it's so much his style,
Yeah.
but it's a bit positionally suspect.
But it's also, I mean, I remember when I was working for, I'm working for Magnus, but for his team for World Championship, we had Jordan van Forest. He's older than Gukesh, but still the younger generation, right? I could see that, this kind of very classical way of understanding chess that us who was brought up without computers who has to read books and study classical games, they think in a different way. And it's not like, any of us is particularly more right than the others. Well, I mean, Gukesh will be more right than me, but that's because he's a better chess player. But maybe for him, bishop g3 looks normal here. I don't know. For me, it looks strange, right? But maybe he just don't. I mean,
He just plays
well, also,
it.
can you?
I would say Arjun might do it much more easily
Yeah.
than Gukesh.
But what is the problem? So yeah, you get double pawns, but does it really matter? We have opposite, kings. Your king can hide on h2. You say your rook goes to f4. It's just something in us that it feels ugly. But maybe it's us.
It's about unlearning again.
Exactly.
What
yeah.
here.
And well, maybe Gukesh is in luck. He doesn't have to unlearn it because
He learned it
yeah,
differently.
No. I mean,
Do you still think Pete? Oh,
he played. You
Oh,
said,
wow.
So quickly.
yeah.
wow.
No, I mean, it's not like it's winning, but it's
it's just a nice
yeah.
moment
yeah.
to.
I mean, I have been seeing double pawns. I'm seeing a weak square on g5, but I can also understand it doesn't matter. But it just hurts my. I can almost feel the pain physically in a way, right?
Right.
And yeah.
Whether
no.
Fabi is much worse. What happened there with 10
He
minutes into
blundered, it
position
seems.
also
People are
bad.
saying Fabi blunder.
But
Oh, this happened.
his king is on d8. What has happened?
Queen A3.
So
king.
Queen A3. He didn't go long castle. He played King D8,
Wow.
which wasn't the
even
best.
not that bad. Okay.
Knight E4, and now A5 becomes the critical error.
Knight D6.
It's knight d6. He's planning on b4, but then knight e8 hits the queen. Is it really that he's missed?
No,
Or-
but
no, he must have thought about.
if rook E6, maybe he missed knight B5. That could be possible.
Oh, and the rook on a8 is
A8
saying,
is
yeah, everything looks protected. I thought, what is your point? But of course, wow.
But B4, Knight E8, BA, Knight
just an
C7.
exchange, yeah.
This is no.
There is no compensation here.
No, it's just, this is, it is an ending, right? I mean, there's no queens, so.
Wow. So basically,
Fabi will not
Oh,
miss
maybe
something
knight-
like this, no? This
what
is
about
not tough for
Rook
him.
E5 defending this?
Yeah, but
Some crazy tactics happening.
apparently knight d5 is winning. I don't know to what extent, but.
Oh, wow.
This he could miss.
Because Queen
for
F8
sure.
mate in the end. Incredible.
No, so Rook D5 impossible because of mate,
Well, that. Yeah.
and Bishop D5, Rook E5.
Yeah, that
No,
line
sorry.
is very nice. You
What
can
about-
show it.
Bishop D5, Rook E5 wins.
Bishop,
But
just explain us why it wins.
Yes.
Bishop d5, rook e5,
bishop
bishop
e5,
e5.
and now this clear knight b5.
Knight takes
queen
b5,
f8.
yeah.
Wow.
Oops.
this
Exact-
he might have missed, maybe.
Yeah.
And then this is hanging.
And it's mate. And the knight on b5 protects the c7 square, so the king cannot
Yeah,
run.
no, it's
Wow. So Javokhir very close to victory here against Fabi.
And Vincent,
And oh, he doesn't play it. He plays
What?
knight g4.
wow, and
Misses
he's
it.
worse.
with 1 hour on the clock.
Wow.
Which means the calculation wasn't difficult. Like Peter, practically, you think it was very difficult?
No.
I mean, knight
What a
d6, rook e5,
movement.
knight d5 is, I guess, easy to miss.
But
It's very easy to miss.
This is gonna be painful for. Yeah, but is it the only move? Maybe
There was also d4.
d4, but then b4. But also, I mean, one thing is not playing it, but not playing it after 1 minute.
Yeah. With one, I mean, it's such.
No, he's actually putting pressure on the clock.
Yeah,
He feels
time,
like time is
exactly.
going to be something crucial. But okay, now Fabi would be happy, yeah, with b4
I mean,
stuff.
if black gets his rook on b8 and attack, I mean, he has 2 bishops.
I don't know if it's something to do with trusting your opponent in a way, right? I
Right.
mean that, but also, I mean,
But that was such a nice line, rook e5, knight d5. It was so
yeah,
pretty.
yeah. Again, there will be some nerves, and I mean, he's not extremely young, but he's still quite young, and so it would not be unreasonable. I mean, we don't have his heart rate here, but I guess it would be not that low, right?
I mean, Fabi's would be very high because
Yeah,
in
yeah.
general his heart
Wow.
rate goes
I-
really high.
It's still gonna be, yeah. So
Oh, and he played bishop
he
g7.
played bishop g7,
Wow,
and Magnus did long
long
castle.
castling.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
So the pace is picking up, but black doesn't have a. Yeah, doesn't really have a clear problem right now.
By the way, Harshit bhai, and to all our viewers who are new to chess, I mean, Harshit would know, Peter here has been part of 8 World Championship victories, and it has been incredible overall. The amount of work that he has done right from 2007 to 2021. And Peter, how?
From 2005, like I was with
2000.
Vichy in St.
Oh.
Louis when he didn't win. So,
Right,
I
but
mean,
so the first win came in 2007.
yes.
And from there to 2021,
Yes.
just I think with the exception of 2013 match,
Yeah.
everything else incredible. What you have done and I think I had asked you once, maybe just for our viewers, that if there was one quality that is required to be at this level of training, and you had mentioned that it is to understand the player deeply. Do you think that
I don't know deeply, but I think at least you cannot do it like in football. I mean, you see that Pep Guardiola, he has a philosophy, and he gets players who fits that philosophy. It's not how it works. I mean, maybe it is for some. Yeah, he gets the players to fit his philosophy.
so
I
it
mean,
changes the team?
yes, I had the pleasure
You
of working.
change your philosophy as the
I mean,
based on player.
Yeah, well, I think you realize that I mean, you should understand, I'm a young player without coaching experience who gets to work for Vichy, who had several coaches, who has been, world champion once and such. I mean, you learn from him and you start to adapt to that. But I think the same goes when you work for Magnus. I mean, the strong force is I'm trying to help them do what they would like to do. And I guess it's like that in most individual sports, right? I cannot imagine that Federer sort of asked his coach, how should I do these things, right? It must be the other way around. That Federer says that, okay, I mean, I'm dominating him like this, but I feel I have some slight problems here, or maybe can you be so kind to look through 200 tennis matches of this guy and give me a summary? I think the mental brain is still the player, but of course we have to help with a lot of stuff. But of course, over so many years with both, you get an idea of what they like and such. And I think of one of the things I could be useful within the team was that, I mean, both with Max but also with Mishi, that I perhaps feel the what they want a little bit better than some of the others, simply because I've spent more time with them and I've spoken more with them. So that helps. But
Would you
I-
say you have a very high EQ,
I think,
emotional quotient?
yeah, I think I really hope Vish's wife Aruna watches this, because I think we joked about that at some point, that my EQ was not necessarily that high, and I think she was spot on, and you know that how kind she is, so she said it in a loving way, but no, I wouldn't say so, and but I mean, well, with Vichy, I really just love to analyze and learn from him. With Magnus, of course, I could use the experiences I had from there, right? But I think, well, you saw also Magnus was working with Kasparov, and he, of course, learned much more from Kasparov than from me. But he's a very dominant character, right? There, you have to do what you are told, and I think for a chess coach, well, when you're working with a genius, you have to go on their premises, not the other way around, right? So that's also sometimes people ask me to do normal coaching. I tell them, well, I have absolutely no idea how to do
It's
that.
totally different,
Yeah,
right?
of course. I mean, it's not like I had to tell Vichy how to play the Roy Lopez, right? I mean, on the contrary, I was trying to, understand how well he was playing it, and to be helpful in some kind of way, right? So.
And do you think, like, for example, right now, for example, let's say Gukesh has Gaevsky, and all of them have a different way of. Do you think all these who are at this level, like yourself, maybe Gaevsky,
But-
there are not many, maybe Chuchelov, and all have a different way of.
Well, of course, we are very influenced. I can also see that. I mean, it's very difficult to change our routines. I mean, well, of course, preparation changes, so does engines, and so should strategy. But when you have been part of Vichy's team, you will remember how we did things, and it turned out well. And you will always be romantic about that, and you will tend to. I mean, there is this saying that you should not try and win the new war like you won the old war.
Wow.
But I mean, it doesn't come from chess, but come from
Maybe
wars.
Art of War, Sun Tzu.
Yes, but the point is that the reason this saying is that it's so ingrained in you that you cannot prevent yourself from doing it in a certain way, right? So
But you try to consciously avoid this, right?
you try, but I think the point is you cannot really succeed, because it's still, I mean, it's so inbuilt in you, and you have this proudness. I remember the first time Vichy had to play Magnus in the first match, right? Not Magnus, Kramnik, of course. And I was watching Kramnik's DVDs, and you can see how he was explaining about his matches. And of course, you can see Kramnik is rightfully proud on how he beats Kasparov. But you can also see that some of these things you have succeeded with, they stays with you in a certain way. And I think it's just extremely difficult to change them. But then, of course, in Magnus teams, I was the only one from Vichy's team, right? So the others will have others' ideas, and it's not like just because I feel something, that's gonna be the way. So that will add some kind of change. But it's just generally extremely difficult to change your things, I think.
Is it true that what leads to your success at some point leads to your downfall?
I would guess so. I mean, you saw also, I mean, with Vichy, preparation-wise, we peaked in 2008. It was really brilliant against Kramnik, and not that we will win all opening battles, but when we won them big.
Crazy wins.
Then with Topalov, it was more uneven, and with Gelfand, I mean, nothing really
Their
worked for us.
opening didn't work.
No, it worked in the last week, and I thought we did a lot of great work there, and we peaked at the right moment. But in general, I mean, we had a 3 months training camp that was, it was nice for tournaments afterwards, for just not for Vichy, but for everybody in the team. But it had no relevance for the match, and that is perhaps, and you can see now, even the last matches here. I mean, Gaevsky and Gukesh, I mean, they are playing all kind of weird ideas and such that would feel incredibly risky for Vichy, even for Max. But it feels standard now, so they are obviously renewing themselves, and I think that would be difficult for me, but almost I'm not in that situation. So should I suddenly be involved in a Magnus match, at least we will have to think about it and maybe bring in some new people who could help us renew ourselves, right? But I think it's
that's a great idea. Bringing new people brings in new perspective. Suddenly, you don't have to try consciously. It just
that we didn't. I mean, with Vichy's team, we kept the same players. Perhaps, well, I think just we were a very good group. But of course, the problem is that we all have the same experiences. We all have the same notes. In the beginning, the first time you bring together people, everybody has new ideas because, they looked at this, someone else looked like that. They had training camps with others. In the end, we suddenly only have ourselves as reference points, and we become like a pocket.
But then you can add new people at the right time.
We
Something
did,
like that.
but the core would still stay the same. While with Magnus, you could see he actually maybe kept the core, but he also started to change people. And it is unpleasant to change people because, but it's not like they're being sacked. It's just that you want to keep a sort of a new group in a way, and that's probably a way to do it. But of course, it's easier for you to say if it's not you who's getting replaced, right? But I mean, no, I think we could feel it within Vichy, but it's also difficult. I mean, when you keep, I mean, there's this saying, "Never change a winning team," and it's not necessarily right, but it's a very difficult thing to do.
Ideal thing would be that if all the people keep evolving.
Yeah, but
that would be the ideal scenario. But it's so difficult.
It is difficult because also, I mean, you are happy with how you did it, how you won, and you like to tell stories about, okay, we stayed up all night, we did this and this that. But it also affects you in a way. So you think, I mean, it's difficult to say we won, but we still messed up in a lot of ways. This is not how you do things, and well, I don't know, but
amazing. These are great insights. And by the way, here Gukesh is around even here. We go to Magnus's game and check what is going on there, because very important for him to win today. And there has been some movement when Magnus Longcastle, the knight went back, and he played a very important move, taking away squares from both black knights, blunting this bishop, but giving away this pawn.
That's also, I can see the computer doesn't want to take it, but to me it looks like this pawn is hanging, right?
So how does it work? If I take queen c3,
is he gonna go
wow,
knight to e4, right? Yeah,
this is brilliant. Knight e4, queen c2, king c2, and Magnus is suddenly better.
Yeah, d6 square is weak. These knights, who has been very strong, are suddenly, I mean, yeah.
Wow.
No, I mean, things are improving for Magnus. We're not in the sense of things are going great, but that would be asking too much, right? But did he play bishop c3?
No. I was just analyzing if queen
King
c3.
B1, no, here or no? Still
Yeah,
nine.
yeah, king b1, Amruta. How did you find this?
Wow.
No, C5, no. But
Rook c1, you
no.
want to attack.
Yeah.
Got it. Wow.
The computer says that Keymer should just ignore that this pawn is hanging.
But this is a very good move by Magnus, b3.
Yeah, of course. Well, also, why would he? I mean, if he anticipated b3, he wouldn't play knight b6, right? Yeah.
You mean here? Correct. So this move
yeah,
b3.
it was a shocker.
No,
actually. You don't consider
knight,
such a move.
Knight b6 is the best move according to the computer.
But still, I mean, b3 might come as a surprise to Vincent, because this is really this king b1 is easy to miss, because if you go.
So if I find it, then how is it easy to miss? But then
Sometimes, Amruta, you do think very well. Okay, this position also is.
You have been married for a long time since you're allowed to talk like this, right?
No, I was quite appreciative of Amruta.
sometimes
I'm saying much worse things, but in private. I thought that you do it on stream. That impressed me. But okay. Anyway, I shouldn't. No, the computer just says that Keymer should, just long castle and ignore it in a way, and then, yeah. Oh, it's interesting.
And I think now maybe Vincent might go for a long think here at this point. Might start to think a lot. Quick.
what should he play? But
you mean?
it's a difficult move to find.
Bishop e6 hits the knight. I don't know if you want to do that or not. It feels like a little bit that, well, then we... Oh, there is still knight to e4 in this position. Wow. Okay.
Just going here. That seems
Or knight d6.
Okay, so bishop e6 is not a trivial move at all, no.
Because bishop g4, knight d6.
Yeah.
If we continue this line, king d8. Now there is some incredible stuff. Not this, but some...
But it already feels incredibly dangerous, right? So bishop e6, actually, he is most likely not going to play. He's probably just going to play, was it long castle, the computer was saying?
Yeah.
That somehow feels like the safe way
Because
to do
then
it.
you are planning to push, like if you go knight e4 here.
No, can you go
Oh, is it-
d5
Oh, this
earlier,
There's a
stopping
check.
knight e4?
It's a good question as well. Why is d5 not the top move of the computer?
Oh, he long castled.
He long castle.
Wow,
okay.
he played it quite quickly, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Vincent didn't really get tempted by taking the pawn on c3. He has long castled, and now next idea is d5.
What was wrong with d5 immediately? Or maybe it's just not necessary. Right.
Yeah, it was also
It's
a good
also
move.
quite reasonable, yeah. I mean,
Harshit bhai,
Yeah.
some
Did he play D5 or-
unbelievable, very cool chess going on. b3 was a great move by
So
Magnus.
Queen c3, I was trying
Knight
to figure
e4.
out.
94 is good.
Directly.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it also took us a while to grasp. And if bishop c3, there is king b1. So I was suggested.
Wow.
I'm not-
Oh, this looks.
yeah, yeah.
And so Vincent, we thought will take time, but he was so quick. He had 37 minutes and he castled in 3 minutes.
Wow, that's a very good.
Maybe
practical
Vincent
decision.
is in peak shape right now. Just taking
What
all
is-
the right decisions.
So computer says e4 or king b1.
King b1, I like.
King b1 feels like the more human move, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
But then we faced the d5 idea, no, which you mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
but
true.
He
True.
played a
Magnus played e4, so
Wow.
Stopping d5.
wow.
Nice.
And
By the way, was it a very stupid move to go c4 or
Yes, yes.
it looks really bad.
okay, there's fighting back over. Yeah. Honesty is a good thing, yeah.
Maybe the d4 square is
Yeah.
weak and
And knight
terribly.
c6, okay, it starts jumping, yeah. Oh, Magnus plays e4. He wants to put the pawn on e5 and then get access to the d6 and f6 square. But, I mean,
Also stopping d5, I believe, like maybe.
but why is queen takes c3? I mean, does Magnus really have...
Now knight e4 is gone.
Yeah, which
So-
kind of...
Takes. I guess rook e3 is like very forcing. But because if you take on d2, I guess rook d2 and I'm at least kind of happy.
Very much.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you go bishop g7, I guess.
And then you go e5 and...
Something like this should be the idea. And knight f6.
yeah, and...
Bishop f6,
I
rook
mean-
c3 check is actually a cool. So if h5, then knight f6, bishop f6, rook c3 check is very good.
Oh, nice.
For white.
You are forcing Keymer to play well, right? At least, I mean, you're putting some pressure. That's, I mean, well, we would rather give mate, but it's not possible. I mean, here, no, I like what Magnus is doing. It's, I'm more optimistic than I was some moves back.
Yes, I can
But I
feel
mean,
it.
but yeah,
I can also feel it from your body language.
I'm not crying. At least. Okay. Yeah.
But queen, I don't know if the endgame will give winning chances. Yeah, I mean, it is an endgame and
No,
you're a pawn down.
but yeah, and that's also queen c3. You say e5. Let's swap the queens, right? Or has to take first? He has to take first.
Take, and I think Harshit gave this nice line.
Maybe-
Rook e3.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this makes
Bishop d2 is probably helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is very good
yeah.
for
Yeah.
white.
Actually, I think this must be the idea. Actually.
Mhm. Magnus is putting some pressure. He's making some kind of positive moves. That was not the case before, right? So,
right.
I mean, his plan has worked out. I'm not at
There
all
is something
saying.
to look forward
I'm
to.
not saying that he is the favorite or that we are happy with the situation, but
Progress.
I mean-
With bishop c3 already. I think rook e3 or something like bishop c3, e5 directly also maybe.
mhm. I mean, the other alternative, someone else might have gambled on some kind of stupid bluff, and the game would have been over. I mean, now he's still here, and
Right.
you try.
Like that day when Gukesh had a must win with Fabi,
Mhm.
he just played very quickly and in 18 moves he had to resign.
And sometimes it works, but I mean,
But this
then-
one will go on.
at least, well, again, if Keymer is superhuman, I'm not nervous,
Okay, sure.
impressed, but I would be nervous in his shoes, right?
But Peter, when in must-win situation, a lot of your decision making is very different, right? Like than a normal game. How would you
I
put
guess
that?
so, but it's also it's not so easy in a way, right? I mean, at some point you start playing chess and you think about that. But of course, I mean, well, I think we spoke about it a bit earlier. Maybe you're not there, but Magnus was avoiding some lines that perhaps was the best for the computer, but they were just very sad, right?
Right.
I mean, you need to have some kind of hope, but
Yeah,
it's,
look at this. Fabi's taking
whoa.
over.
yeah, extremely
With 8 minutes, yeah.
yeah.
B4 he found.
And bishop e6 was a super
I
nice.
thought rook b8 he would play, but he played bishop e6.
That's not very human, but well.
Fabi is just insanely good, but he actually slipped at one point, yeah?
h5.
Okay, the computer says h5, knight g8.
If that happens,
Yeah, that is again. No, just I mean,
Oh, c5 is a check. I
Rook
don't know why
E8,
it
then
took
what
me
happens?
a second to figure out it's
I
a
don't
check.
maybe the other knight comes to f6, but no, then I have no idea. This is insane, yeah.
Because you can't.
You
play
have to take on
Keymer
b5
because
with
this
check
is
and go b4. Okay.
Only way.
Okay.
And white has to give. Okay, this is great. This is a bit.
Now
Now
you
this
give
is hanging and also this is hanging. So if you save
But
your queen,
g4 is, I mean, actually a lot of stuff hanging.
and with Fabi having just 7 minutes, this is not going to be easy at all.
No.
Whoa, Javokhir Sindarov is actually h5 found.
Oh my
Man.
god. No, but Sindarov was actually had a chance to win the game immediately. I do
Yes,
think that
yes,
It was
Like-
it was a big one, yeah.
but he
Yeah.
would not know it.
yes, but with 1 hour on the clock in
Yeah.
this crazy position, maybe you could afford to spend 5-6 minutes to see if you have some
That
chance.
felt weird because again we see the computer; it's so easy, but it really felt like what do we call a critical point, right?
Uh-huh.
Where you had but of course also, I mean, he must be nervous as well, right?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just nervous money-wise, but it must also be prestige-wise, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
No, right now, in Uzbekistan, when someone wins such events, I think it's a huge national
yeah,
thing.
yeah, and
It's so I think they are all heroes in their country.
no, when I was watching it at chess.com and I clicked on which kind of broadcast they had English and Uzbek, right? I thought, okay, that actually
Wow.
sort of,
Yes.
yeah. No, I'm grown up with that. India had Vichy and Uzbekistan had Kasimjanov, but
Right.
makes me sound old now. Yeah,
But it's like I think Kazim Janov has played a huge role, just like Vichy has played in India.
mm-hmm.
I think Kazim Janov would be the reason why chess in Uzbekistan is big.
Part of it for sure. Yes, of course. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, going first must be very difficult. Okay, now it's like if you take on g4, there is queen takes e7, but apparently it's not very good. Damn it, chess. Sorry, I cannot talk language.
It's crazy. What is happening?
No big deal.
Take on d7, rook is hanging. But just rook b8.
It's just you give a rook. Oh, so also you give a check. It's not check, but this is a serious winning chances,
Yeah.
right?
But Fabi is just insanely good at these kind of complicated positions.
Yeah, it's also like.
So
By the way, Sagar, Gukesh has made a mistake or what? And also we had a super chat by Akash there who asked, what's your thoughts on Hikaru? Have you read that one?
yeah, we
Hikaru's
actually
latest-
discussed this
Okay.
before. So Akash,
also-
if you can rewind it.
Magnus is a huge fan of freestyle, so when I praise it, people think I'm advertising his events, which there might be some truth in. But what do you guys find? You find this is too abstract, or it's very interesting?
No, I mean, for me, I would, to be very honest, even go so far to saying that I prefer it more than classical because I just feel like in classical chess has been studied so much that, for example, for a person like me to beat a 2700 player is borderline, very, very tough. And whereas in this format, I think I have a very good chance at
Really?
beating. I think maybe I'm wrong.
interesting.
Look,
You have a better chance. at
Yeah.
least. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Very
you
interesting.
might also lose a bit more often, but that was the
Yeah.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, but there would be a chaos and I would have a very good chance at winning. Whereas in classical, the games are a lot more controlled.
But I think what matters a bit is do the players and do the commentators feel that it's an important event? How is the perception is in India?
Oh,
Is it
it's
important,
huge.
or is the
I mean,
Gukesh having fun here?
we have viewership that is very high. I think it's even higher than Vaikanze.
Okay,
We
no,
have 8,000 people watching right now.
And I mean, in that sense, of course, people enjoyed Vaikanze a lot. But here, I think the main reason is because Magnus is not
Well,
playing much. So
no, no.
people want to see him
yeah,
in
I mean,
action.
if you want to see the Magnus Gukesh clash, you have to come where it happens.
Or Norway chess, which will
Yeah,
happen
I know,
later in this
of
year.
course.
But apart from that,
Yeah, yeah.
so I think that is one huge attraction for people to watch Magnus.
Mm-hmm.
But my take is that this year I am enjoying it more than last year. Freestyle chess.
It starts growing on you,
It
right?
starts,
Yeah.
it's growing, and I can understand a bit more this year. Also, thanks to Harshit Bhai being here, Amruta, and all of us doing this together. Last year I wasn't live doing live commentary, so I think it's getting exciting. The question is, like, how will this evolve when more events start happening? How will this position be known? And then suddenly, one thing which I have seen, which maybe needs to be worked upon, is that when opening happens, everyone can see each other's moves. And this for me is a bit worrying, actually. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can also argue, isn't it weird that they can discuss with each other? We think it's, I mean, it seems to be a nice feature, but
Yeah,
of course, it's a little bit atypical, right? I mean,
That's maybe true, but they are like,
Discussing is fine because it's completely new position. But then when during the game,
Yeah.
we first half an hour we were discussing. Sagar was mentioning that if it is a rule that nobody sees any other game or something like that.
well,
But
what are you
that's
gonna?
very hard to
What are you gonna?
apply.
If you have to stop it, you have to
yeah, they can't move.
physically
and
plug
some-
it up, or you have to, I mean, lock them inside for an hour. Or I don't know.
It's tough. I agree.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
al-
I'll
No,
try.
but I think one of the thing for me is a concern is like when there is a knockout format, the positions are different when you play with white and when you play with black. So something like we were discussing where Basque kind of a thing where you play with or you play back to back like rapid. So
I
I'm
understand,
not
but
sure about
it
that.
also, I would be afraid it kills more than it gains. I understand the principle, and there is truth in that, but I think at some point they were trying that, and I thought that almost was less exciting. And well, I think this position today was more equal than the one yesterday, but they are still clearer in the drawing sense, and perhaps it's just part of the charm, or well, it's sort of a fact. I understand the problems you mentioned, but it could be also that the cure will be stronger than the disease, right? In a way. I mean, the problem is if you play back-to-back games, you have to shorten the time control. But we really like that it's they get extra time because you can see they badly need it, right? They are thinking very hard. They have 1.5 hours, and they obviously still makes a lot of mistakes, right? So the problem is that we used to play this as a rapid, but then the quality would drop too much in a way, right? So I mean,
That's
I
true.
still
Yeah, it's a difficult.
I mean, we are still in the
decision.
experimental phase. That's also why I ask you, what do you think, right? Because I will have a chess player and coach perspective on it, but you will have a professional
Yeah.
broadcaster
Maybe we can
perspective
also
on it.
ask our viewers who are here, how do you feel, guys, about this? What is your feeling about freestyle chess? Because I think for the viewers also, if it's exciting,
Yeah,
it can grow much more.
of course. I mean, well, you need players to take it exciting, but of course you also need spectators to find it exciting. If spectators thinks this is
Yeah.
just fun, but we don't really care who wins, or if they think this is incredibly important, then of course it grows. I mean, well, you remember when Vichy was completely dominating rapid, but people would say, but okay, it's impressive, but it's still only rapid. This has completely changed nowadays, right? I mean, rapid is seen as I mean, for some more important, for some less
Takes
important.
time for
Yes,
something to
exactly. I mean, rapid changed from being somewhat disrespected and for specialists, while now, well, I mean, of course, the classical world champion title is a little bit heavier, but we still really count the other ones, right? And well, it's going to take a while, but well, it's also nice that this year it's just not one tournament; it's actually a series, right? So
grow. By the way, a lot of people have given their answers from words like exciting, boring, love it,
but that's good. I mean,
everything,
yeah, yeah.
all emotions
Yeah.
in the chat. So that's
Yeah,
it.
it's very refreshing and unpredictability makes it more exciting. I think that one. I agree with.
But things
But
can.
also one more thing. Sorry.
No, no. I mean, it can be so complicated that it's too difficult to follow in a way, and that's also a problem. But well, then we have commentators who have, okay, Sindarov is in trouble, or oh no,
Yeah.
you're going through the game. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what happened.
Oh, that's what
This
happened.
is the live board. Harshit
Wow.
bhai.
Yeah.
Harshit bhai, would you like to
No,
say?
no, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Bhai, Harshit bhai is full peak fitness.
Athletic.
Yeah.
He said that I'm athletic. So, but Sagar, I think Gukesh has made a mistake or not yet. I just want to
We
check.
saw that
for a
he was
moment.
slightly worse. He's a pawn down,
Okay.
but here it seems like Fabi is going to take this. Yeah.
Again, the clock says 3 minutes of 34 seconds for how many moves?
For no, not second time control.
Ah, that's a good point. I'm so old. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's true. No, it just feels magnetic, but they get 30 seconds, right? Wow. Okay, so you see my point, right? That he was winning, but
It
now
wasn't so simple to win this. Bishop f5 was the right move.
And you should pin your own knight on e6. That's very, I mean, counterintuitive.
So take.
And you play knight e6 and everything is safe.
it
But
even feels like it runs into knight d4 or something with the
Yeah.
but yeah, then you go rook c8 and that's mate on c2. It's not difficult when you see it, but oh, there is it. No, knight b5. There's still queen c2, queen c1 mate.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Actually, in Magnus's game, there is some interesting things happening. Yeah, because he played queen c3. Magnus is thinking, and I'm very curious how he's going to proceed from here because after the queens get exchanged, you obviously want to have something very forcing. Because I would be very surprised if he's actually playing for something positive. I feel like there needs to be some concrete idea that Magnus is trying to find.
Take e5 is somewhat concrete,
Yeah,
right?
because
I
now
mean,
you're threatening knight f6.
Yeah.
I
I don't know. Threatening is maybe a strong word.
because
but-
rook e5, yes.
yeah. You can actually still play h5, but what happens after h5, knight f6, rook e5? Is everything coming off the board, or do Magnus has some? No, he's better here. Okay, then.
The other knight to e4. Wow, that's a cool move.
I think this is the square.
Wow, the other knight, and then
This is the
And
square
with
which
bishop
is
d4,
giving.
there's knight f3, I guess, which is just crushing. Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
Can you go knight d5 over here instead?
By the way, he's Magnus about to make his move.
After
He
e5?
he exchanged queens, but
Oh,
he
he
have
took.
changed.
He took. And now e5
okay, I was
is a
I was
given.
about again to say he has 13 minutes for 21 moves.
Lot of mixed reviews about freestyle and classical. I mean, people, I think
Yeah.
they would like both. They would love both, but few people don't find this interesting, but many people are finding this. I think also at ground level, it has to start.
Oh,
Yeah,
if I
he
played,
goes
wow,
E5, by
this
the
is gonna
way.
get super interesting. Now I feel like some chances, yeah.
Oh, the computer says knight c6, knight e4. Wow.
Take the rook.
Just wow.
Okay.
Okay,
Check
this
no.
is
Acha, then.
some serious chance, yeah. Unless d5 exists.
I mean, there could be some move that exchange. Oh, yeah. But the game goes on. Right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, we're not.
We have a question for you. What was it? Can you go?
This one?
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
so-
one, this.
Aryan
Mr. Nielsen.
Ramal says, Mr. Nielsen, thank you for the insights. What do you think about blindfold rapid tournaments like Monaco one? Would be exciting to watch.
It's almost gone away, no? Blindfold.
I have actually played. I mean, I've played it once. I was
Oh.
last, but it was a great experience. The most embarrassing thing was I was playing Aronian, and I was very much trying to play d4, and it didn't work. And I was about to say the software is not working. Aronian said, "Oh, you're playing black." But I mean, that was very exciting, and
But just for context for the viewers, blindfold meant they would have a computer screen with an empty board where they had to just press the square from which a piece would move to the square where it would move to.
yes, and we would only see the last move of the opponent on the screen.
The
So
piece would move
yes.
like that.
So at some point I realized, okay, Aronian had actually played b3, so it was But I thought it was great, and it's an interesting challenge, right? And it's a little bit like here that it takes a rich sponsor to say, I think this is cool. I don't really care what others think. We're gonna try it, and you can see the players started to enjoy it in a way. But then I think later there was this Mind Sports Olympiad
in China.
in China. I mean, my wife did. I was married to Victoria Chmelite, and she did quite well in blindfold, and that she quite liked. So I mean, it was interesting, but well, blindfold still becomes a little bit of exhibition, right? Here, well, we are changing the actual game in a way. But I mean, generally, blindfold is a great way of showing off what we players are capable of. I think it's almost like a trick where people say, "Wow." And while for strong chess players, it feels it's actually not complicated at all. It's the problem in my problem in blindfold in Monaco was not so much playing blindfold. It was playing blindfold against players who were better than me. That was difficult because, I was getting outplayed at the board. It was not so much visualizing the position. It was more that, I mean, what do I do against these guys, right? And that was difficult.
By the way, talking about being outplayed,
Yeah.
Gukesh has been outplayed by Hikaru here.
I mean,
But do you remember Peter actually mentioned that the square on G5 feels very weak?
yeah,
Came there
yeah.
on G5. And the other night
at
was-
that point, I think I also said it's obviously not relevant here. But yeah.
But what
Wow.
happened? Is he just lost? or-
This looks really bad because firstly Gukesh is a pawn down, and
Oh.
secondly now black pieces are finding good homes.
This is the problem, of course, with Gukesh style is that he goes forward with so much risk and so much power. And when it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. I mean, that's also, you could see that when he lost in the World Championships, he lost in a bad way. But I guess his argument will be, I did lose in a bad way, but it was still only 1 point, right? So, I mean, it is by default. When Gukesh loses, he loses pretty badly in a way. But
And he has massive confidence, right? He's not agreeing to draws or equality with anyone.
I mean, he's extremely exciting to follow. That goes for many from the younger generation, right? It's very
Why is it
entertaining.
losing?
But also it is a refreshing attitude, no?
Because
Because
the computer
it-
says so.
No, Queen C2.
Because all the time you don't want to go for a draw, and as a youngster playing fresh positions,
yeah.
taking risks, it's a very good to see how it can pan out.
No, I remember it from maybe the first time in Vike that Magnus had to face Gukesh and Prague. I mean, I think we started to realize, these guys want to play chess as well. I mean, often for Magnus, it's difficult to get an interesting game. It's not difficult to get an interesting game. I mean, then you will win or you will lose. But, I mean, I don't know if they're not afraid or if they just decide to ignore that they are afraid, right? I mean, it could be a bit of both.
I think they just don't feel the nerves.
That could be as well, and that's extremely cool. And that's maybe also, I mean, the older generation really likes freestyle because for them chess became a little bit too boring with all the openings. While for some of the young players, they seem to be able to play interesting chess.
Yeah, because
anyhow.
also there used to be so many draws in a round
Exactly.
robin tournament, and
Yes,
that was
yes.
very boring for spectators in that sense.
Yeah.
So this is also refreshing.
No, I mean, for instance, Magnus's World Championship matches could very often be they would play some long theoretical line, and we thought, okay, this is just a waste of everybody's time, right? I mean, I think game 3 and 4 against Nepomniachtchi was maybe 18 moves of preparation, then 1-2 moves where they have to think a bit by themselves, and then it's basically a draw, right? And then freestyle chess sounds relevant. But of course...
But you know, Magnus made a very interesting statement, by the way, going back to his game. He had mentioned that if Firouzja wins the candidates, he was ready to play the World Championship at that point. Because he, I guess, felt that...
I think he said that he would reconsider. I don't think he said he would play, right?
But maybe it would have been that freshness where, you know, with these youngsters, just play.
Yeah. I mean...
But at that point of time, I think it was meant for that.
Well, who knows now with all the youngsters coming back, we all hope someday Magnus can make a comeback to normal, but of course.
Well, you hope, maybe, yeah.
I hope this. I always love to see Magnus fighting with the youngsters. It's a joy to watch that.
They play very interesting games, right?
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, and...
Right now,
Yeah, my
after
question over here is
E5,
knight d5. Is it a consideration or it's like a really bad move?
but take knight f6.
take
Yeah.
knight f6. Okay, so
Oh,
just
hmm.
a simple fork, actually. Yeah.
Right.
Is there any way where?
You can simplify. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Can he do something sensible? I mean, I understand computer says some move is slightly better for white, but is for black. But let's
I
say
think knight
Knight
c6
c6,
I would
okay,
play
it's typical.
because this pawn is then being attacked thrice.
Knight.
and then this knight e4 with while it's cool.
Is rook e3 a consideration?
Oh, but rook e3, bishop e5.
And now you're pinned, yeah? Ah, no,
Oh,
you're
I just losing a piece. Okay.
It's true. We're looking for complicated tactics while
Yeah.
it's just I don't know.
And
How
if
is the time situation?
It's close now.
It's improving at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if knight c6, yeah.
Guys, just quickly checking what Fabi is doing. And by the way, Peter, if you have to this, because maybe with the game ending, you might also have to
If the
prepare
game endings, I will leave. I mean,
because you will also have
20
to work for the tiebreak.
but work how should
I
I?
mean,
You tell
I
you
mean,
don't know
just-
the position.
yeah, true.
No, I will have to go there. But I mean, half an hour ago, I was considering if I should go for lunch, but I decided to stay here. So,
Oh.
I mean, well, if I'm welcome, I will stay
Yes,
until
yes.
until it finishes.
Yes.
But I don't know
Oh,
how it
of course.
works with guests.
No,
yeah,
no, we
but,
would love to
No,
have
no,
It's
you.
nice for me
amazing.
to be.
But
I mean,
would you like to eat
Too good.
some? We have
no,
some,
no, I.
Oh yeah, he's skipping lunch, Sagar.
I can
I'm-
bring some food.
No, no, I'm not gonna look at me. I'm not gonna die from hunger. Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. But it's nice to be. I mean, at some point, I mean, before the Indian chess boom, I was very connected to the Indian chess world. But now, so it's nice to be back, even if it's for
Oh no,
a short vacation in
it's
a way.
amazing to have
But
you.
when I was in Chennai for the Olympiad, I was shocked with these volunteers. I mean, they were all very much into to chess and chess history. And
Yeah,
stuff.
they just
It's logical, of course. I understand that you are. I mean, I'm just used to coming from a small country where we don't have that many chess fans and such. But it was very interesting.
By the way, I'll just go to the washroom and
Okay.
come. Harshit bhai, if you can just.
Yeah, sure.
See if you get your chair back. But
ध्यान रखना बस. Yeah.
Yeah. So which game like
So actually
now
we
we are
can
looking at?
where this is Sindarov versus Fabi.
he was, according to the computer, he came back now a little bit less, right?
Yeah, he had to take, but I think down a piece you never want to
Wow.
trade your queens. Yeah, I think the point.
It's an exchange. But.
I think, Peter, you have to come in the frame. A
Oh,
bit
sorry,
more.
sorry. I'm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Again, I'm completely forgetting I'm on stream. I just I start talking chess. Yeah.
But
I
king,
mean-
and now actually King Ji-san, I guess the point is that White's king is also weak. So
Exactly. It's probably actually the right. I think it's weaker, right? I mean, you will attack b2 with the rook, and if you play b3, then you will try to do something on the long diagonal.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, it's so bad. I don't know.
So,
But-
let's say actually Queen C4 somehow seems logical.
Yeah. Bishop e6 feels a bit weird, right?
But Queen C4 just rook
Maybe
B6 and
there is direct.
some-
oh,
my god.
yeah.
Like,
There is direct.
This is just
Yeah. Okay.
complete crushing attack. So,
But the white king is probably more vulnerable than it looks at first. If you just freeze this position, it almost looks safer, right?
yeah, but look at what the journey Amruta. The black king started on C8
Wow.
and now actually we might say that this move King D8 was actually genius, yeah, because there was only one chance for
Yeah,
white,
yeah.
but now in the live position the king is doing very well on G7.
But I have a question for you, Peter, that with 4 minutes and let's say black is better, but still, how would your assessment be looking at the time situation as well? Would you call it as much better or would you say
No,
it's
of
complicated?
course, time matters. I mean, I think we spoke about it previously. We said, okay, Caruana is winning here, and then he made a move, and he was not winning anymore. It's not a lot of time he has left, but of course, we could also argue that Sindarov has more time, but he should use it. He didn't use it at this critical moment. So
Yeah.
I would guess Sindarov is more nervous than Caruana, but it's a pretty important game for both of them, right? So,
What's the atmosphere inside, Sagar bhai?
I just went to the washroom and came back. I didn't see.
It's cold.
Definitely.
It's very, very cold.
It's cold outside.
Yeah. So
Actually,
let's
let's
move
stick
to
to
Magnus.
yes.
Which
This actually
Magnus's game
definitely
ended with
is the
Peter
most
here?
exciting. Yeah.
No, okay, the computer says bishop takes d2 check. He's never gonna play that.
Yeah.
So we follow
Oh, I know. I mean, like,
bishop.
the only move is
takes
bishop b3.
b3 tactic.
What?
Yeah. But I think, yeah, I mean,
But BB
so
for
many-
knight
Yeah, I
c6.
agree.
No, BB for knight c6.
Bishop c6. What is it? We are missing
no, I mean, even bishop before knight 6. If I just take bishop takes c6,
Yeah.
something I don't
Then
understand. But
Right.
maybe it's knight c4. But
oh, bishop before bishop e6. Wow. I mean, but that's.
yeah.
I think if okay, he's still thinking.
I mean, a move like h5 must be tempting to see is there any way. I mean, well, unless Keymer is superhuman, you will try to.
E5, mistake.
Wow. I mean, say you want
What?
to, you want,
Look
you
at
want,
how-
you want to get out of this position. It looks very logical. The correct move is king to c2.
Peter, how are you feeling? with this move,
I mean,
B5?
By the way he said wow, I had so much joy in it.
I think it's legal, right? I mean, you should compare me with. I mean, football coaches, they are standing on the side and cheering, right? I mean, compared to that, I'm acting normal, yeah. But
Wait, so the bishop is completely blocked and now
he's stopping knight e4, everything, right? I mean, and also if ed6, he seems to have bishop e6 counterplay. Apparently, not that I understand.
But also it's like
Why? But with the pawn on e5, like, why the situation has changed so much?
I think the crazy move is king
King
c2.
c2.
wow.
Is it that good?
Well, actually, I always wanted to get rid of this bishop, like this dark squared bishop. And it after king c2, you're forcing the bishop on c3 to make, because of course d4
Yeah.
you always allow knight
But
e4
do
ideas.
you? I mean, e1 is still hanging.
But you can bring the other knight perhaps, like knight f6
It is
and
winning, yeah.
rook e6. Maybe I can just go bishop f3, bishop.
No, it's like we feel that both the Caruana game and this game, after a complicated start, is as normalized. It's still very, very complicated, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and king c2.
Camera also
Thank
you
you,
to change to
creative
Magnus.
Self for the super chat says Freestyle offers wide range of avenues, fresh ideas, neutralizes mainline draw conundrums at the top level, frees you up in a true sense, and promotes creative genius.
There is, if the freestyle ever needs a spokesperson, we should contact here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And maybe we can change the camera, Harshit, for Magnus's game.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't hijack. If you want to follow Gukesh or the others, it's fine.
No, I just want to see
yeah.
Gukesh, what is up. Does
Yeah.
he have any chance to save the game? Can we just have a look very
It's,
quickly?
he's
But
knight
also,
c5 still
I mean,
thinking.
Again,
Oh.
I think you asked why is he losing here? I think
Oh,
it's
I don't think he found it. He did not find it. He took ed6.
okay.
This was a big moment.
Yeah,
King c2 would have completely shifted the dynamic in white's
It's
favor.
difficult.
Can you show that once after King C2?
Yeah,
How does
takes. And now that the dark squares are so weak, I guess the point is that the knight is also jumping in and the knights are misplaced. So even down a pawn actually.
But still, it's the computer gets knight d7, and then it's bishop d5 is winning
only move.
for
yeah.
some reason. Okay. It's complicated. But,
Yeah, it's super complicated.
so anyway, now back to
Back to life.
is there still hope? Well, it depends on who you're hoping for. But
No, but I think that pawn on d6 is not going away anytime soon. Yeah.
no, I mean
So-
it doesn't lead to simply. Well, also, if it would lead to immediate draw, you would expect so h5.
Knight.
I think this is for sure the most.
Well, unless rook e8 is forcing a draw,
yeah.
that you could be. I mean,
This could be a risk. Yeah.
yes, I mean that could be a reason for him not doing it, right?
And if you go, I don't think this. I mean, maybe because of the situation, maybe he will
Configuration,
consider.
I mean,
and actually, yeah, if you're
There are no
take
squares,
knight
yeah,
f7
for the
and stuff.
bishop. So actually, your knight would take it.
Yeah, and here actually this does look very, very good for white because rook f8, there is
rook
d7.
g8 is the only move.
Yeah, so this looks, guys, rook d7 is a blunder because rook e8 would be checkmate, of course.
Yeah,
So that's not possible.
I mean,
Okay, still,
This is getting very exciting because
Yeah, I
Vincent's time. If we look at this, Just 2 moves ago, Vincent at 28 minutes, now down to 14.
Yeah. He did not. He's thinking after ED6. I mean, I think Bishop E6 is a very strong consideration for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very surprised that Bishop F3 is not even considered.
Maybe BD2 and then BG. Oh, let's check.
Because it looks natural for a human eye
Yeah.
too.
No, I'm also curious. I mean, you have obviously missed something, but no, you haven't. Knight C6, King B8. Okay.
Yeah, so
Material is equal,
equal
right?
now,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if we somehow get this bishop, white is going to be much better. And the reason we say that is because the f6 square will be accessible for the knight.
By the way, guys, Alireza seems to be winning against Nodirbek.
Really?
Yeah, if we can
Okay.
just quickly check.
And
No, it's
everybody.
Oh, he was actually,
Wow.
there was a blunder. One more black or 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything?
Not
No.
really. It was just complex.
No, I just had a funny situation. I was thinking,
Yeah.
which opening was this? I forgot. I was just thinking, which opening is this? Some Sicilian, right? No, we're playing freestyle. Okay. Yeah.
they
Yeah.
tried to get some.
No, this is
kind
fine.
of-
We'll go back to the Magnus game. I think at this moment that is the most important, uncertain game because here Fabi is clearly
Fabi is-
better
yeah,
against
Fabi should win
Sindarov.
this or not?
Gukesh is in trouble against
Or is it
Hikaru.
still doubtful?
He's the big favorite. I mean, rook b6, the pawn is pinned to the b2 pawn. Rook b4 come. I think it's a big favorite.
Materially, it's not necessarily bad at all, right? But
Yeah.
is it so? I mean,
Also, knight c5 idea.
is it so easy to understand? Yeah, it probably is, right? It's a safe king, and I'm just wondering if do we think black is winning because we can see the computer, or can we also
Actually,
understand? No.
yeah, it's hard to. That's true. Like,
No.
I guess one point that is super important is that you can't bring any of your rook or
And
queen.
rook b4, knight takes d4, it starts opening. Yeah, I know.
Camera gaya hai, na?
It's gonna end badly for. Then it's gonna be tough for Sindarov having. I mean, one thing is being crushed, but having a very
chance.
winning move is not gonna feel good.
So, okay, we'll stick to this game now because ED6, 11 minutes for Vincent. He's trying to think. We can even go full screen
So,
on this. game.
Computer says rook e. I mean,
Okay,
rook e1, bishop d5 would be quite human, right? To make some exchanges.
Hmm.
But computer just goes king c2 and it plays chess.
Bishop d5 is actually so smart because after takes, the knight prevents the rook from coming into e7. It's a very good.
It must be very tempting for him to do something that exchanges and stabilizes
Yeah.
in a way, right? But
That's a very good
of
point.
course, he has to make sure he doesn't do it in a way where he massively makes his
he made a
position
move. He
work.
played bishop e6 directly.
I think this was discussed, right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think this was the best move, right?
And we didn't
Yeah.
like bishop f3. So,
And yeah, you said bishop f3, and then computer just said king b8. I mean, rook g1.
okay, if
Is he
rook
gonna-
g1 happens, I'm going to be shocked. But
But
actually,
it's logical. It threatens knight d4. It's not. This could happen,
this
right?
and also you avoid exchanges,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
going to help him in the mismatch situation.
And you, I mean, h5 happening later.
Yeah, rook
Again-
g1. Let's say if you take this is obviously very good for white. Where if you get any of these bishops, I think white's going to be super happy because the
And
king
if
just
rook
becomes more
g1,
weak.
bishop d4 is not forcing a repetition. You can still play whatever. Rook g3. Or something.
Yes, and
Bishop f5. But why is that a repetition?
I mean also it's a bit strange to
Yeah.
keep your bishop hanging like this.
Okay, if he's so good, that's tough. I mean, yeah, you will have
But
to do.
even king d7, rook c8 can be a little dangerous.
Yeah, that's black's
Yeah.
idea.
So
Of
computer
course.
says knight f3. Yeah, I mean, game
It's
goes
still
on.
playable.
Yeah,
Knight
I mean,
f3, knight
Yeah.
d4, and
is this not
Very
something that would
complex.
rook g1 he could play?
Yeah, rook g1 to come out of the pin, also to
Mhm.
free the knight.
Exactly. I mean, this puts pressure on the opponent, right? And
but he has to play fast. I feel like now in this time format, like time is going to be a big factor. Like with 90 minutes, you could think that you can relax, but now it's like. Actually, I really like this move knight f2 to also just stabilize completely
like this.
and bring the other knight to e4 and also knight c5 potentially. So like rerouting this also make like the knight did its job and time to come back. Yeah.
I
This
think
is a bit more human, right? It's
Then
Yeah.
rook g1. Yeah.
Black really needs those two knights to
Oof, but I'm
start
afraid
working.
of this actually somehow.
Knight a5, knight b6, they're just not working.
Yeah.
A very nice question to Peter. As an expert of being a second for so many championships and winning it, what's your most memorable World Championship preparation cycle?
Preparations or the match in general?
Preparation cycle, I think he's mentioned.
Well, preparation will be Vichy's match against in Bonn. I mean, that's where things really worked out incredibly well for us preparation wise. I mean, well,
The Slav did well, yeah.
yeah. I mean, it was objectively not very good, but luckily we were not capable of grasping that. But there, I think we shined in the opening. I mean, with Magnus, it was never the strategy to shine in the opening. So, I mean, I'm completely fine with it, but it's not comparable in that sense. I mean, the last week in 2012 against Gelfand was good, but well, perhaps the half year before that was not. But I mean, for the last thing, I think we really showed that okay, we actually came up with nice ideas. Vichy played well, and it ended the way we hoped for. But of course, I mean, the match in Bonn was the best one, and perhaps it also. It's interesting. I mean, you always say you should get seconds with experience, but we actually did best the first time.
Oh, wow.
We declined from then, right? I
Yes.
mean, no, it's just like, well, there was no one with experience. We just were guys meeting up. Okay,
For the
this
first-
really
yeah.
mattered, and it actually, it's probably a bit random, but I'm not sure that this idea of experience necessarily. Well, I shouldn't make sure I don't never get a job again, right? But I'm not sure it can be statistically proven that experience is so important, right? No, the same. You also say that max experience matters, but I don't know if it mattered to Gukesh, right? I mean,
One guy with the experience who is ready to always change is a good idea.
yeah. I mean, and no,
By the way, Gukesh, yes, is just he just played Queen B2.
but
He didn't actually go for this idea.
I mean, computer says Bishop G8. Okay, I mean,
Yeah, but this was the most logical. You just win up.
96. Yeah. No,
well,
then
some
you actually
complex.
sacrifice some exchange. Yeah.
So he goes for 94 Queen B2, but this also, guys, is looking quite good for.
But it's very complicated, right? Hikaru could go
I
wrong.
mean, I mean, there is. I don't know. You know, B6 could. Well, also, a lot. I
risky,
think.
yeah,
it's,
this king
I
opens
mean,
up.
Sorry, but I think. I mean, you have to get used to Gukesh. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
he's. Well, he might be losing, but he's probably still playing for a win. He's playing for all three results, and I mean.
So this is complex, but 6.5 minutes for
I
Magnus.
think I
is
wrote.
still thinking.
I mean, I have a Danish chess column, and I think I wrote that. Well, many said Gukesh was somewhat lucky, and there is truth in that. But at least we should respect he's doing it on purpose, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it is his strategy.
Yes.
You can argue, of course, you're always lucky when your opponent blunders, but his argument is, I'm putting so much pressure.
Pressure,
We
yeah.
think it's going to happen, and
Yeah.
I mean. Well, you cannot argue. Well, he's doing it on purpose. Then at least you should respect that.
Yeah.
I think, right? So, I mean, here today, I think he's gone too far, but
It's still
Yeah.
50, I mean, yeah.
I mean, at least from the perspective of all the pieces interacting with each other, it looks very complex, the Gukesh game.
Yeah.
And
And
here,
he's about to make a move, I think. He's about to
Magnus,
make a move.
yeah.
Yeah. He plays Rook G1.
Okay,
Wow.
fair enough. But this one he came along to by logic, right? Somehow. I mean, you
Yeah.
can also say that is it reasonable that Magnus uses a lot of his time?
Like 5 minutes, which is like basically 50%.
Yes, but he had to. I mean, he doesn't need 10 minutes if everything goes off the board. So
Yeah.
maybe it's actually quite reasonable, right? I mean, also when you play Rook G1, you want to make sure that it's not completely insane.
So obviously, first move that comes to mind is H5, because I see that Knight F2 and Knight E3 run into Bishop D4, which seems
Yes.
scary.
But Knight H6 looks like a logical reply because the G6 pawn is weak now, right?
and Bishop F5 stopped.
Apparently there is some.
Yeah, I mean, this
there
actually
is
does
some.
put some practice. Actually, Bishop E5 trying to capture this pawn, but
Yeah, you
Ah.
take on G6 and I mean,
actually this is definitely something that Magnus is hoping for,
of course.
where you have an endgame, but these two knights are outside,
mean,
and the knight actually is very happy here.
The computer is not too worried, but from a human perspective, you will be nervous here.
For
right?
sure.
And,
I mean,
yeah.
I think this and Magnus obviously extremely good in these.
this is. Keymer is looking for something better than this, I would guess, right?
Actually, if Magnus by chance wins this, in the tiebreak, he would be a heavy favorite.
With the
Because
momentum coming
Yeah,
in,
because with this game, I think Keymer at some point would have thought things are going really well for him. So very important few moves now.
But still, it's far from
Yeah, yeah.
White having.
Oh, for sure. But it's the
mean,
best position
for-
in the
yeah,
entire game.
yeah,
for
that's
us.
yeah.
true.
I mean, well, I think Magnus' chances has improved to when we discussed after F4. I mean, if we could start from the beginning rather to
Yeah.
play from here, we would probably prefer that from our side, right?
I mean,
but
at some point we were trying to find
yeah.
ways to make a draw.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
now actually Black is the one who also needs to be
I think
careful.
Magnus was trying to find a ways not to make a draw, but without being completely lost, right? And I actually think he balanced that quite
Very
well.
well.
I mean, and it's not perhaps the most exciting skill, but it's quite important. I mean, so let's see. But
usually Magnus's time management has been like, he's always had more time.
No,
So
no.
this match,
He
hasn't.
he was much
Normally
he was
he
much
has more time than his opponent, no? Normally.
not in this one. There he was quite
Yeah,
behind, right? Yeah.
In this one, not. So that would be playing something on the mind because Keymer normally should have 2 minutes and Magnus should have 15 minutes.
hmm
Like it would be like this.
But yesterday he technically lost on time, or he resigned.
No, I think he just both happened. Yeah.
Okay.
With Keymer. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, he was going to. He had time, but he just saw G4 pawn falling. So he
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, it's much easier to fall into time pressure. And I mean, well, you start from move one, right?
Exactly. You start thinking from move on. By the way, Fabi is completely winning now. It seems he basically got the structure of
Yeah,
knight d4
Well, so knight f3 is
threat.
just
rook
to win by
b2.
sort of material.
Guys, and rook d4 is not working because rook takes b2 first, and king a1. You can probably just go rook b4 now, and
Yeah.
this is just.
I mean, computer said rook h2, but of course, human move is. Yeah, but that's. I mean,
and I mean, for me, it was very logical to.
oh, you see, the king is nicely hidden on
by
h6.
h6. Yeah.
No.
So Fabi actually going to qualify for the finals. Big
Yeah.
result for Fabi.
2 out of 2 for him. Yeah, last year also he reached the finals.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
year as well.
Very, very dominating performance. He had one. There was one moment.
Fabi's video.
Yes.
3. This one. 3.
And
breaking Sindarov was not easy actually ever.
and this is a position you don't come back from, right?
Yeah.
Okay, computer says knight e2.
Oof. That's
Wow.
That's really nice.
That's
So cool.
I'm not sure I've seen this
Concept.
motive before,
And
right?
knight
you
c3
stop
check.
queen f4. You stop the rook, and let's try to.
Wow.
Wait, what if rook e2? Oh my God! There's queen h1.
Wow.
Whoa.
back even.
This one is not easy to see.
Whoa, that's
That's
actually
such a beautiful concept.
all the
Oh,
King
concepts
No,
are
this is-
combined.
Nice.
never seen before, right? No. But
Can we show the variation queen h
I don't-
rook to queen h1?
Yeah,
rook
so
b-
rook
king
cannot
c2,
protect. So the king has to come out, and then the b2
Rook.
falls pawn.
it's actually
King
And then
D3.
actually still
Queen
you have to be a
B1.
bit accurate.
Queen
Queen
D5.
d5 is the only move because king e3, bishop g5 is just mate.
and then bishop g5. Okay, it's actually okay.
Doable.
It's not that
No, it's
easy actually, but it's doable.
It's one move at the. I mean, it's check one legal move, check one legal move, but
Yeah.
still.
But also, I mean, if you think about it, like you also want to just maybe
Yeah.
knight f3 is more.
I mean, knight f3 is more human, right? I mean,
but actually, there's queen f4 check, yeah.
uh-huh.
But then g5 you mean, yeah, and then queen
I don't
f3
know
rook
what
b2.
I mean.
Oh, it's complex for 1.5 minutes. Huh?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he might actually just go for knight f5
But
and be
then-
like, I'm winning and I'll take my time.
But then he's winning,
Then
but
B3.
by a bit. This one ends the game. Yeah. Then
Then he'll continue.
Oh, so Vincent made a move?
he made bishop f5.
Oh, bishop f5 played. Okay. By the way, so I think we can say that Fabi very big
Yes.
favorite to
We
win.
want to just, I mean, we'll come back
Come
to the
back to
next
this.
move because, but he has only 1 minute. Can we just
Yeah,
stay
yeah.
there
50
for this
seconds.
move?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
50 seconds. What is the move that Fabi
If he
will
finds
make?
knight e2, I think he just
No, we
needs
just,
the
best
best
by today. Push-ups.
push. Oh, he goes
Oh,
knight
he plays
f4.
knight
That's
Wow.
also pretty good.
Oh,
So
at least
his queen f4 is g5. Yeah.
yeah, g5. So just to show this idea, guys, queen f4, g5, queen takes f3, and now the concept of decoy, yeah, like trying to take this defender away so that the queen is hanging, and this is completely. Actually, sorry, what am I saying? If you take it, just mate.
Yeah. Nice explanation, but no.
So knight f3, he's completely winning now.
What happens if you rook e to e2?
Oh wow, is there crazy? Yeah, some check or no, that's not working.
Yeah, but then it's knight back, but then it repeats and go knight e2. So it's actually not
he has to
completely
find-
winning.
Yeah, you're right because now the b2 pawn is protected, so he has to go back.
Oh, he found rookie.
He played.
Okay.
So
that's
again,
true.
Fabi's down to a minute on the clock.
If I tell you that he's closer to move 40, we have done this joke enough by now, right? Yeah. So
Oh,
he
it goes
played
by
Yes.
again,
94.
and Rook D1.
Rook E1.
Sorry, Rook E1. And
I don't think 92 is good. I mean, it's
if he
a very
plays
tough
Harshit Bhai,
concept.
come on.
What push? What?
Today, Harshit has this thing. If someone finds an incredible move, he
Okay.
will do push-ups, 25 push-ups outside
In
without
the-
a shirt
What?
in the cold, Weissenhaus cold.
Incredible.
if you had stopped me at some point, I would have about to say, it doesn't sound so bad. No, now it sounds bad. It's so bad. Yeah. That's true. Okay.
Okay, I think we'll go to the other game so that I don't see.
Yeah.
No, just one. Like Fabi,
I mean-
Fabi, we bank
Yeah.
on you.
Magnus'
Yeah.
game has slowed down a little bit. He's going to be slightly better with some chances, but
Okay, we'll just
We
see
have a
this
super chat.
moment.
Which
This move and
current
then
young
shift
player
to that.
resembles the playing style of Magnus and Vishy, according to you, Peter? Akash has asked.
I don't think anyone does particularly. It's also, I mean, they are all this kind of model, very computerized style, right? And I mean, Gukesh is much more direct aggressive than these two. Magnus and Vishy.
repeating.
What?
Oh,
Repeating.
No way.
No.
If he goes knight d4 now, it's actually threefold.
No,
For
no.
Sure.
2 times.
No. For sure it is.
Three
Rook
times?
no, yes, knight d4, rook e1 will be draw.
But he has Rook B4 move, so he can.
No. But if white claims a draw after making
No,
the
but
move,
right now he can play Rook B4. So that's not the
Yeah.
only move here. Knight
wow,
B4.
this is actually a big moment. 30
Yeah,
seconds for him. If he repeat, I mean, actually,
Oh, he played
Oh, he
it.
repeated.
What draw?
yeah, rook
Sindar
e1, you have to
Rook
claim draw now.
No, 1 second.
No,
Arjun.
you
Oh,
have-
Sindar
Are you
is
sure?
claiming.
he's claiming.
What?
What?
didn't
Why
claim.
did he not? What?
Oh, they drew.
Oh,
You have what?
Wow.
Incredible end.
Guys, this is
Oh my
insane.
god.
Well, I mean, they have both missed winning tactics, right?
No,
And
but this is. I mean, we were basically saying that this is over.
we thought so, but then we started realizing that, well, it's over because of an incredibly beautiful tactic, right?
No, but even knight f5, you have to agree
but
that.
listen, even 90,
but
we had
maybe
to
he did
calculate.
not
We
feel
did not
this
even
was
end the
what-
calculation.
But again,
right, Harshit?
after b3, I mean, how obvious is it to you that this is winning if you don't have?
Yeah,
mean-
30. Yeah, I guess the problem is he's playing against.
I mean, also we are saying attack on the dark squares. It's not that easy getting a queen in there. I mean, it's very easy, but you have the computer, right? I mean, the computer goes rook b4 to d4. It's very logical, but
But also the thing is,
That
I
I'm
think
very
Fabi would have
surprised.
been
Yeah, yeah.
exhausted with all the calculations in this game.
Okay, let's
Let's
quickly
go to
jump
now,
to
yeah.
Magnus's game because he
Jump to
just played
Magnus.
knight c4, trying to basically get connected pawns.
So what happened? How did he get the bishop? If we can.
So
just-
knight. So after bishop f5, he went
Yeah.
for knight h6,
Okay.
trying to get the bishop. Knight c6 takes.
But this is a good improvement for Magnus to get
For
the
I mean,
bishop pair now.
it's like your position gets a little bit better, but also material leaves the board, right? So it's perhaps reasonable for
like
both.
I would actually disagree with the engines. For me, it definitely feels
It feels,
like
I mean, they can also see that the only reason it's good is that rook e3 happens now with some kind of
bishop.
direct counterplay.
Yeah, but I think knight c4 with like basically 5 minutes each for
Yeah.
both sides. I mean, Magnus's chances are looking better than ever.
But I mean, not to play knight takes c4, there has to be a decent alternative. I mean,
Yeah,
what,
he's still thinking actually in this.
computer says rook e2, but then you go rook e2 is quite human.
Rook e2 is definitely.
Apparently, d7 is possible. There is tactics against the king, right?
What's the
Not
point?
that I can fully understand them. Wow.
Okay.
Knight
It just means take.
Again, it's
and, go
not
knight
deep
f7.
tactics. It's picking up some material. Yeah. Mhm.
So Vincent has to be careful. Like a natural move like rook e2
Again,
needs
if
to-
knight d4, it also says d7 check.
But knight d4 does seem a little.
This feels, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
for a start, king b1. What do you do?
Yeah,
Maybe you go knight b5, but I don't know.
6 minutes for Vincent. But okay, big result that
Yeah.
Fabi Sindarov will be
Yeah.
a tiebreak now.
Tiebreakers.
Wow.
And if Fabi gets to know 92, he would be heartbroken. His second should just
Yeah,
not tell him.
him at all.
No,
It
well-
was a very good
Good
game
job.
by
Well,
you.
that's what we second tries,
No,
but then there is journalists like you who will do it. So, no. No, this is...
Has
No,
that
but
ever
if you have not
happened? You have
seen
tried to
something,
keep
then
away
you
I'm
and-
won't.
sure we tried to keep something from Vichy and maybe also from Magnus, but
Oh.
well, I mean, in a classical chess World Championship match, it makes no sense, right? Because
There you
well,
go.
So
they,
much
they will
time,
go
yeah.
back, and there will also be a press conference and such. But
But here with the tiebreak coming up, it's very
I
important.
think at a World Championship tiebreak with I think with Vichy that was actually the case that me and Kasimjanov was sort of telling him, he could have won or maybe he could have drawn in some ending, and I think we decided. I told Kasim we should probably not tell him, and Kasim agreed, or at least he said he agreed, and he told him anyway. And it worked out well, but it's also difficult to hide. Also, I mean, they are so good they will sense it, right? Normally they will ask, "Did I
Yeah.
miss something?" And while not telling them is one thing, but starting to lie also.
Yes, it
I
breaks
mean,
the
it
confidence.
breaks confidence in the long run. So
Right.
it has to be. Well, you have to decide that okay, this is the career-defining moment where you don't care about what happens later, right?
Yeah.
So
Wow. Okay.
no.
By such difficult decision making, as a second
Normally,
as a trainer also.
normally you just try to be sort
Honest,
of
yeah.
no, you try to, well, you try to do the less courageous thing. I mean, you're trying to not be sacked, right? So you're just trying to be nice in a way. But
Oh, less than 5 minutes for Vincent, guys. Let's try to see what's happening. What is he thinking? Do
I
you
think also maybe Magnus won the first game against Caruana, right, where he was winning, and then he blundered in the ending, but he won anyway. And I forgot if we tried not to tell him, but maybe he also asked too specifically. I've actually
Okay,
forgotten the deal. So
he takes quickly.
and now he has to go rook e3, but it's quite logical.
Rook e3, but I
5
can always
minutes.
just trade that rook. You have f4. Oh, that's the point, I guess.
Well,
That-
does rook e3 threaten something?
I guess do you want to go some bishop d4 and some
But the
weird
computer goes rook e3, it goes king b1, and then reroutes with bishop c1.
Ooh.
So it's not very human, right?
I don't think rook e3 will happen. I'm going to say
But
that rook
you have to
e3
make, well, you always have to make a move. but-
That's
yeah.
actually
Oh,
Bishop
by the way,
d4 is
guys,
more human, right?
One small update.
Yeah.
Gukesh has equalized or what?
No,
No,
he's
he's down
still
an
worse.
exchange and he's still
But
worse.
chances-
But
He's
has
fighting.
chances, yeah.
But black is playing for 2 results for sure.
But he can perhaps hold it. Yeah, or not.
Yeah,
What's
he
your
can,
feeling?
But
but
computer says only rook e8 is actually
the only way to
considered. Maybe there's a threat of knight d3 to c5 and then some tactics, right? Yeah, I mean, computer wants rook e8, knight d3, knight e4. That is not trivial.
Yes.
It's a strange concept,
Yeah.
right?
to block. Okay.
You're blocking the
The
way
bishop.
to the
Block
pawn.
and take on
Yeah.
b7.
Well,
maybe.
take is you
Knight
can't
c5.
because of bishop e4, knight c5. But you are basically
Wow. And
I
if
mean-
rook f4, there's knight d7, and you're in big trouble.
yeah.
Wow.
That would, I mean,
Rook f4, you actually knight d7. Yeah, you're just
Wow.
completely gone. So I have to be careful here, but I think the focus for now should be at Magnus's game, which is getting very.
I'm watching it on my
Rook
phone.
e2
Don't
played.
worry. He played rook e2, which was it's a bit more human move than rook e3, right? And now Magnus has to go king b1.
But that will probably be played,
Yeah.
and then knight b4.
But there is no. You're not threatening anything.
Rook g2
Oh.
played.
But also
Interesting.
not a disaster. And now
Actually, probably practically good move because trading this rooks is going to mean that the rook on d8 is stuck with this.
yeah, computer says rook e3. I don't know if you're playing something that is. Maybe you do, but. I think also.
So right now, if you were to like make a prediction, do you think Magnus will win?
It's 50-50, I would guess.
50-50 between winning.
Good chances.
I mean,
He takes bishop.
You
takes.
you have equal time
I mean,
and you have a slightly better position.
yeah.
I think
but
this
it's-
is already
it's-
looking
I mean,
This is looking
very good.
very good.
yeah.
I mean, I would say like Magnus has
Oh,
won
taking on
many,
g2
many
was
games.
helpful, but
But yeah, but I think it was so logical.
also
like,
as
how
the
can-
second at this point, you're basically down to hoping more than evaluating, right? I mean, it's you want me to have a cool opinion, but I mean, all I do here is sit and hope for the best, right? So, thanks a lot. I should have a bit of energy for my nerves. Sorry to eat on stream.
No, we do it all the time.
Yeah, good. How it should.
Oh,
How it
thanks a
should.
lot.
So while Vincent is thinking, I'm going to keep on like sort
On the
of.
subject of food, you saw the dessert was mango yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
It's Shrikand. Yesterday we
Oh.
had Shrikand, guys. And by the way, a mistake by Hikaru because the move played knight e6, knight c6. He found it. And what if king takes
big
b7?
blunder in Magnus's game.
Knight
Yeah,
check
I'm
wins.
sorry to say, but can
let's
we change
quickly.
the game?
Yes, yes.
What?
But also, why is it a blunder? Just
He's just losing.
oh, you just
the
exchange
F5
and
pawn.
take the and there's rook f8. But
Rook F1, King D7, C5.
okay, and this pawn taking. Yeah, you will take on a2, but we
Take.
don't care about that. Wow.
Bishop b4. Bishop. So what's the point? Take.
Actually,
Take.
Bishop h3.
Actually,
So-
many moves give white a big advantage. A3 is the most
A3 and rook.
cleanest, and Rook D5.
And as a human, you would not be afraid of something here. Probably not. No.
Wow.
Oh man, Magnus is not going away. Yeah, he will fight for the
Sagar bhai, just
for the
back up.
first spot. Q.
Back up to my card.
Better not. Correct. Q. 6. इधर जा रहा है भाई.
Get Shaga away from the chocolate, yeah? Okay.
So bishop b4 and Magnus is thinking his idea is to take and continue. Here.
Of course, that he's thinking is not very great news. But is he afraid of, let's say, takes, bishop h3, I don't know, king d7 or something like this?
But it's yeah.
You just take an h7 and you are...
Winning.
Computer just says you're winning, yeah? Okay.
Wow.
He took.
He took.
Well, bishop h3 must be the follow-up, right? It's again.
I
now-
love how we went from like being very like not so sure, and now Peter is so excited. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's
It's
sad.
great to
right?
have
No, it's
Peter
very,
over
it's
here
very
right now at this
interesting to see,
moment.
like how the journey of emotions that goes.
I
into
actually met
Vicious-
Peter Lecco yesterday and I could see the joy on his face. So it's
Yeah.
natural,
No, I
yeah.
think-
Like when you have spent so much time with one
Well,
of
we
your
spoke about World Championship in 2005. It's 20 years ago. Yeah?
Oh,
Apparently,
wow.
you don't manage to relax anyway. No,
Did he play?
not
took
yet.
on before,
He's
but
still thinking here.
Magnus is white to play. Okay.
I mean, the computer is giving two line, but it's bishop h3 both. Is that?
No, bishop h. These last two are always the same. I don't
Okay.
know, some error here.
A3, knight c6, bishop h3 maybe is more forcing, yeah. So that you don't have this king d7, king c6 anyway,
And then
and then you just force into that rook f8.
And if rook f8, you're
Just
gonna
rook
go
d5.
rook
Rook
d5. Yeah, just.
so
No-
this
nothing
is-
spectacular at
This
all.
is looking very, very good.
And
for
if
me.
king d8, the computer was not taking on f5. I noticed.
But that's very strange. Rook f5.
It's just because king
just-
d2 is a little bit better anyway. But okay.
Okay, and now just checking here. Oh, this is a draw. That means they'll go into tiebreak.
Wow. So
Gukesh
we'll
and-
have 3 tie breaks.
But what about Alireza? Maybe that's
What do you
also
mean a
going to-
draw? Has the game ended?
No. This is a draw, right? This position
Well,
or
I
not?
mean, it's tough.
Okay, that's. I mean,
No.
now if you
Too
play it
soon?
perfectly, it's yeah. I think this is too soon. I mean,
Because
imagine a king. I mean, if you can get knight e6, d5, knight c5, and a king blocking the d pawn, you could lose something
And
over
then
there.
A5 might be a good move.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. No, I think.
especially Hikaru is going to push this a lot.
So Gukesh has to be very careful here in this
But you
endgame.
can see. But Magnus, I'm based on hope. Here, I'm trying to be realistic. Right? It's really.
Oh, but
Whoa.
Firouzja, look at this position.
Okay,
Wow.
this is damaging.
What a
It
position.
feels like king on a7 should be safe, but maybe. I mean, it's more like white is the king on a3 is also safe, perhaps, and white is winning on the
Yeah.
other side of the board. Yeah.
Okay, by the way, Vine has said Magnus is coach for a reason. I hope we'll see him more on Chess with India streams. It's a treat to watch his analysis.
Wow.
I'm telling you what the computer is saying, but thanks. It's nice to be back. So it's
So bishop h3
Oh,
also
you
played.
found it.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Okay. This one is I mean
Easier.
we
Yeah.
would almost get
Yes,
ourselves
yes.
right. It's I mean it's nice to win a pawn. Yeah.
It's also, if we look at Magnus's expressions here, it feels like he's also feeling it here.
I mean
Just that this is getting really, really good for him.
Wow.
how would Keymer try and fight back. Maybe knight a5, as the computer was mentioning, at least creating some kind of counterplay.
Because
So take, you go king b8, and now you attack c4, and if c5.
I thought c5 is a blunder because of knight b3.
Yeah, I mean, if Magnus has to find c5, that's not
but
necessary.
h7 hangs as well, so I guess.
He's probably.
But
And
then-
now
but
rook
then
h8.
why to even go into
D7.
like can't you just
d7, nice. Yeah. It feels a bit accidental, but I mean, you see here, computer just says no big deal anymore.
doesn't work?
Just
yeah.
king c7 and
Should have find knight d3.
knight a5 is a good way to fight, I think,
Knight a5, yeah.
because the other one will lose slowly without knight a5 forces Magnus to find a couple of good moves. Was my impression. Yeah. I mean, as you see, I can be nervous at any point. Yeah.
You know, the best thing to do is to keep on thinking that he's not winning and then he wins.
Yeah,
Because the moment you think he's winning,
Then you have the
and
pressure.
then he doesn't win, it feels bad.
No, I remember during game 12 in Sofia, people started sending congratulatory messages when Vichy was winning in time pressure.
Right.
And I thought, okay, the guy has to make 3 only moves in a row. Can you?
Topalov won.
Yeah. I mean, I
Queen
thought
E8
this is.
then.
I was very upset at people that they started congratulating at that point. Well, it turned out okay, but no, I mean, so
So Sindarov drawing was for sure a big
Huge
surprise.
result. And this 92 moment was like crazy moment, which
I think that needs to be in Chaturanga tomorrow.
yes.
That's the highlight of the.
for me again, I would think, in rapid, Caruana is going to be a big favorite, but I don't know. It's again, I know
I
Caruana.
think Sindarov is just not giving up, in
Yeah.
this
I mean,
tournament.
no, I was about to say it's just based on I know Caruana. I don't know Sindarov. It's not really objective. It's just, I mean, it's like you say. We all say, of course, Nakamura is the favorite, but I mean, maybe not in this match, but in the previous
He's still
one.
thinking. He's very nervous now. Look, he's holding it. It's loose. He feels very
Well,
nervous
of
now.
course,
Yeah.
I mean, as a Magnus coach, I'm happy, but of course, from a human perspective, it must be very tense moment
For sure.
for Keymer,
Because
right?
the
I mean,
whole game, it felt like he was dominating.
Yeah.
He was always, he played this move F4, just restricting White's pieces.
he did things very,
Very
I
well.
mean, very well and very brave. But again, well, I'm biased, but Magnus did well in terms of not collapsing, right? I mean, it was very unpleasant, but he managed to, keep things going long enough to that you you give yourself a chance to be lucky. Now it's in his own hands, but it's still not over.
And also
My
the
pulse is
interesting
still,
thing
still
is
there.
We should have a pulse on you as well, yeah?
Yeah. No. I think actually don't. I mean, maybe for these young guys it's okay, but when you get older and overweight, I mean, I feel my pulse is a little bit of private information, right? But
well, if
Yes.
it makes it more exciting for the
yeah,
spectator.
well, that you can say about everything. Then we are yet to.
त्याला प्रेम मध्ये घे.
We are watching chess. I mean,
if
oh,
you
sorry, I'm afraid of my pulse, but my picture is it is what it is.
Do you also discuss chess with Victoria?
Less these days because she's busy with work, and also we have 2 decently young kids, so there is not so much time for that. But we do of course at times, and recently our kids are starting to show a bit of interest in it, so we get it from that angle. But
Wow. So
I mean, I think. Well, she would not necessarily know how Magnus's games has been going, and that's not because she doesn't care, but she's busy with other things. So, but we do at times and such.
Oh, I was wrong. After rook
95.
very
h8,
good.
the winning move might be rook g1 or rook f1.
When,
so that
when?
rook h7, rook f8 mate.
when
c5,
C5 is not an
knight
easy move.
b3, king c2, knight c5, bishop h7, rook h8, and it might be rook f1 or rook e1, like one of these moves. Yeah, rook g1.
Wow.
So that rook h7 is rook g. Yeah, exactly.
Now I'm nervous again. This is not easy. I
No,
mean,
this
knight A5
is
is-
very easy for Magnus because it's the only
too.
move. There is no other move.
but in this position there is.
C5. This I will bank. I will put my house on.
Are you?
stake.
No. Will you do 50 push-ups?
No, how-
You won't be able to do 10 also, I think.
Your house? No.
Peter is smart, yeah. I think it's the first one. Very, very smart.
Yeah, Peter didn't fall for my trick. Like
No.
house?
Yeah.
No, not house. I want just
I'm just
real
trying.
stuff.
This is a nervous moment because while computer says Magnus is winning, he actually has to play c5. Wow. Maybe
Yeah.
the alternatives are so bad that he will
And
do
that
it.
concept is not that easy, yeah.
Because you would be tempted to play d7, right? But or maybe
Yeah,
you
he
would.
doesn't
But
play
it gives.
it.
Ooh,
He plays bishop e6.
But this saves the pawn.
Yeah, I mean that's a very human move. But now, b6 you are fighting.
Yeah, black is.
I mean
kind
now
of fighting.
objectively it's probably a draw, but of course in practice you have chances.
But b6, why is it a draw? Because knight b7 and c5, like that?
Well, you will play knight b7. It attacks the d6 pawn,
Yeah.
and when you go d5, the king will settle on c7. You start controlling that, and you can actually start moving your rook to an open
He
file.
plays it,
Plays
yeah.
it.
Wow, this is actually getting tense now because
Yeah,
even though he's a pawn up, black can just get a some sort of fortress, yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, this is.
Now Mac is also. I mean,
So actually, c5 was so critical.
C5
that's what I thought. Knight a5 was a very good fighting chance because c5 looks weird
Yeah,
because you can
well-
check
well
and take
found.
it, and then,
Yeah.
well, apparently that was a more winning position than this. Well, for a start, the win is gone, but Magnus will start looking for something where
Long term. I think
exactly
long term
he wants
can
to.
go
He's looking
d7.
for eternal pressure
I have
rather
a
than.
question. Can I just go rook g1 and say that you take my d6 pawn, but I'll put a rook f1, let's say, and just go bishop d5, yeah? And that, but
But there's b5 is sort of dissolving
Yeah,
the tension,
yeah.
right? So
Okay.
it's not so easy.
So b6, and while now Magnus is thinking, quickly checking on Gukesh, what is up with him?
Oh, he just gave up a pawn. Wow.
Gukesh has made a bold decision here, which actually Peter had mentioned this idea that if you push the pawn forward,
yeah.
knight
Losing,
c5,
wow.
and this is already good. So Gukesh sensed the moment and played king f2, takes king e3, and this is now looking really.
Computer just said it's pretty impressive evaluation, but
Yeah, I think practically, I don't know if Gukesh knows that this is a draw.
But now with the bishop, it's like the open board.
yeah, you can maybe I don't know if you can play or you should play a5.
A5. He played it. Peter, I think whatever you're saying, Gukesh is quickly doing.
Well, I mean, it's very human. You are afraid of him playing a5, fixing it on actually the right square. I don't know why I was afraid of that, but
By the way, Magnus's game, knight b7, knight d6 has happened.
yeah.
And it's getting very tricky now because black is trying to set up some sort of hold against that d7 pawn. White is maybe trying
Amruta, what's your sense of this game? What do you think will happen? Will Magnus win? Will it be a draw?
So I had already yesterday predicted it will be a draw, but the way Magnus was in trouble and he's got back, it's very, very.
No, but at this
easy.
position right now.
I think it will be a draw.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
So how-
I mean,
How is it?
rarest
Yeah,
situation,
yeah.
I'll say that.
If you, I mean, the human move would be something like rook g1, right? Or no, rook
G1,
d5.
knight
maybe.
c5.
knight c5, bishop f5, and you would love for black to take the d7 pawn.
Well, but that's what he has to do.
And
still.
then rook g7.
Yeah, you're a pawn up, yeah.
Just
King
king
d6, rook h7. Okay, this should be good winning chances.
Okay,
With the rook pawn, no?
The computer seems to think not, but
And also another pawn is hanging here.
it's nice to be a computer. Right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, why is white not better?
Wow.
Tell me this.
No,
because
this-
it looks.
this
if
is
you don't
too
show the
tough.
Indian, it
Oh,
will
this you
still
can,
feel that you're winning.
Understand maybe, but he played rook f1, yeah.
yeah, this might happen. Around 40 seconds. Wow, this is getting super tense now. He has to defend this worse endgame and not think of what was the previous position, because if you think that I was better and I have to defend, it's very hard to defend.
So computers have become so good.
Yeah.
I mean, now the knight takes back on d7, white wins the h7 pawn, and it just says 0.00, right? I mean, so now he should go bishop h3. He takes on d7, rook f7, king d6, rook h7, knight c5, bishop g2, rook active somewhere.
Rook f7, in d6, take, knight c5, bishop g2 you said.
Well, I don't know. I thought I saw a computer saying that, but
Could you go knight e5 instead of knight c5? Or was that not a good idea?
That's
To
a
win
good
this.
move.
Good one, Amruta.
And king c5 also later. So.
Yeah. Seems tough, yeah?
Yeah.
But you asked if I spoke chess with my wife. She just sent me a message asking if Magnus was drawing or he could win this. So some chess she follows and we
wow.
talk about. But
Can she?
Nice.
She can watch this for the last few minutes. She
yeah,
might enjoy.
I mean, it's,
She
But
can
of course,
join for
guys,
the
you
last
should
few
know that
minutes.
she's a extremely busy personality. She is in the government of
now
Lithuania.
there was
no?
an election, so she's not in government, but she is still leader of her party
Oh,
and
okay.
and such. So there is still, I mean, she's less busy than before, but she's in Lithuania they have a rule that if you are in parliament, you cannot have other income. So she can actually not really play chess. Well, she can play chess, but for fun
no
in a way.
money.
But to play for teams or anything, she can't anymore. So okay, he played King D6, but it's basically the same,
Same.
right?
Oh, you can't. Yeah, correct. First, he has to take
And then is there a better knight jump than to C5?
knight e5. We were thinking.
Yeah.
Amruta.
Actually, at this point,
Yes.
your best hope is to get a what?
Oh, Nodirbek just turned it around totally. Yeah.
Kidding me? That was.
Oh, but Magnus played. Let's go there.
One second. This
Right
one.
now.
No, Amruta, this moment, it's just winning for Abdusattorov. D3 if he plays. Completely winning.
It's
But
over.
that's the only move. But it's extremely logical to
Yeah.
open. Well, it's easy. Oh, the D2 pawn would hang, so he has to put the rook.
E3.
Rook
Then
E3, rook
rook
F2.
F2.
It's just everything.
I think
Queen
he
F6.
might
Yeah,
win.
you have. Wow. How much time?
He had roughly a minute, and Gukesh
How-
is holding. This.
Again, you're pretty quick. He's a pawn down. You don't.
I'm just feeling that this will be
Yes.
a draw. Like I feel free.
But
the
there is
bishop
a
is
fight,
free.
no, Sagar?
No,
With the
you
pawn
don't
down,
feel
there
it.
is going to be a pressure.
Okay, and going back to Magnus's game here, King D6.
Knight F6.
Take.
I mean, he plays it more human, right? Somehow he's attacking the rook. Creating
If rook H, rook A7, rook H8.
yeah, that.
is the
So rook H4 is maybe the logical move.
Rook H4 will be played maybe. But then King C5.
But this
I don't
is
know.
good chances for black for sure. For white.
Maybe you just go bishop F1. You defend the pawn. You hope to
Yeah.
move your. You hope something happens, right? I mean,
Yes. I guess at some point the question will also be that if rook D, like the bishop, rook knight, but of course black will never do that. Yeah, black will never exchange the rooks.
I was wondering, are you gonna play rook D4 and force it?
Yeah, but it's so with 30 seconds I would, and I'm
So,
never sure.
you look so stupid if you
Exactly,
do it. He just
exactly,
takes it and
exactly.
queens his pawn, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, but it tactically works, no? Rook D4, King D4. How do you defend? Bishop E6.
Bishop is on F. Yeah.
so if rook F7 now, you go king E5. I don't know.
I mean, white just wants to get rook, bishop, rook, yeah, and the question is that.
Now you give a new check. You're really gonna go to D4 and just maybe you are, yeah. Not worried at
he's
all.
about to,
Oh, he played rook F7.
Wow.
Yeah, your move is on the
And
board.
quickly King E5 blitzed out. Yeah.
Amruta, how many people are watching? Because we don't have a chat here somehow.
You don't.
Yeah.
We have around 16,000 people
Okay.
watching this right now.
Wow.
And
Last time you told me 8,000. So either it's improved or you got it wrong the first time. I don't
No.
know.
no.
It grows towards time pressure.
Okay, so
towards the end,
so your viewers are they know.
They know when to join, yeah, and then they get the fun in minimal time.
yeah. Aditya is saying Peter is getting more tensed. Can see it from his facial expression. Coach by heart.
They are playing poker here, but I'm not playing. You can see my poker face is not good.
So knight E4 now is a very good idea. Yeah.
To go rook D2.
But you do have moves like
D3. Yeah.
but then you can go knight C5, and when I go away, you go back, right? The question is, can I flick in at some kind of check?
I think at this point it's all about nerves. 30
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah.
He knows it's a draw. Obviously, Vincent knows, but it's like, will the nerves hold on for the last few moments of the game?
Yeah, I think it's
A5.
A5. My sense is that I've seen Magnus converting such games many times.
Yeah.
But
almost 99% of the times, I would say.
Yeah.
Like normally, I would always must win, and Magnus, then he's gonna win. That's
Right.
always my prediction.
But I think, Keymer is not trying to defend passively, right? He's trying to create some kind of counterplay, is my feeling.
what does Sese say? It says
It
like
just says 0, 0, 0.
0, 0. Okay.
But it has, it's too good for human emotions in the sense, right? It will just
No, but when it says winning, sometimes
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen that these weak engines are still saying 0.00, but Sese says it's winning at some depth.
50 seconds. He's trying to find some way to just make black think for like
I
one
think so
minute.
exactly. He's not trying to win. He's trying to just keep it going
Yeah.
a bit.
Actually,
I mean, would you play a move like h4, or would you like
H4
not
rook
to do
H8?
it?
Is it
Okay, did I just blunder? I mean, yeah. Then maybe you have to start going rook
E7 check?
rook b7 as well. But
rook b7, I'm afraid. Yeah, rook e7 check makes sense. Yeah.
These intermediate
Oh, wow.
checks are
I mean,
very tricky.
it's nice to you make it uncomfortable,
So now
right?
king d4, rook e6 is a big problem, by the way. You can't go to d4.
Well, apparently you can, according to the computer. But
Oh wow.
But
Knight
then,
g4,
oh,
okay.
this check.
even knight e4 as well. But knight e4, then
That's strange.
he went to d4.
Oh,
Wow.
he went. Wow. Vincent defending well here.
Super well, because I mean king d6, knight, rook e6
Oh.
played. So will he go to e4 now? Really?
What's
you
the
can see
idea of
knight
knight
e4?
e4, rook b6?
Rook f8. Wow.
Well, the computer says knight e4, bishop g2, knight c5, rook b6, king to e3, g, attacking the knight.
Bishop g2.
Right here, yeah. And now you're 2 pawns down, but
but-
you have I mean,
I mean, if he finds this, okay, he played a move.
he went to g4, which was also decent, but
also more logical, yeah.
it's
Threatening
much
fork.
more human, right?
Threatening a fork. And threatening
Ah,
this
but
pawn.
now there is like bishop e2, and does computer give knight e3?
Yeah.
And then king b3, it goes rook h8, but
Yeah.
I mean, as a human, you would be a bit afraid of the king running in this direction, right?
Yes, but if this happens, I think this is for sure going to, because you cannot even defend the c4 pawn now. I think you're just losing the c4 pawn.
It's difficult to trust this with no time on your clock.
Yeah. Also, Magnus down to 30 seconds now. He goes bishop e2. Knight h2, I guess, is losing to rook h6, by the way.
Wow.
Right?
Trapping the...
Oh no, rook h6. King e3 is surviving. Wow, what a crazy idea.
What? Oh, rook it to rook d2.
Yeah, and
But
that game is also drawn.
Is that endgame? Well, apparently it is, yeah?
Can't.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He played knight e3 check.
And king b3, rook h8. I think he's finding it.
And he's just judged correctly that his king is safe there, right? I mean,
Wow.
let's say king b3, rook h8, a move like bishop f3. You can still take an h2, and you have the
King
d3
d3
square, right? You
yeah.
cannot. Yeah. I'm just.
Wow.
I mean, I have just missed that this is.
Oh, we
covered.
have a result that has just come. Abdusattorov has just beaten Firouzja. So he moves into the battle for 5th place. And, well, Gukesh and Nakamura game getting tense.
Yes, it's not easy. It's
Not easy.
Not easy to defend. Still going on. But of course, Vincent winning is going to be the biggest talk of the hour, obviously, because he is holding himself very well.
But do you think this is very clear?
I mean,
Bhai?
if you think about it, it's rook, knight, and 2 pawns once the h2 pawn falls. So, I mean,
It's getting very concrete, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Magnus, it would be better if he could put some persistent torture, but that seems now it's basically climaxing in a way.
Oh, there is this trick, yeah? Check,
But you
king
guys go.
c5, rook.
But that's just repeating.
yeah. Exactly.
No, just repeat.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, Black will definitely not even think of any other tricks. He'll just.
he took on b6.
Rook
But
h2.
now rook h2, and I don't even think there is a way for you to defend the c4 pawn, because rook d6 check. Yeah, I think Magnus knows it.
Oh, king c5, it's over, yeah?
Yeah. King c5, and he's going to what? He's going to give up a piece or what?
To d2?
Sorry?
Is he gonna go to d2?
Yeah.
d2, knight c4, rook c2, yeah?
Yeah.
That's his last try. But yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot for this time. I guess I have to check out and go and talk with
Sure,
Magnus.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for
Thank
joining.
you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Better luck next time. But it was really a pleasure to
But
be here. and,
it may still turn around, yeah?
I hope so.
Yeah, but thank you,
I
you
mean, it's
may
just
have to
that
be there.
Should,
Yeah.
should,
Sure,
should, should it finish? I have to be
Sure,
ready.
sure,
So
sure.
good.
Thanks
good.
a lot for
Yeah.
Thank you
It was a pleasure.
spending
Okay.
time.
Bye.
Bye.
Whoa.
Guys, that was
Oh, look at Magnus.
Peter Heine
Hmm.
Nielsen, Magnus's trainer, and one of the best trainers in the world, arguably the greatest.
Sagar bhai, what
Oh,
what?
it happened.
Yes, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine because it's a pin. So rook c h3 check and it's a draw. It's a draw. It's a draw. Let's
We
look at. Oh look, handshake. Oh my God, Vincent Keymer eliminates Magnus
Vincent
Carlsen
is
from
happy.
this
He's
finals.
smiling.
Unbelievable
Wow.
result for the German youngster.
unbelievable, guys.
No, I think Vincent has played brilliantly.
what
He was right
resistance, huh?
there.
What
Yes,
resistance?
and he did not,
Absolutely
he
insane.
did not fall into the same thing at some point, like trusting your opponent. I think that was his confidence level here.
Magnus
Brilliant.
would be unhappy that he didn't find c5, yeah?
But
That was
but
a-
very cool of Magnus is analyzing right now. Maybe Harshit Bhai needs to put earphones so that he
Yes.
will know that I'm there and
Yeah.
I'm talking
No, he
into
can hear you.
Gukesh.
And while we
Huh.
discuss Vincent's victory, let's just have Gukesh's board position so
Oh
that
my God, Sagar bhai, what a crazy upset. Can you believe it?
Actually, I can, Harshit, because yesterday the way Vincent beat Magnus was truly something. And today he just had to hold a fort, which he managed to.
wow.
Yes, Saku, do you want to see this?
Sakubhai says, Sagar, after my last super chat of telling you about my last chess dare video, next day my channel has. Arey. Okay,
Yes,
bhai,
okay.
Sakubhai, thank you. All the best to you. And very sorry for your loss.
But Sagar bhai, the biggest loss is definitely going to be coming for Magnus because we were expecting him to make a comeback. Everyone was like, yes, this game to tiebreak mein jayega. But actually, Vincent qualifies for finals against Fabiano Caruana.
नहीं भाई, Fabiano Caruana Sindarov.
Oh, draw ho
Tiebreak
gaya.
hai
Oh,
re.
right.
So basically, Magnus' opponent we don't know yet.
But
It's going to be somebody from Sindarov or Fabi,
But-
correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I can't believe that Magnus is not going to fight for first place. It's the first ever time in freestyle that has happened. And yeah, also Vincent,
Yeah.
kudos to him because there was a moment where he could have simply collapsed.
No,
oof.
absolutely. And he really it was incredible the way he has beaten Magnus. We really see this happening very rarely. Something like this. So Vincent, incredible, and with this kind of a form, I mean it's gonna be so cool to see whether he'll fight Fabi
Or
or
Sindarov.
Sindarov. But both the matchups are going to be exciting. And I think Magnus, very nice of him to analyze
Yeah.
towards the end to stay there, and it was for a long time. So
I think
Yeah.
today Magnus just felt he tried his best. He didn't make any errors, yet he couldn't win. There was no sort
True.
of blunder from his end. So that's why I think kudos to Vincent that he really didn't give Magnus any chance. He
It-
gave chance, but Magnus also didn't
Exactly.
feel it.
Magnus it was such a close fight. We thought that Magnus will win, but Vincent till the end was very
Yeah.
accurate. And
Guys, we will get Vincent today. I will try my best to get him into the
I mean, this
booth.
is
And
Yeah, yeah,
also,
we
we had
deserve
such a
to have-
great
I mean-
time having Peter
Peter.
Heine Nilsson here.
Maza aa gaya,
Amrita.
guys.
Man, that was so lucky
For
that
2
he was
hours.
here
That was
watching
great.
Magnus's
More than two,
game.
no?
बहुत ही मजा आ गया.
He skipped his lunch. I mean, oh my
Yeah.
god.
Guys, how did
What
you
to say
feel
about
having
it?
Peter Heine Nilsson here, the coach of Magnus Carlsen? Yes, we had he was rooting for Magnus, but still those emotions, those at the highest level, the trainer, what he goes through, all of that we could witness live. It was just too good, right?
By the way, Gukesh's game is for sure going to end in a draw now, I feel, because after bishop g6, king a6, white can just give his bishop for this pawn on a7 and the white king will capture the last remaining pawn and it will be a draw. So Gukesh's game is also going to go into a tie break, which means we will have Sindarov playing against Fabi. We will have Gukesh versus Hikaru.
पर गुकी को अपना पहला विन करना पड़ेगा to win this. And by the way, people are saying super insightful, great. He was such a humble person. It was nice knowing such a great mind.
Yeah, and he was also pretty relaxed on the stream. He was joking around, also calculating chess, sharing insights. So I think he just merged in very well.
Yeah.
People are saying two OGs are out already, Magnus and Hikaru. It's time for Fabi. That's what Fabi is like, the last man holding. Yeah,
Arre,
even in classical chess, if you see, he's the only one who's qualified to the candidates already, and maybe here as well.
Vincent Manasvi Mishra, for member for 43 months, says Vincent versus Sindarov will be epic if it happens. Rooting for Sindarov, Vincent OP. Takeover by new generation. Also amazing to have Peter Nine with us in a tough game. Absolutely.
Thank you. Manasvi is one of our really amazing viewers
Oh, I
who
see.
always has such amazing comments. I always read her messages.
मजा आ गया. ये गेम तो ड्रॉ हो रहा है अभी सागर भाई.
भाई गुकी भाई ने बचा लिया कैसे तो भी.
And you know, Peter also
Amazing.
mentioned he always goes for these crazy chaotic positions because he knows that his opponent is like at some point going to be under too much pressure to not err. And Hikaru has again winning position tha, but I definitely see this pattern, you know, like I know Hikaru in general is very, very accurate, but yet tournament mein he's not converting those edges.
Guys, age does matter, thoda. And also sometimes this place is also pretty relaxed. If you see the resort, if you see the place, it has this vibe of as a relaxed feeling, which might impact more for the older generation than the younger generation. Like, I don't think Gukesh is going to go to sauna, you know, like Harshit Bhai, but maybe Nakamura goes to sauna.
By the way, guys, do stay with us and subscribe to
Sagar,
25.
you can say something. That expression is
समझा नहीं मेरे को
not
एकदम ऐसे
enough.
नॉर्मल कॉन्वर्सेशन में सडनली सोना आ गया. मैं बोला व्हाट हैपेंड फ्रॉम वेयर डिड सोना कम.
हाँ
And
ना,
I
सोने
would-
की जरूरत है तुमको, वो अलग बात है. But
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
talking
I would
about-
love to go to sauna one of the days, but there is, yeah, we will plan.
It's very risky for you because if you fall off to sleep, then फिर उधर तो बहुत टेम्परेचर हाई रहता है, तो बहुत
अरे,
टाइम
अरे,
तक
अरे.
नहीं रुकने का रहता है. So yeah, Arshit bhai, anytime Sagar wants to go, just make sure he's telling somebody, नहीं तो अकेला उधर ही जाके.
I will also go here. I always love to go to sauna. I'm always down.
Yes, bhai.
हाँ.
Harshit bhai always ready for new things to be done. Harshit bhai, but today you were again saved. No push-ups in the winter outside.
अरे हाँ रे, वो तो बच ही रहा है इसका. But by the way, Harshit bhai, you were saying about subscriber count, I guess.
Yes, 2587 kar do, guys. The tiebreak is coming up soon
Yes.
between Sindarov and Fabiano. Winner will go to the finals to play against Vincent, and the winner of which was the and the winner of Gukesh Hikaru is also going to qualify to play against
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Amazing.
By Nodirbek. One mistake, guys, don't do at all costs. Taking here. Oh, ये भी गलत नहीं है. मैं बोला इधर फोर्क में जा रहा है बिशप. But
अरे King H5 नहीं.
oh my god, this
King
is
F6
you have to block the knight from
King
coming
F5
back.
only move actually. Oh. And now the G pawn queens. Wow. And this is a draw. So 3.5 minutes, he takes the pawn on G6. And I think this game is ending towards the draw now, guys. Big save by Gukesh, being much worse in this
Let's
position.
go,
Guys.
Gucci boy, it saved the game. Now we have the. मुझे तो मजा tie break का है.
भाई tiebreak
Why
में
with
crazy
Hikaru
होने वाला है.
Nakamura, you are going to fight in a tie
yeah.
break.
No, but Sagar, a moment to appreciate Gukesh's decision of giving up that pawn, which was very critical.
True.
To understand that you hold a pawn, but it's not good for you. It's not. It's like that sofa in your house, which is taking away so much space कि वहाँ पे you can't do any dance or something, you know, Harshit bhai.
डांस
है
तो
ना,
कहीं
हर्षित
पे भी
भाई?
चलता ही रहता है, अमृता जगह हो या ना हो. Bishop.
Oh.
And now maybe even King F4 is a draw. Would you play King F4 here?
नहीं मार दिया भाई. गुकेश बोला no nonsense इधर. Let's just play normal.
Yeah, and I think Bishop C2 A4 is going to be a handshake.
Srijita says, I'm sorry to go off topic, but Guki looks so amazing in this red jacket.
अरे
Oh my
बढ़िया.
Arre, arre.
Yes,
He's
Absolute.
preparing for tomorrow in India and draw handshake.
all games are done by.
Guys, this game is going to go to a tie-break now. Gukesh Hikaru final score was 1-1.
Again, you can see Hikaru was unhappy with this, what has happened, because he really felt he could have won. So, dosto, now what is very interesting to note, by the way, Harshit bhai, if you can just take the viewers through the critical moment of this game where he was losing, I will just check if Vincent is here.
Yes,
Just this, because we don't know when it shifted back in Gukesh's favor.
absolutely.
Yeah. While Harshit Bhai shows, we have a comment from Vigila who says, I really love your commentary and how you make it engaging and fun. I watch every single match because of this. It was amazing to have Peter on screen as his suggestions were very helpful. Yeah, bhai.
Absolutely.
Right.
And Amruta, it was this moment where we had kind of said that Gukesh is losing, and after queen to b2, he could have found this idea: Hikaru bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, and knight to g3, attacking the rook on f1, and also threatening knight to e2 check. Because after b takes c6, it was not easy, but knight e2 check, king h1, and simply capturing the pawn on c6, and I think this was completely winning for black because knight g3 check ka threat hai, the king is weak, and rook can also come into e2.
White rook कहाँ जाएगा ना f4 if
Exactly. Also, instead of this, actually, he also could have gone for bishop g8, which is obviously a very difficult move. Trying to go knight e6 right now and just keeping the pressure, keep knight marne rahe. And after b takes c6, b takes c6, this was also actually completely winning for Hikaru. But in the game, he decided to take and go knight g. Oh no! In the game, he decided to go for. This happened.
Oh, this happened.
But here instead of taking b takes c6, he took knight takes f4, which kind of gave black some chances to come back in the game.
Which was very natural continuation, no? Knight takes f4.
Exactly. So bc6 was
Acha.
better, but after takes, king b8 was the most precise way to win, and after rook f4, knight e6, but not easy,
ये
Amruta.
tough था हाँ ये tough था थोड़ा so understandable why he took on yeah
Yeah. Interesting. Wow. And now,
and Karan has asked Amruta Harshit, will the next encounter between Hikaru and Gukesh be in a shorter time? I feel in shorter time formats maybe Hikaru may edge Gukesh.
I mean, that's what Peter Heine said, that Hikaru is obviously going to be a favorite, but we saw Sindarov, who had defeated Hikaru in tiebreaks itself. So I think that Gukesh is definitely going to keep his sleeves and head up for this encounter because he hasn't yet won a game in this tournament. But I think that he definitely wants to change that, Amruta. The tiebreaks should start in a few minutes from now. I think you can see the players are already sitting down because the position is about to be chosen.
So cool. Harshit bhai, if you need some break, please take some break for 5 minutes. Once the tiebreak starts, you can join in again.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Come.
Oh, Tiruru says, hey,
Maybe
I
like
love
that,
your
the same.
streaming, but I also have board exams. So basically watching your streams makes me feel guilty. Are Tiruru, very simple solution. Right away, close YouTube, go and study. All of you people for whom you love studying, please, पक्का जाना. All of you people who are paying tuition fees extra और फिर यहाँ पे YouTube देख रहे हो तो वैसे मत करना. एटलीस्ट देन डोंट पे ट्यूशन फीस. घर पे बैठ के अच्छे से प्लान करके पढ़ाई करना.
भाई क्या बोल रहे हैं अमृता?
अरे सोचना, if somebody goes to college or school, then they come back, then they pay tuition fees, then they go to tuitions, then they study, then when exam is approaching, then they are watching stream full time. तो फिर प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा ना.
By the way, Amruta,
Something
today we
has to
had
change.
Shubhra Srivastav, who has contributed as the believer of Indian chess. So thank you so much. We have reached 2192 believers on helpchess.org. Our
You
aim
just
was
stayed away from 2200.
2200.
So cool.
So I hope we'll be able to reach it.
Yes guys, as I have mentioned, 2200 तो होने ही वाला है इधर. भले मेरा लाइव रेटिंग 2200 नहीं पहुंचा, couldn't become a WM.
By the way,
2199.5 पे इधर नहीं अटक सकते लेकिन हो जाएगा.
Amruta,
हाँ जी.
Vincent has not yet come out only somehow.
अच्छा, so maybe he's just preparing for no, उसका थोड़ी tie break है. Wow. Okay, I think I don't know exactly, but could be a cool question to understand. When is the tiebreaker going to happen? That's the question. Maybe they are all waiting for the position to be chosen, and after that, so maybe around 10-15 minutes is my guess. Yeah, Trisha says I'm 15 years old and I love chess, and you guys are making it more exciting. I'm watching you all from the Olympiad and haven't missed a single match. And getting to see many players is great. Guys, and this is a very different kind of tournament. So, एकदम ही अलग है. This started just last year, February, first time it had happened. Then in Singapore, it was their freestyle, but it was a little different one where we had Magnus versus Caruana.
Yeah.
Over there. Yeah. So that was very, very exciting, very different format. And then now we are having this tournament, and they are like planning a whole Wimbledon like thing, a Grand Slam. So 4 tournaments. It's a completely new ecosystem building up there. Look at
Vincent
Caruana.
coming.
How do you think? What is he feeling?
It's Vincent coming.
भाई विंसेंट वो मेन स्टूडियो में आया नहीं था तब तक. अभी है क्या बाय चांस?
I don't think so.
Hey, Sagar Bagule, thank you for your contribution. Yes, Saku, thank you. Your nightmare, thank you for your contribution. बढ़िया है, बढ़िया है. सब बढ़िया चल रहा है.
Guys,
No,
just
no, Gaudi, I'm not in Germany. I'm here in Mumbai. Yes, Sagar. What are you eating?
I took a very healthy decision today because many
Hmm.
times when I get hungry, I either eat a fruit or a chocolate, and it always has some sugar. And what I've realized is that while I feel energized, after some point I feel really low on energy. So
Exactly.
today I have
That's
taken a soup, so I'm hoping for more sustained energy.
but Sagar, fruit का वो problem नहीं रहेगा ना, because it is also have fiber. So, but chocolate you cannot eat. It's very true. Energy तो जाती
I
है.
don't know if I'm right what I'm thinking, but I'm just feeling within inside.
बस फिर हो गया ना. You want to take some rest क्या? I told Harshit and you both.
No, I'm fine.
Till the tiebreak starts, please get
I'm
some
fine.
rest.
I'm fine.
Shrikant has super chatted after heroics.
By the way,
Sydney.
there is a
He's
huge
now
news,
being-
Amruta. There is a huge news going to come up about Arjun Erigaisi. And I don't know when to mention this, but it is something related to his sponsor, and they have done something very, very special for Arjun, which we are going to mention very soon. So it's amazing how people in India
Wow.
are supporting. Although there are few more updates which we will soon give. I think it will come in the next. No, it's not about Genji. Genji, we already know that he's going to be in that team. But this is. Oh, Mamata already knows. क्या बात है? Mamata is very updated.
But अभी तुम इधर ऐसा बोलोगे तो फिर हो गया ना, मतलब then everyone will find Mamta. And then you don't have to. Arjun has posted picture.
Oh, डाल दिया. He got BMW भाई.
No way.
Yes, Arjun from his
मतलब
sponsor.
अर्जुन के पास
Wow.
BMW.
गुकेश
इसके
के पास
गुकेश के
Mercedes.
पास Mercedes. So we are whenever they play each other, it's like BMW versus Mercedes.
Wow.
क्या ही. And Fast and Furious. मजा ही आ जाएगा. Vivek Agarwal super chats. This is an appreciation message for Harshit Bhai. Really liked his commentary and insights in this whole
आपके
tournament.
बारे में.
Want to see more of him in upcoming tournaments.
Guys, if you want to see Harshit Bhai के बारे में more of things, please go to his Instagram and follow him. There you will find not just his commentary but his life also there unfolding.
Yeah.
He is at 8,400 now.
Yes.
And yesterday we had
Rating?
aimed, nahi, followers.
Subscribers, Amruta.
Uh-huh.
Arre.
We wanted to reach 8,500 for him yesterday, guys. So do follow him, and guys, if some mod can put in his link in the chat, that would be epic.
Yes,
Yeah.
thanks a lot, Vivek,
And
for your
also,
message.
message him, follow him. Also, 2 days we have Valentine's Day, so
Amruta talking about the real stuff.
Amruta bhai.
मैंने कुछ बोला ही नहीं, मैंने सिर्फ फैक्ट को सामने लाया.
अमृता इतना अच्छा सूप और ब्रेड था ना, क्या बताओ.
भाई वो
Which
अमृता,
soup
you
is
know
it?
what bread it was? We went to Spain और वो पान ब्रेड था ना, वो है इधर
मैं
पान
अभी
का.
लाया और लाया थोड़ा.
भाई एक मेरे लिए भी ब्रेड का
Yes, yes,
पीस.
yes.
अच्छा, कौन सा सूप है वो तो
Soup is,
बताओ.
I think, दाल सूप, right?
गाइस, अभी के लिए ब्रेक चल रहा है, तो कमेंट्री में भी ब्रेक चल रहा है, तो हम लोग थोड़ा बात करेंगे. बताओ ना कौन सा सूप है.
सूप है दाल वाला,
Pumpkin?
दाल lentil
Oh,
soup.
dal soup.
Yeah,
I love that one.
Oh, thank you,
Superb.
Shashank, for putting in the link of Harshit bhai. I'm going to pin it for some time so that people.
तूने अच्छा किया, ये सूप पिया. इतना अच्छा सूप कैसे मिल रहा है? तो फिर तो then you should drink it.
Yeah, we are
They-
with food. We have been very lucky here, and I can tell you
Hmm.
one thing, that in this tournament, in terms of arrangements and support from the organizers, it has been top notch. So that has been really fantastic.
Amazing. Though there was a question, I think, which today Peter could not complete the answer. Because somebody played a move, but we had asked him, no, to somebody in the chat, Magnus and Vishy जैसा कौन उसको लगता है youngsters में. So next time if he comes, then we could have even got Leko, no, today. So Leko and Peter.
But Peter Leko is commentating on Chess 24.
अरे हाँ, yeah.
He's one of the main commentators of this tournament. And guys, if you haven't seen, do check out Chess 24 streams, where Peter Leko and Judith Polgar are commentating together. Two absolute legends of the game are commentating. So क्या ही बताया. एक सेकंड, हर्षित भाई cannot open the door.
Wait, आराम से आ जाओ. तुम्हारे, अरे हेडफोन निकालो. अरे अभिदया भाई, सब करना अच्छे से, शूटिंग वूटिंग.
They are all celebrating Vincent's win,
अरे.
Amruta.
अरे क्या बात है. We have अभिदया भाई there making sure all the shots are covered. देखो तैयार हो गया, स्टार्ट भी कर दिया. मतलब it's about to begin the whole process of selecting a position. You can see Jan over there. He's going, maybe about to go to the stage. It's very interesting inside.
Hopefully we get Amruta. Hopefully we get Vincent with us soon. बहुत ही मजा आएगा.
Yeah, so it would be so cool. So
Amruta, what are your plans for
yes.
tomorrow?
क्यों, tomorrow is 13 February.
इसलिए.
I have to finish some super final stuff related with absolute final stuff related with the Gukesh's book, and it should be done. That
Guys, just to update you for all the ones who are watching, we are waiting for the tie breaks between Gukesh and Hikaru. That's going to be very big, and the other tie break is going to be Fabiano versus Sindarov, which will decide who will go into the finals.
Ravindra Pravala, thank you for your super chat. Great job, guys. Keep it going. That's what he says. But guys, what did you learn? Tell me something today. What were you? Oh, look at that. Those balls are falling 959 because they don't have the standard position ka number over there. Then one of them is
Yeah,
being
I can go full
chosen.
screen maybe.
And
I don't know which one.
It's okay. Let's just stay there, Harshit, where we are.
Okay.
And then over here, Fiona is just letting us know which is the position. You can also see on the screen, they are putting the position there. So now the arbiter will go back to the boards and arrange. Look at that. The arbiter just went. So maybe we could now shift to the board.
Oh, by the way,
Gukesh's board. Yeah, if we can go.
Sorry, shift to the what?
If we can shift to Gukesh's board, because right now the arbiter will arrange the position over there.
Yes.
Players discussion video. No, right now, I think in tiebreak, though, I really doubt if they will be discussing
So
much,
I
but
think
we'll see.
Hikaru is going to play with the white pieces, Amruta. And this is the
Whoa.
position that we have. Look
Wow.
at this. We have it in front of us, guys.
Amazing, amazing. The rook on h1 is where it would be in standard chess. The knight on b1 also. In fact, if you look at the king and the rook, already castle तो हो चुका है यहाँ पे मतलब short castle तो है, but still you should know that long castle would be possible if all the queen, knight, bishop and the knight on e1. I mean, they move away. It is still a possibility, yeah. Looking at the position, I don't think white is thinking about long castle anyway, but rook shift might be an option with h4, rook h3 in the future.
Amruta,
Also bishops on c1, d1.
yes,
Yes,
maybe
Harshit.
d4, but the biggest question is chat को क्या लग रहा है? Will Gukesh be? I will flip the board actually. Gukesh is black.
Hmm.
What do you think, chat? Will Gukesh manage to beat Hikaru, who is a big blitz and rapid expert, or do you think that it will be Hikaru who will, use his experience from all of these matches and prevail in this?
But as of now, I think the chat is aware that Gukesh's blitz skills definitely are, as of now, lesser than Hikaru's.
Mm-hmm.
Because Hikaru has played so much online, so many blitz and all, and Gukesh is not. Gukesh is more of a classical format, long time format. So I would definitely say that Hikaru an edge over here, and beating Hikaru is not impossible, but definitely a huge task.
Uphill task, definitely, Amruta. 7,000 of you still with us. The games are about to start very quickly, guys. Like the stream so more people can get to see this matchup of Gukesh and Hikaru, Amruta.
Yeah, we are having around 7,000 people already there waiting for the games to begin. मतलब game शुरू भी नहीं हुआ है तो क्या ही मजा आएगा. More people are going to join in, guys. In case some people were mentioning today that the stream is getting shadow banned, so if you like the stream, it might help. Maybe from now on that it is seen more by referred more by YouTube to other people.
Yes.
Okay, but coming back to this position, what is your guess? Is Hikaru going to play which move? Chat, come on, let's go. I have chat chess moves over here.
Will
क्या
you-
ही खेलोगे?
I have a feeling something like I don't know. Somehow I feel like e3 and ये bishop को diagonal पे लाओ on the h1 a8 diagonal or towards the black queen. I think e3 could definitely be something that white considers. Of course, d4 is very, very logical to open up your bishop here. So I'm thinking that he'll make a move to open up one of his bishops. That's my guess, guys.
And you know what the chat is saying?
b3.
5 people
Oh,
already b4.
very interesting.
b4 or b3.
Very
Because the
interesting.
queen on a1 they want to open up and bring this bishop. So great thought.
Very good guess, but and look at this cam angle. Gukesh already on his board, guys. He's thinking about this position, playing with the black pieces. If he manages to win with the black pieces, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Hikaru.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Anything is definitely possible, but in blitz, I think as of now, I would definitely say that Hikaru is going to be stronger than Gukesh.
Amruta, look at this camera angle. Gukesh sitting by himself. Hikaru, as always, loves to, get the thoughts of other players and analyze together.
Yeah.
Gukesh loves to sit by himself and figure out the, details about the position. Sindarov, Gukesh का भी एक बार cam. What are those players doing? Are they thinking by themselves or this board we don't have? Which they were playing on board 3, right? Oh, look at this. Fabi just came and sits down. He's also playing with the black pieces, Amruta. So Gukesh and Fabi playing with the black pieces. Hikaru and Sindarov playing with the white pieces. The match has been set up. The stage is in front of us. I guess we are going to stick with the Gukesh's game because we definitely are hoping that he gets to win his first game in this tournament and beating Hikaru. What a statement that would be.
Yeah, that is definitely a big challenge in front of him. For now, Rudra is asking tiebreaks कितने लोग खेलेंगे Guki versus Naka and are any more of them playing? So to give an update, Harshit bhai, Gukesh versus Vincent and Fabi versus Sindarov.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? We have 2 tiebreaks, yeah, or more.
We have just 2 tiebreaks. क्योंकि Magnus
2
lost
tiebreaks.
against Vincent and also Magnus lost against Vincent and Abdusattorov defeated Firouzja. So that's the
Yeah.
result that we have.
And also those who have joined right now, Magnus drew his game today with Vincent, but the match he lost because yesterday Vincent had already beaten him with the white pieces, and no, with the black pieces, and
Mhm.
today it was a draw. So there won't be a tiebreak. Magnus is out of the final, so Vincent's opponent will be decided based on Sindaro and Fabi's game. Whoever wins will reach the finals.
Guys, Vincent defeated Firouzja first. He then defeated Magnus Carlsen in the semi-finals. Finals में he's going to play against Fabi or Sindarov. And if he wins this, what a crazy story that will be to have the tournament in his own country in Weissenhaus and to go on in to win in such a fashion, defeating Firouzja, Magnus, Fabi, maybe or Sindarov. Crazy, Amruta.
Crazy. क्या prediction है हर्षित? Right now, what is your prediction for Gukesh?
So I don't know, Amruta. I mean, he hasn't won a game, and I'm going to make a bold decision that with black he's going to win the game.
What? Wow, that's really bold because exactly he's not won a game. He's black, and it's very fast and furious format.
Yes, Amruta, did you
So-
eat something? Maybe you can quickly take something to eat as well before they start.
I'll get a water bottle.
Yes,
That's a good idea.
some
Thank
water
you.
on your face maybe to just freshen
Yes.
up. Guys, Amruta is going to join us very quickly before this exciting matchup. Many 50-50 कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं कि Hikaru will win, कुछ people बोल रहे हैं Gukesh will win. My prediction is that Gukesh will strike first. The live board is in front of us, guys. They haven't made a move yet because Hikaru is still analyzing the position, perhaps with Sindarov together. Gukesh, as we know, likes to think together. So I think the game should start in about 1.5 minutes from now, approximately. Hikaru is definitely scary in the shorter format. That is absolutely true. The way in which he calculates, the speed with which he is able to figure out everything is incredible. But of course, Gukesh, the reigning classical world champion, is going to be a very, very tough matchup for Hikaru. First 2 games in classical were drawn. And now we have the 10+10 tie breaks. 2 games होंगे guys. एक black से और एक white से. Karu's still not on the board. Oh, there's the handshake. Finally, he's here. And I think the games will begin right now. Oof. Okay. The clock is going to begin soon, guys. Handshake. Oh, some hesitation, but finally a handshake. The games are about to begin. What's the first move? C4. Quickly, C5 played and B3 played by Gukesh. Sorry, by Hikaru. Wow. Wow. C4, C5, B3. Guys, the ones who found this idea of going B3, Bishop B2, that is happening. Hikaru looking at what the other board have played, and also C4, B3 chosen by Sindarov. So I guess this was the strategy that both Sindarov and Hikaru came together with, quickly jumping back to Hikaru's game as after B6, D4 played. CD4, Queen D4. Hikaru seems to be very well prepared.
The game has begun.
Begun,
Ooh,
Amruta.
Let's flip the board.
Flip the board. Bam.
Wow. Did he start with B3 as the chat had predicted?
Very
Because-
similar. C4, C5, B3, Amruta. B6.
Oh, chat OP.
And then D4. Very interesting idea by Hikaru. Bringing the queen in the game. And now, last time मैंने बोला था chat बोलेंगे कि why did he bring the queen? Isn't it being attacked by knight C6? But seems like with this configuration, with the bishop coming on b2, queen on d2, Maroxybine setup, Amruta. Oh, we have a very special guest to analyze all the games with us.
Wow.
He will be here for like 2-3 minutes because he has done too many interviews.
Sure, please. We have the man of the hour, Vincent. Congrats! What a big win.
Thank you.
What are your impressions, of course, after such a tough game?
Yeah, I mean, I was so happy with the way the opening went and also my play there, and then I messed up so badly. It was really annoying me, but yeah, I think I kind of found the right, I was kind of in time to start playing well again and defending, but yeah, these are the positions that also usually Magnus is playing incredibly strong. So yeah, I'm just happy I survived after giving him so many unnecessary chances.
Yeah, but when you got to know that you're going to play Magnus in this matchup, how were your first impressions? Because of course, in World Cup, you were also very close. So there was also that kind of a tension that was happened. And how did you manage to keep yourself calm?
I think it was just seeing it as a bonus. I mean, already winning the match against Alireza was great, and against Magnus, I didn't feel that much pressure. Of course, he's like the best player in the world, and you can't really expect to win the match. But at the same time, I also felt kind of good about my performance against Alireza, and also, there's always the wish to beat him.
Yeah. And we were analyzing this position. Also, Peter Heine was here, and we were so impressed by this f4 move because how did you come up with this move? Because of course, something like knight e6 was more natural, but you decided to go for this f4, yeah?
Yeah, for me it was kind of natural because, if you look at the position, my only real weakness is the d5 square.
Mm-hmm.
It's my only issue, and if there's a bishop or a queen there, I don't care at all, but the knight is annoying. So basically his only idea is to go knight e3, and that's what I'm stopping by playing f4. That's quite...
Wow.
And also f4 was handed in many lines here in general in the structure, because of course gf kind of hurts him as well, especially now with the bishop on c5 that there's knight e6, but also even, let's say, you could have also moved the bishop to f2, for example, instead of 2c5, and then of course also I would have played f4.
Oh wow, also the best move. Wow. And
what was the other critical moment according to you? Did you feel that moment where Magnus missed c5? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw c5, but with the wrong idea, I think.
In this moment, right?
Yeah, I saw c5, but I thought he would play knight b3 and go to b1. With the idea to go knight c5, bishop h7, and he went to b1 because now after rook h8 he can go with bishop f5. Yeah. But I'm not entirely sure whether this is winning. Maybe it's a fortress. But
this d7, knight d7.
yeah, I'm not sure about this. But at least it's
practically
kind of worrying, no?
Yeah. So after he basically played bishop e6, did you think that okay, now the game is going to this is a draw? I don't know if you will.
Now I shouldn't be lost anymore. That's what I thought. I mean, still I'm in an endgame pawn down.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's easy, but he's very active, and of course I'm aware that if I would have an engine, I would certainly hold the game. But practically still, I mean, he is pawn up, and I have basically no time, so anything can happen. But yeah, it's also quite stable position. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Okay. It was a very long game. So big congrats to you. Tomorrow you will play either the winner.
Yeah. Any preference, Fabi or Sindarov?
No, I would just take whoever
wins. Yeah.
No, but it's amazing because Magnus in a must-win situation most of the times. No, it's amazing that congratulations first of all, Vincent. No, it's amazing that Magnus in must-win situation most of the times he strikes back. So today you did not let him do that. And then it ended. How did you feel at that moment? When it was over?
Yeah, very relieved because I was already imagining in my head how I would be extremely annoyed with myself for giving him any chance to win this game after this opening, because basically at that point, if I had played a normal game, he wouldn't have gotten a single chance to win. But yeah, it's just we're humans and mistakes happen, and I'm just glad that this time I managed to survive this game and win the match.
Okay, Vincent, congrats.
What did Leko say to you? Did you meet him after that?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, congrats, Vincent, and have a good rest.
Yes, we'll take you rest and good luck for tomorrow. Thanks for joining.
Guys, that was the man of today, Vincent Keymer, joining us and has beaten Magnus Carlsen. So kind of him to come here and such a wonderful gesture by him to come. But, guys, we are now following the game of tiebreak.
Oh my God.
Wow, and it's Sicilian's Kevin Engine like position, so
Absolutely.
similar without
Hedgehog,
the pawn
hedgehog.
on e4.
Hedgehog.
But there is no pawn on e4 which changes in a big way. But you have this queen on 8, bishop on b7. Wow.
Looking towards
Love
the
it.
g2 pawn, but you cannot take the g2 pawn right now, Amruta, because after f3, your bishop is going to feel very much isolated
Wait.
here.
h6, wait a second, I'll continue. I mean, though it is bad.
Yes,
but-
h6, and now I guess white will simply
Guys,
go.
we'll switch off the engine for this one. Like we'll just keep the bar. What do
But
you
we
say?
cannot do that.
Why? We
Okay.
can, no?
We'll not see.
Yes, we'll not see. It's
Yeah, because I think it's very important for now. We first try.
And now after knight
calculate
e4,
nicely.
knight takes e4, Amruta, the g7 pawn is checkmate and the bishop is hanging. The bishop there is going to feel like how I will feel in 2 days, so it's not looking very good right now.
Why?
What are you going to feel in 2 days?
2 days mein
Very alone.
Bhai, 2 days mein to you never know what will happen.
Okay,
Exactly.
back to this knight g5, 7 minutes for Gukesh. Hikaru is playing very, very quickly, Sagar bhai. What do you feel of this position?
हर्षित भाई से वो एक्सपेक्टेड जोक नहीं था तो ऐसे सिंक इन हो रहा है लोग भी हंस रहे हैं चैट में
No, right now I feel like Gukesh's position is a bit passive,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also solid. It's this typical hedgehog type, no? Can he castle if he moves his knight?
He can castle, but also I don't know how safe he's going to feel right now because both these bishops are looking towards the black king. If you look at the black bishops, the bishop on c7 is kind of stunted by its own pawn on d6.
But you know, Arjun, if I put my knight on g6, it looks safe, no?
It does, but guys, here white can take advantage of this bishop on b2 and go knight to e4. And Amruta, of course, you cannot take on e4 because mate hai. And if you go e5, the d5 square is a long-term weakness, and I think this is going to be something that white is going to look forward to. What is happening? d5
yeah, exactly.
play.
That's why d5. But I was actually looking at this move and I thought it's bad because after takes that diagonal anytime knight d5 ideas have to be taken care of. Ooh,
But now
actually
Gukesh has a
it's
plan.
a good move.
Knight e6, yeah.
Exactly. He has to go h6 and knight
Wow.
e6, and he can potentially completely open the position with d4. Although the engines give white an advantage, I think practically this was the best decision, guys.
नहीं but engines advantage दे ही रहे थे even before you play d5. So in fact I thought d5 is not possible at all. So was there any better move or like equally good
d5 was
any other option?
d5 was the best move found by
Exactly.
the engines, guys. Knight b1. But now this idea of h6, knight e6 looks very good. d4 bhi aa raha hai, Sagar bhai.
Hey, are you not sorting your position already because h6 ko he has to go back? Any
Amruta, knight
sacrifice
b1 was
is not
very
working?
surprising because the
Hmm.
knight goes back.
He could have gone e3, right?
Yes, just e3 protect, guys. In isolated pawn positions, the square in front of the isolated pawn is known as the isolini. Very important for white to cover that square. Now you can see after knight b1, h6 आ सकता है. Knight f3 के बाद knight e6,
And
d4 भी आ रहा है, सागर भाई. Black is developing slowly.
But he thinks that after, let's say, queen h4,
Uh-huh.
that d4 is not coming because now you have 3 attackers and only 2 defenders.
Yes, but look at these bishops directing towards the king. g5 भी कभी था, queen भी
So
trouble
knight
में.
d4.
Maybe g5 immediately and knight jumping
बाप रे
in.
g5 हर्षित भाई लेकिन ऐसा डर लगेगा
But
ऐसा,
advantage,
Gukesh को
Amruta,
नहीं, no?
advantage is that your h6 pawn is defended by the rook. Generally, your rook is on f8.
Exactly.
हाँ.
So that turns into an advantage.
Knight g6 played, by the
Interesting.
way. Very surprised by that as well.
No, bishop e5 is a threat. You will winning a piece. For the moment, white has
Knight
to figure
f3.
out.
Knight f3.
Knight f3.
So then he does the same job without h6. So it's good, no?
Also,
Castle?
Amruta, look at this line actually. If not knight f3, e3, bishop e5, queen d2, bishop b2.
Oh my god, guys.
What?
White to play
Yeah.
here. Unbelievable tactic. Can you find this insane idea?
Oh,
Wow. This is really special.
Oh, wow. Really, it's wow, yeah?
Yes. By the way, what's your last
My
move of the variation,
God.
Amruta?
बता दूँ
हाँ,
इधर
but just
maybe
last
ask the
move.
chat
Last
no
move of the variation आप बताओ.
mate है भाई mate
नहीं.
अच्छा
My
इसके
last
लिए
move
क्या
is bishop d4.
Actually, I think e takes d4 is the best.
Oh, e takes d4.
Is the last move of the variation.
तो वो बिशप
My
ए3
point
वाला
was
कुछ आइडिया आ ही
bg6.
नहीं रहा है क्या
Exactly, guys.
bg6.
All of you finding bishop takes g6, queen
Bishop d4.
sacrifice.
Yeah.
Bishop takes
f7.
f7.
King
Bishop
f8.
King f8, and now e takes d4 is super important, opening up the rook on
Oh,
e1.
because बिशप ए3 को बिशप c5 पीछे आ
हाँ,
रहा था
exactly, Amruta. That's why I asked the last move of the variation. It is
स्मार्ट है हरीशन भाई ने फंसा दिया वापस वो
e
कैलकुलेशन
takes
में
d4, and now bishop a3 is unavoidable. This is a crazy idea.
Amazing.
Knight f3 played by Hikaru. He stops bishop e5.
No, first he moved his bishop, yeah?
First bishop a3, queen b8, and now knight f3, preventing this, also protecting the h2 pawn.
By the way, people are saying, can we also have a look just
Yes, the
to
glimpse of
Fabi
this
game?
game.
2 पे रहेगा. No, 3.
Sakar says amazing analysis
Thank you, Sakar.
Wow.
This looks quite even right now.
Mm-hmm.
Although white seems to have more space.
White has more space. Black does have these two rooks doubled up. So if the position ever opens up after f4, he can potentially try to put some pressure on the f2 pawn. It is looking around even, but I think the more exciting position is Gukesh's right now. So I think we should stick to this game.
Let's go.
As this game looked even, he is on number
5.
5.
5 and 3.
Wow. Just quickly to
Can you
flip
click
the
there?
board.
No click.
5 minutes for Gukesh, 1 minute advantage for Hikaru. Maybe rook. I don't know. It's slight.
what is he thinking
I think short
Okay.
castle I would do.
नहीं bishop है.
Arre, bye, not allowed.
Allowed
allowed
है.
hai.
Allowed है. But if you do it, then it will be a big mistake.
blunder ठीक है
What about bishop d6 trading of... No, then b6 is hanging.
Yes, you have to be careful
what
actually.
about queen c8 with that of queen g4 but
So in general, I always feel that in isolated pawn positions, you want to keep the queens and minor pieces on the board, because whenever you have an isolated pawn, you should try to complement or like counter that with some sort of initiative. So I feel that knight f4, knight e6 could be a good idea in this position, trying to attack the queen. But the problem is, Amruta, कि knight f4 के बाद you have this sneaky bishop e7 attacking my knight and rook.
oh, नहीं
Rook
ये
e8 इसलिए खेला
मुझको लगा rook e8 was something that was on my mind. So
to
interesting.
prophylaxis against bishop e7.
Also, just maybe controlling the e4 square, like knight e4 becomes a possibility, perhaps.
Definitely. I do like this move, rook e8 a lot. He's preparing to go knight f4 and knight e6. Maybe even h5 could be an idea in these kind of positions. But I think knight f4, guys.
Guys, just to put things into context here, Gukesh and Hikaru drew their two classical long form games and now are fighting each other in 10 plus 10 rapid games. That will be 2 games. In case of 1-1, we will have 5 plus 5 blitz, or 5 plus 2, sorry.
Yes.
5 plus 2 blitz. And then if that is also 1-1, then Armageddon. So right now, it's such an exciting moment because Hikaru is such a brilliant speed player.
Absolutely. Also in freestyle chess, he has completely shown the world what he's capable of, being the reigning world champion in chess 960. Here, however, Gukesh is not going to leave any door unturned as he tries to go knight f4 and knight e6, trying to dislodge the queen on d4, maybe even push d4.
I think overall Hikaru, he goes b5. Gukesh's moves keep on confusing us all the time, or he just comes up with new ideas.
Yeah, because I think he's using that the queen is the worst blockader, correct? And knight is the best blockader. So if the queen is attacked, it has to move. So b5 with the idea.
Yeah, b5 played. The Indians are not a big fan of this because the dark squares do become weak. So if I can, in a fairyland world, exchange the dark squared bishops, I'm going to be super happy with the white pieces.
But what will you play right now? Like bishop c5 or something?
Bishop
one, you
c5
may
I'm
have another
afraid of
plan.
because you will have knight d7 to always be worried about, because then the c5 bishop is coming
अरे
under
हाँ,
attack.
useless हो गया वो. ठीक है. AB I think is fine.
Yeah.
And is rook A1 an interesting idea to shift the rook?
It is completely possible to try and put some pressure here. You just to make a point कि bishop e5 से you have to be careful about है, नहीं तो queen और rook एक diagonal पे आ गए.
Actually,
Knight
knight
है ना?
F3
Knight
पे
is
you
covering.
cannot dislodge it, and also the bishop on C7 is pretty good in future also.
Completely
You
agree.
can-
So b5, Hikaru still thinking, what's the predictions, Sagar bhai? Maybe h4, or that's too much, yeah? You cannot really push the
No,
pawn
that
to
looks
h4.
good. Why not?
But knight on f6 is protecting, so it's also it's too bold, I think.
Also, Hikaru, I think for this move has taken roughly 1.5 minutes already.
Wow.
That's a lot of time when you are playing a 10-minute game.
Yes.
And maybe we can update the bars, yeah? That would be nice.
Yeah, and so many people in the chat writing some amazing comments. Harini, thank you. They're saying that they're loving the commentary and the analysis. Devjit, thank you.
Also,
So,
Vincent coming
very
here
sweet.
was so
So nice.
sweet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And of course, they're also playing tomorrow, guys. So I think after the tournament, they will be a lot more relaxed and can give us more time. We obviously want to give them some time to rest, Amruta, as tomorrow Vincent will play in the finals. Ooh la la.
Yeah, and we have Shivangi who says my mobile's battery got dead and I snatched away my friend's mobile to
Arey,
watch
arey,
this
arey.
match. Must say that you guys are doing amazing work. सागर भाई, अमृता and हर्षित भाई. अरे दोस्ती ना टूट जाए, बस उतना ही ख्याल रखो.
बस गेम के बाद फोन वापस दे देना.
हाँ.
Oh, lot of bishop a3 was what happened? e4. Wow.
No, it went AB, bishop D3, bishop C8, and now he played E4.
Wow, just completely opening up the position because white has already castled
Yeah.
and black's king is still kind of doing well, but the rook on h8 is very passive, cannot come
So
to f8
Hikaru
now.
feels it's the moment to open up the position.
Exactly. Bishop b6. And guess what's the best move in this position, guys? Absolutely, it is bishop c5 because you would love to exchange those bishops as we were mentioning and get control of the dark squares.
And you don't have time for knight d7 because bishop b6, queen b6, queen b6, knight b6, and maybe in the end.
This back rank problems.
E5 or...
Back rank problems. Just take or back rank.
No, not knight b6, queen b6 there. But still you will be.
Yeah, queen b6 also, I think take b5 is also hanging. So some problems tactically.
Weakness is created.
This happened, by the way. Bishop c5, queen c5, d takes e4 played.
Actually, Gukesh is under heavy pressure in this game because his king cannot castle and his...
Hey, now he can castle. 1 second.
now he can bring
no
his
more
rook.
problem.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, now he can castle.
But now this pawn is weak, b5. It's a very weak pawn. It's attacked there and I think he has to defend again tenaciously here.
Hikaru is always putting his opponents under pressure. He hasn't been the best in this tournament towards converting it, but pressure डालने में I think he has been one of the best.
True. Rakshit bhai saying bars चल रहे हैं ना ढंग से. अरे Rakshit bhai, thank you. We already have 2 bars working, guys, and 2 ready for the next game also.
Wow.
So Rakshit OP हो जाएगा इस chat पे. He actually, there were I think no libraries available for chess 960. He built it, I think, and has made the bars working in very few hours.
Yes. D takes e4 and now knight takes e4, right? Sagar bhai, to take and take back with the bishop, just open up your rook on d1 as well.
So if bishop takes, can we then short castle?
Bishop
takes, knight takes.
Yeah,
first.
bishop takes, just to mention, guys, would be a great exchange for black because then you would exchange this bishop, which would have potentially put pressure on the b5 pawn. So that's why knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4,
and short castle.
And short castles. White is slightly better, but I think Gukesh has very good drawing chances here. So d4 has happened.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is thinking about if there is another move.
He's planning to play with queen. 1 second. Queen b5.
Oh,
wow.
He took it. Did he take it?
He took.
Yeah, but 1 minute down. Then Gukesh's time.
But what's... okay. The point is you can't, by the way, guys, take here anything because the queen is hanging. And if queen takes queen, then bishop attacks the rook. So there is no time to take the knight. Wow. So fantastic move found by Hikaru. And Gukesh needs to find now either bishop b7, bishop g4. These are the possible moves.
Queen f4, I guess, is a blunder, right? Because of knight takes e4. Simple.
Queen, sorry?
Queen f4 should be a blunder, knight e4.
Yes, exactly. Because now if you take with the knight, the e8 rook is hanging. So I think you are getting overloaded on your knight on f6. After queen b5, Gukesh still thinking down to less than 3.5 minutes. Sagar bhai, this is getting very exciting.
Yeah, this is very tense. Actually, I would really hope for Gukesh to hold this, and then
What
yeah,
Queen b7 is the question chat is asking.
Queen
b7 and
b7.
bishop b7.
knight e4.
But guys, it's a very strange move क्योंकि तुमने queen exchange तो avoid नहीं किया, and still after 94 pressure तो on ही है क्योंकि queen b5 के बाद just bishop b5 and your position is big. Rook back rank problems, guys. Back rank problems always exist for black. He has to somehow put his king in the safety net.
Absolutely.
Bishop e6
bishop-
played. Wow.
Actually, very sensible move because b3 पे pressure है. Knight e4 होएगा तब b3 is gonna be weak. So quite natural. What's the problem?
Sorry, after knight e4,
Knight e4, knight e4, bishop
rook e4, pinning the bishop to the
e4,
rook.
queen b5.
Yeah, rook e4.
Now castle takes and castle.
If you go castles, white is up a pawn and it's unclear whether black will be able to capture that pawn back safely.
We have reached that, yeah. He's taken
This has
on-
happened, guys.
Wow.
All of this has happened.
This is trouble time for Gukesh.
What to do now? Castles happen. Everything is happening. What we predicted.
Yeah.
And now b4 seems like a very powerful move, just protecting the pawn. And white is a pawn up, Sagar White. It's not like
Healthy pawn up, na? Also.
yes. Black is threatening to take, but if you just go b4 now, black is a pawn up.
Wait, for b4, I don't have knight f4 also because the g6 knight has to come in the game very soon.
Yeah, you're so right. The knight on g6 is completely out of the game. b4 seems like a strong move for.
How about b4? Queen takes queen,
Mhm.
bishop takes,
Mhm.
and rook b8.
Hmm.
And then slowly we can try to hold that endgame.
But it's possible. But if you think about it, take, rook b8, bishop c6, let's say. And now b5 is going to come next. It's not that easy.
Yeah.
You're just down a pawn, yeah?
Knight e7, b5.
Yeah, okay, we'll stick here. 2 minutes for
Yeah.
Hikaru. He's down to 2 minutes. He has to make a move.
But what is he thinking? I think b4 looks natural. But maybe he's thinking of rook b1, more stable.
Yeah, rook b1 is also possible. I think I'm more inclined towards b4 because the bishop is on light square. So I want to intuitively put my pawn on the dark square so that the bishop cannot attack it.
Right.
Guys, 13,000 of you watching. Do like the stream so more people can watch this exciting tie break. इसके बाद और एक गेम होने वाला है. There are 2 game matchup. वो भी draw हुआ तो then they'll move to the blitz portion. 1.5 minutes for Hikaru. Wow. He's not making a move. He's hesitating.
Wow, good news, Harshit bhai. You completed 8.5k followers on Instagram.
Wow.
That's good, guys. We are on our track for reaching 10k for Harshit bhai on Instagram. 2.6 million on Chessbase India here, YouTube. So that is a good plan that we are following.
Yes.
But meanwhile, it would be very cool if this game, Gukesh is able to win
does not
his
make a move.
first game. 55 seconds for Hikaru.
Man.
Yeah, rook b1
Oh,
played.
he did
Finally.
play rook b1, but if he had to play that, it's more of a simple move, right? Compared to the other calculations. He has used a lot of time, which should help Gukesh. But do you think Gukesh will play quickly here?
I don't know if he wants to exchange the queen. Like me personally, I would like to go something like queen c7 just to keep the queens on the board and try to get some counter play. That's my intuition that Gukesh would like to keep the queens on the board.
Also, in a way, Hikaru, because he missed so many winning positions in this tournament, must be a little low on confidence. So that's the reason why he was taking time to make his move here, because he
That
knows.
is a very important psychological point. It is going to be impacting again and again.
Yeah. Not so easy, guys.
2 minutes for Gukesh. I think the natural thing to do is to take the queen and play rook b8.
That's
This
very
is my feeling that Gukesh will go for it.
Yeah. I think the only question is if he really believes that this endgame has drawing chances.
Hmm.
Because if you think about it, white just has an outside passed pawn, and it's not as if black's pieces are also very active. So I do think that it's a very uphill task from now for Gukesh to hold this. I did think that he will have good chances in this game, but Hikaru has played splendid so far.
We have people also giving suggestions which I like, though we may not be able to check everything, but there is Queen 8, Rook D8, Bishop F5.
Bishop
No,
F5
Bishop F5 would
Bishop
be
F5, guys.
blunder.
Queen takes F5 is happening. So before every time you think of a move, just make sure that it's not a blunder. And if your opponent, it's very important that you not make a Queen A7 played. He keeps the queen on the board.
Queen, just as you said, Harshit Bhai.
Yes.
Just on A7 instead of C7, and Naka is this time ready with his
Queen
move
H5.
with
Wow.
Nice move. Actually, he's trying to mate him with Rook H4 directly, no?
He's trying to go Rook
Because-
H4. Oh, that's
Because if
also a
knight
nice
takes,
idea.
then
Wow.
it's mate.
If black goes
But
Queen
this is-
H6 played, preventing that
very
idea.
dangerous है ये.
Rook E1 quickly played by Hikaru is really
Actually,
playing fast.
Hikaru is going for an attack now. B3 pawn, he's like, gaya to gaya.
हाँ अभी Rook E6 threat है ना.
Rook
Rook
E6
E6,
threat
Rook
है.
E6, Rook E6.
Exactly.
Oh.
No,
You have to
back
move
rank,
the
back
bishop to
rank.
D7.
Back rank might be an issue.
But it's working. Rook E6 is a threat.
Yeah, but-
She's right.
Takes Rook D8.
Good move.
Wow.
Attacks the D3
Attacks the bishop और वो bishop
If
भी
Rook
pin से
E6,
निकाल लिया.
Now if Rook E6, there is Rook D3.
Exactly.
So it works.
Attacking the B3 pawn, also attacking the rook right now. Rook D8 was a nice move found by Gukesh.
Yeah. Counter attack.
50 seconds for him. He's hesitating. Look,
Oh.
he
this
touched
is
the
going-
bishop and he didn't play it.
He played Bishop C4.
Now
Okay.
played Bishop C4. Now just take. Yeah, you are happy
Oh
with
my
this.
god. It takes. The
Okay.
engine says that it's equal, but it's not easy to
But
find
how?
the next move.
F5, Knight F4, Knight D3.
Bhai, that's
That's
a crazy
the-
idea.
नहीं यार ये
Yeah,
तो
that was
possible
too
नहीं
tough.
है.
Rook B8 played, trying to go Rook B2 and attack the pawn on F2. Also a decent practical try क्योंकि Rook E2 गए. By the way, तो Knight F4, attacking the queen and the
Nice.
rook. So you can't do that.
But maybe back rank is a problem for white also.
Knight D4 played. It's a very risky move to make this because you are
But it works. Rook B2 maybe.
Queen F3.
Queen
Wow.
B3. He played.
Hikaru's
Hikaru is
accuracy is
so
quite
good in
quite good right now. And the question is whether till the end, what will happen? Who will blunder first?
Yeah. Because if you move the rook to B8, there is maybe rook E8 check at some point. You have to be
Yeah.
careful.
Guys,
no?
F5 खेला तो crazy हो जाएगा. It will be insane if he is able to find this move. F5 attacking the rook on E4. Rook नहीं हिल सकता क्योंकि D4 का knight मर रहा है अमृता.
हाँ.
But Knight F5.
अच्छा,
Hmm?
ध्यान
Knight
रखना.
F5.
Knight F5 आ रहा तो सब pin हो गया. Queen C5 played, just protecting, and perhaps Knight F5 best
like
move. Hikaru.
Is there a threat you have?
Maybe Knight G7. It's a threat.
Oh, very cool. अरे आ रहा है क्या अभी? Knight G7, King G7, Queen C3.
Knight G7 is going to
Already?
go. Knight G7, I think his idea is to go Rook D2. Very nice idea by Gukesh,
Crazy.
trying to put
Yeah,
pressure on
tricky.
F2.
Very sharp.
Very
Both
tricky.
Amruta, Harshit here. Knight G7, King G7. If you can just show Queen C3
Is the
is
point.
coming, and then you lose the rook.
Exactly.
LPDO guys, lose pieces, drop off. And now Rook D8, he's not made his move yet. He's thinking 45 seconds for Hikaru, 1 minute 6 seconds for Gukesh.
Yeah, Gukesh
And
is going Rook
16,000
D2.
people are watching.
I mean, it's not clear if Hikaru is in control right now. Rook D2 is coming and pawn is very much in pressure on F2. Good drawing
But there's
chances.
something like H4. H4, do you want to play with the idea of H5 because it would be irritating for the G6 knight.
H4, Rook D2.
H4 looks like a good move, but Rook D2 still putting pressure on
And
the
then
F2
Rook
pawn.
E2. Then Rook E2.
Rook
he played
F1,
Rook
that's
F1.
passive. But still, white is a pawn
Passive.
up.
He keeps his
Now
threat
Rook
of
D2
knight
my
takes
problem
F,
is-
Knight E3
G7.
simply.
Knight G7 intact.
Yeah, Knight G7 could be a threat now. 50 seconds. क्या ही tense moment चल रहा है.
Very tensed here because the first game, whoever takes it, I think will have a huge chance.
Queen C3 was a threat. Okay, that's why Rook D2. Now the queen is stuck to defending the pawn on F2. I'm expecting Knight E3 so that they break the coordination of the queen attacking the pawn on F2.
Hmm.
H4,
Nice.
Amruta. Look at
H4
you.
आया. Oh, cool. But I thought the rook would be on E1.
But Amruta, you're absolutely right. White goes for H4,
Knight
H5,
E5,
troubling the knight on G6.
Knight E5, Queen G3, yes.
Exactly. Knight E5 खेला तो Queen G3,
Threatening mate
attacking
and
the
E5.
knight, attacking checkmate.
Otherwise, also G7 is very weak. If the knight is gone, no, from that file, rook G4, knight
Maybe
H6
H5?
threats.
Oh, H5 rook E8, huh?
Yeah, H5 would be a very, very bad move because rook e8 and then black is going to get checkmated right
अरे पर
now.
खेलने का क्या? I can't see a
I
move
mean,
for black.
Gukesh is also thinking he
Same
cannot find a
problem,
move.
same
15
problem.
seconds. Knight G6.
He
What
did
happened?
90. It's the best engine try because F5 is hanging now.
अभी F5 मर रहा है.
So that's a great try by
Oh,
Gukesh.
wow.
Came back.
Knight
He played
E5,
knight
knight
E5.
G6. I did not even realize what happened for a moment.
Very, very concrete defense found by Gukesh. He's still hanging on by a thread.
Yeah. The knight, Hikaru is about to move. Maybe knight D6 he wants to go. Oh no, it's hanging. Rook है ना D2 पे.
Wow, 10, 9.
Knight H6,
Hikaru
G8,
Hikaru,
H5
Hikaru
भी
has to
नहीं है
move.
ना.
Hikaru has to move. 5.
4.
Knight E3 back.
Oh,
Queen H5. What?
and a mistake, big mistake.
But it's Queen. Let's take C5 played.
Take
Giving
the
up a pawn.
What is the
क्या
threat?
mistake
Hikaru is
किया
giving
था,
up a
but
pawn.
At least we should
What's
know
the threat?
how is it losing.
No, we'll go to that later. But C5, queen takes C5.
Yeah, what's the point? If rook e8,
King H7,
king h7,
or maybe
I
rook
guess he
E8,
wants.
knight F8 is there.
What is happening? It's equal.
Oh no, fork. He thought it's a fork.
Oh
Why?
my god, he missed
He
rook
missed
e2.
rook E2.
Wow, Gukesh is back. It's completely equal now. Big mistake
and
by
look
Hikaru.
look at Hikaru. He's so upset.
And maybe Gukesh will try now. King h7.
Yeah, with those rooks.
I don't know he'll try or not, but look at Hikaru's
He's very
expressions.
upset.
He's like, I saw knight c4 was a fork, but I missed that rook e2 was coming.
By the way, Sindarov is completely winning on the other game. Can I just quickly show the
No,
position?
wait. Yeah.
Completely winning here. Knight endgame, pawn up. Sindarov is going to win.
We'll stay at Gukesh's game here. Yeah.
But yeah, winning.
Yeah, Gukesh is equal now. So I think this game, maybe Gukesh will press though because the h4 pawn slightly weak.
But maybe it might also end in a draw very soon. Let's see.
Because Hikaru will be able to defend even if Gukesh tries, because this is not a position he will mess up.
Maybe
But still-
f5. Does really go very ambitious with f5, f4?
Might be
It is
too much,
Gukesh's
no?
style to do
Rook
this.
c5 maybe.
Then just pick. I don't know. Maybe f5, Amruta. What do you think? Will it happen?
I love that idea so much, but I don't know in 20 seconds somebody can play that. So cool idea.
By the way, Queen b5 could be interesting, yeah? Trying to put some pressure towards rook d2. Do you know what he's setting up, Amruta? I think black is setting up some rook a4. Let's say queen b5. Just to show if you make a move like knight g4, queen takes f1 is crazy.
No.
Because king f1, rook b1 is checkmate. This concept.
Oh, stairs.
Rook d3 played by Gukesh. The equilibrium is still intact.
Amazing.
But I think Gukesh is the one pressing now. Sagar bhai.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
also our bar evaluation bar is there. Sindarov is right now beating Caruana
This is the
with
draw
the
offer
evaluation of 2.2.
with queen g4. I think just by Hikaru saying that should we draw the game?
I think the answer is going to be no.
No,
Yes, no, he'll take it.
I think he has to.
Oh, it took. Okay. But it's, yeah, okay. After now, this one should be heading towards the draw now. And what happened in Sindarov's game? Also, it seems to be equal now.
Wow.
I mean, this game is a draw. Do you want to check?
Happened? We can check.
What?
It's a blunder because one move behind, if we can go, because there was a blunder.
What? He was completely winning.
क्या किया फिर?
No, let's just see this point. Check, takes, and maybe this was the moment.
Yeah,
where
knight
he had to go
d5
with
and he
his
had to
knight.
take the b6 pawn. He instead goes for king d5, but after knight d2, this is a draw now.
Yeah, but still some
complex.
problems because the main thing is after king g6, knight b2, I'll try to go in here, but then once my knight comes here, it defends both the pawns. So it should be a draw. And then coming back to Gukesh's game, 3 versus 3 and knight. So I think here
This is a draw, yeah.
you can just say good night, and
This is a draw.
unless Gukesh is still hoping for some miracle here, which is
No, I mean this is going to end in a draw.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean
Oof.
I don't.
We need to know though that moment what really went wrong. C5.
I think
Afterwards we have to check, or whenever you guys want to.
Yeah, G4 is coming in. Yeah, Hikaru had a big chance to win at some point when he went Queen H5, but with 30 seconds on the clock, it was very difficult to find it. G5 played. Wow.
HG.
HG, FG. I mean, although they are making moves, I do think that this game is pretty much over now.
Yeah,
I think it's just a statement from both players that we want to keep playing. Like, no draw.
Yeah, perhaps that's the case because guys, when there are 2 pawns each and knight, rook, this is obviously a complete equal position. Wow.
Gukesh keeps playing.
Which
yeah.
means that if Fabi's game is drawn and this game is drawn, everything will be decided most likely in the next game. Wow.
Yeah, ये बात है.
Why they're still playing, yeah? Both players are like, I mean, they're still fighting. I guess knight d6, knight e4 is what Gukesh would love to get, trying to put pressure on the f2 pawn.
I don't know because because Hikaru's knight is sort of trapped on f1. I can go to h2, but can't go to d2 or e3.
Yeah, rook a3, that's why he played, trying to guard this e3, and now yeah, this is looking.
Now they can repeat. No, knight d6, rook e6, huh?
Oh, result, Sindarov has drawn his game. He was completely winning. So, after Fabiano let him escape in the classical format, Sindarov lets him escape in the tiebreak. Now, we'll go into the second game. It's going to be very exciting.
No one knows who will win there. And while Nakamura and Gukesh, they are not able to win even single game.
Wow.
3 draws, I think, in a row.
Maybe we could check the moment then, if you want.
No, let's
see
just
if- maybe we
finish
should.
this. Yeah, it will
Okay,
almost
after
end.
we- and we should try to find it. Don't tell us what was the idea. That would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe until the next game, do you want to take some rest?
No, I'm fine. I'm taking
Fine?
rest. Yeah, this is resting only here. Now, this position. There is nothing happening, so we are just chilling.
Chill.
Wow. 40 seconds, but yeah, I mean, Amruta, I think all of us know that this game is very, very much equal. The board is not stuck, guys. The players have not yet made a move. They got some increment after playing quickly. So 30 seconds for Hikaru and 1 minute for Gukesh. This position heading towards a draw. Next game will start in a few minutes. पहले वो position decide करेंगे कौन सा होने वाला है, and then after that immediately start हो जाएगा.
Generally,
10
it
minutes.
starts within 5 to 10 minutes.
10
Yes,
minutes.
10 minutes they will analyze. Correct. So एक छोटा break रहेगा actually after this.
Maybe in this, do they analyze for 10 minutes? Because it's already a 10-minute game. I think maybe it's lesser time or same time.
No, 10 minutes only.
Okay.
Mhm.
Will Gukesh and Fabi analyze together?
Yeah, Gukesh and Fabi. No, Gukesh never analyzes with anyone. He will just sit alone on the board and try to figure out the position. So I don't think that they're going to analyze together. Very surprised that they're playing this though. Oh, I think no one wants to offer a draw basically.
Yeah.
No, but because Naka knows that even if he offers draw, Gukesh is going to play. So, they will wait. If Gukesh wants to take a draw, I'm sure Naka is okay. But
But
Why should Gukesh not take a draw now?
yeah.
yeah, what does he really think there could be a minutest chance? Because there is no way, right?
Yeah, no way. It's like knight d5 check, knight f4 back. 100 ways for this position to be equal. But I think it's not about this position being equal or not. It's about the character. And that's Gukesh's character, that regardless of the position, I'm going to play until bare kings on the board. And that's what a lot of the players have been talking about, that it's the stylistic character that Gukesh has of being very ambitious in nature.
One more thing which I think Gukesh does well, by the way, now knight takes h5 can be a draw if he wants to do that. But one more thing that Gukesh does well is that when he does these things, his opponents do get a bit tired. And because he's young, he has more energy. So perhaps in the long run, it might add up to something.
Yeah, and also he's very young, so he actually might want to play a long game so that Hikaru gets tired and that the longer the match goes, he might feel कि he is more energetic. That
भाई
might
मैं
be
क्या
the
बोला फिर कन्नड़ा में?
हाँ, कभी कभी हर्षित सेम ही बोलता है, सिर्फ रिपीट करता है अलग शब्द।
चैट जीपीटी 3.0 और 4.0.
मतलब ऐसे हर्षित भाई पूरा सुने, हेड नॉट भी किया और बाद में ऐसे बोले कि जैसे पहली बार बोल रहे।
I was noticing आप मेरे सुनोगे कि नहीं.
हाँ, पर कन्नड़ा बोल रहे पहले वही आता है, क्योंकि पता नहीं why is it common between us whenever like people they don't understand, ऐसा रहता है ना, अरे मैं कन्नड़ा में बोला क्या? I don't know what it would be when Kannada people talk. Do they have anything like this?
No,
But
I
we
just
do
said
have
one
this.
language which I don't know. I could have said other also, but
नहीं,
then
but normally बहुत बार क्या बोलते हैं, कन्नड़ा में बोला क्या करेंगे महाराष्ट्र में तो।
Shrikant Machine Learning says, can we please art heart rates? Gukesh heart rate in 60s while the opponent is in hundreds. Gukesh is very, very calm.
oh bhai, amazing.
Calm as a cucumber. '94. Yeah. So let's assume that this game ends in a draw and Gukesh gets white. Do you think that we can say this, like drawing with black, is a good result for Gukesh?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a good result because he was under pressure throughout the game, and now he can press with white next game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
No,
especially,
actually, amazing result, because the position he was in, like there was a lot of pressure, so he survived that with lot of sharpness in that tactics, and he managed to come.
yeah, especially like how I mean, besides white and black, as the way the game continued, where white was just up a pawn, but he defended very resiliently. And as you said, Amruta, I mean, for sure, everything for black to write home about. Yeah.
I don't, Sagar, why, like before the next round, is there a possibility to get heart rate? Like really, in tiebreak, it would be very important.
I can ask
and
them.
Nice. Why are we
I
not
already
asking
was
them?
messaging, so
Huh.
Sindarov versus
Should I go and
Caruana
check?
draw.
You can
Wasn't
check
it
with
winning?
some other people also, no? Like, thoda sa ask
नहीं,
more
मैं पूछ के
people.
आता हूँ. But if it is the only game, then maybe we can take it from the stream also. But I'll ask if there's any link.
Huh.
F3 played. By every 50 moves, एक move pawn move होने वाला है अमृता, and we'll keep on playing another 50
लंबा
moves.
गेम होने वाला है, लंबा लंबा लंबा. Oh my god.
वो ऐसा फुटबॉल में होता है ना, 90 मिनट्स पहले, फिर ओवर टाइम, फिर और ओवर टाइम, फिर फाइनली so I think Armageddon in football, in chess, is basically penalties in football. After all the overtime, then everything, finally there will be this penalties. Armageddon.
Oh. पेनल्टी में मोस्टली तो गोल हैपेंस ना, मतलब if you get a chance.
I mean, depends who's the striker and who's the defender.
अच्छा. But on a 100% scale, what would you say? Like
Yeah, I
whoever,
mean,
let's
I
say,
I would
is
say कि about 80% of the times, yeah, there is a goal. 75 to 80% of the time there is a goal.
Getting a lot of football knowledge also by Harshit. Many people were commenting that Harshit Bhai looks like more like a footballer
अरे
than
अरे
a
अरे.
chess player. अरे बचपन में there used to be also these complaints ना, कि चेस खेल रहे हैं और बच्चे रहते हैं, तो एक बच्चा बोलता था आर्बिटर को, वो मेरे को लात मार रहे करके. तो ये complaints बहुत common थे.
But yeah. By the way, Rook B7 is a cool trap, Amruta. Very cool trap. Right? Rook takes E6 मार रहा है ना?
अच्छा, बढ़िया है
हाँ,
यार.
Amruta, you will
So
take it, no?
cool.
You will take on
नहीं,
E6.
I won't take it. मतलब I was
Guys,
whenever Harshit bhai is asking a question, it has to be tricky.
if you take on E6 now,
What's the move? Let's ask them.
yes. If you
Yes.
take, there is knight c5 check, guys, forking the rook and the king. So you cannot take. Exactly, guys. Rook to b2 check, intermediate move, and then after the rook is gone from this discovered attack, you can just take the rook, and black has very good winning chances in this endgame. So rook 8. So this happened in the game. We had a super chat. Can you cover CR7 cross HR7? Arey bhai bhai. Harshit, can you cover
Yeah, I know.
Sindarov CR7 is Cristiano Ronaldo 7. Sweet.
Oh,
It's by him.
acha. Wow.
Oh, by the way, rook f3 is a blunder now, yeah, because of rook takes e6. I mean, it's still a
Hey,
draw,
you have
but
to be careful, matlab, with these forks, and especially imagine you have 2 seconds on the clock.
Mhm.
We have seen moments when there is a knight on the board. Such blunders can happen.
Yeah.
Look at time. Gukesh has only 20 seconds. Naka has 2 minutes 55 seconds.
Yeah,
And
but
maybe Naka is trying, yeah, because look at his king. It's better than Black's king. The rook is keeping an attack. Maybe Gukesh is on the defending side. And look, 3 seconds, 2.
rook a1 played with 6 seconds on the clock. Wow.
Oh, he has to be careful. Actually, this is not over.
Of course, the drawing margin is very high, so I don't think that Gukesh is in trouble just yet. f4 Kela Amruta, so that would be a very, very good move for Gukesh fans because rook to h1 is checkmate.
Oh,
So,
shock laga.
Gukesh is threatening mate in 1 right now, guys. Wow. And Batura's my favorite football club. It used to be Barcelona in La Liga, and I also like Bayern Munich a lot. Rook a1, and now Hikaru is thinking. Knight g5 check is of course going to be a drawn endgame, Amruta, because we know the drawing tendency in rook endgames is very high, especially dono side pe do pawn hai. So I think the chat also knows by now that the game is around equal, but they're just making moves to, keep posing questions.
Yeah, and I think the only thing which Gukesh shouldn't land into is too much, like too many times less than 5 seconds. Because suddenly, sometime one position can happen where you have to find the only move.
Even
And
the
it's
chat
a
is like,
situation
Khatam
where.
karo bhai. Let's go to the next game, but they're fighting
Also,
on.
Caruana's game won't start, or maybe their game might start, huh?
No, I think they will just get a longer break.
Oh, acha.
King h3 played, of course, not falling for that one move. Take rook a3 back, and maybe we'll
Will
see
you go
this.
King
Yeah,
H4 and Rook A1 repetition?
very likely, very likely, very likely. We will see King h4. Yes, and then rook a1.
अभी Rook A1 के लिए
No,
ज़्यादा
King
safety
h4
है.
खेला नहीं है अब तक actually.
Naka is thinking.
Naka is still thinking.
But if you observe, it's a rapid game. Yeah, many times players remove the blazers and jackets
Mhm.
so that they may want to make quick moves. It's more comfortable. But
Yeah,
Gukesh
King
is
h4
very
played.
comfortable with the blazer.
Rook
Yeah,
a1 quick
now
blitzed out. It also
very
might be a
nice.
little cold, yeah. It's very, very cold here. So maybe he
Hmm.
just wants to keep. And Rook b7 check. Hikaru is like, no draw. What?
Cha. Oh.
Rook a3 back. Very interesting psychological play by both sides, Amruta.
But I think repetition pattern is going to be same. King H4, Rook A1.
Yeah, I guess
Abhi
now
King G7, King
Rook
H6
b7
also
check.
can he keep? King
Yeah.
G7.
King f8. And okay, I
then
think
no
it's
matter.
finally time to shake hands and agree on a draw. Unless Hikaru still wants to fight. Do you think he'll still fight, Amruta? I'm going to be very shocked if he does.
No, 39 seconds, and even Gukesh has got more time. So right now, no, I don't think.
30 seconds, he's just taking some rest.
But he
Trying
can
to-
keep his rook on d7 if he wants to be safe, because this is a drawing technique which was given in my system.
Rook
Oh
b2,
my
what?
God, he's saying I'll fight.
What? And his idea is if rook f3 wants to go rook b6. Very creative. Naka is so creative. His idea is, guys, ki rook f3 mara to rook b6 and then potentially take the knight on e6. But of course, this is also a draw. Rook takes g3. So let's see what exactly. Okay, rook takes f3
Oh,
played.
he takes.
Rook b6. And these guys are actually going to play until
the kings.
bare kings. Yeah.
Rishabh says Harshit Bhai looks like a hockey player who was forced to crack UPSC by
Arre,
parents
arre,
but
arre.
failed and joined the army.
I mean,
story banaya Harshit
I mean,
Bhai ka.
I wouldn't have minded that because I think I mentioned once, but I have utmost respect for people in the army, so I would have loved to do that. And yeah, the line that I mentioned is happening, Amruta. King f7, rook e6, rook g3, exactly. And yes, gh5 and king h4 and bare kings shake hand, and finally the equal game has ended in a draw. Good result for Gukesh. Few minutes break and they're going to have the new position that they will play with.
Amazing, लेकिन यार till the kings ये सीखना है, but it's very tough sometimes, you feel अच्छा draw ही है कर लेते हैं, why to take risk even when you have less time, but Gukesh plays till the end.
अमृता
This
100
is
मूव खेले उन्होंने,
incredible.
103 मूव्स खेले उन्होंने.
And
अरे
freestyle का tie break. By the way, Richa says when intuition meets calculation, the board turns into a battlefield. Will
Wow.
Gukesh's precision conquer or will Hikaru speed reign supreme?
किसने
Who's your
लिखा था
pick
ये?
for this epic freestyle
किसने लिखा था
duel?
अमृता?
Richa
रिचा ने
पांडे ने ये
रिचा
लिखा है,
पांडे ने
बढ़िया
पक्का
message.
चैट जीपीटी लिख पढ़ा है भाई. इतना अच्छा इंग्लिश
Chat
कर
GPT, but मेहनत तो किया है, बढ़िया है. But question बता पूछा है, who is your pick for this epic freestyle duel?
I think that I am going to go with the calculative person. I don't know if I answered.
कैलकुलेट तो दोनों कर सकता है,
Exactly.
इसमें से कौन है?
Draw हो गया सागर भाई.
हाँ मैं देख के आया.
Oh wow, 103 moves के बाद the game ended in a draw. The people were very very curious where Sagar bhai has gone.
Hikaru was quite upset, I thought. Just looking at him, he was like, what is going on? Like he had to play so many moves. That's the feeling I got, but maybe I might be wrong.
Maybe because he was better and he couldn't. Like, can we go to that moment, please? C5. We'll just check and we'll ask what's the move to the chat. In the meantime, people, the next round is about to begin. It will be Gukesh having white pieces against Hikaru in the same time, 10 plus 10, and that also, if it ends in a draw, then they will have another blitz 2 games. So let's see what happens. हाँ यहाँ पे White was winning, so Hikaru played c5, which was not the best idea. White to play, chat. Let's try to think.
Very tough. Very tough. The best
Tough
move.
or impossible? Humanly impossible or tough?
Both.
Maybe you can remove that arrow of c5 so that we can.
Yeah. Rook e. Some people are saying knight d5. I see queen. Rook e8 mentioned. Queen f4 mentioned. h10. अरे भाई दर्शिल भाई अरे. It shall pass. Queen c7 is actually the best move in this position.
Ooh,
because
wow,
if knight takes h4, one of the only ideas for white to win is to go queen to h2. And now the knight on h4 is pinned towards the queen on h5, and this is completely winning because g5 khela, then rook e8 check, and suddenly we are shifting our attention towards the black king. And now of course we know that when the rook and queen come together, फिर तो हंगामा होने वाला है towards the black king. Unstoppable to stop this attack.
नहीं ये queen c7 बराबर था. It's impossible to find it, and
Knight
especially in the game with 1 minute.
Very tough. Super tough this idea, queen to
15
c7. Actually one position I will take a picture of so that I can ask this to some of my chess friends if they can find it. Not easy at all.
Impossible. No. And 15 seconds Hikaru had, right? Or how
But
much
also,
time
like,
did he
if
have?
black did do anything, like rook a2 after queen c7,
Yes,
the threat is check, rook e8,
and pick
king
up the
h7, queen
f7
f7.
pawn.
But if knight f8, then you just take on f. No,
If you go knight f8, then just
queen
pin
c8.
and win. Yeah, just take the knight, and this is going to be checkmate. So this is winning, guys. Stay tuned, क्योंकि अभी भी game 2 is going to begin very very quickly, Sagar bhai.
Yes, absolutely. Game 2 will
Ooh.
start immediately in 10. Like, they will draw a position. Maybe
Can we
we'll
go
have.
there? We can get the same scene,
I think
Harshit,
we
like
had
when
no
they were.
one scene.
How?
एक आ रहा था बीच में.
वो दिखाया था ना तुमने मुझे अभी ये
वो
round
उन्होंने
के
ही किया
पहले
था,
ही
I
were-
think.
अच्छा
हाँ, यही था, I think.
उन्होंने ही किया था वो change.
Maybe they have changed this. Let's see. By chance, if we can. नहीं, ये नहीं है. 2. By the way, Vincent was doing interviews even until now.
Oh my god.
I just
बाप
met
रे।
him and it was crazy. ठीक है, नहीं है वो.
ठीक है अभी के लिए नहीं
Yes.
Also, for heart rate, what they told me is that they have some APIs which has to be hosted on like some our server, and then the link has to be created. So I asked them to give me some whatever they have, and maybe if someone Rakshit Bhai can help or something, we can see.
Okay, by the way, what is the prediction, guys, for the next game? Gukesh is going to be white. क्या लगता है?
अभी मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि final now might be the time when Gukesh will strike.
Yeah, I mean, we are saying that for a long time, Sagar
No,
bhai.
no, this one, because with Black he had no chance. Yeah, he was under pressure.
Yeah.
Even the game, both the games, he had no chance of winning with Hikaru. But this might be the time.
Yeah.
Chat is saying Hikaru wins. Hikaru will win. Chat is saying Hikaru will win because Hikaru has been such an amazing blitz player. Yesterday also he played Title Tuesday, I think. So, and Gukesh, everyone knows he's weak in blitz. So it's not easy. Like Hikaru, you mentioned, he was not happy after the game. It's pretty clear that they want to beat Gukesh in this time format.
रक्षित से 30 मिनट्स के अंदर कर दूंगा भाई, बस अपने एपीआई भेज दो. अरे भाई रक्षित भाई, पता है नॉर्वे का TV2 couldn't do it. So रक्षित भाई, if you do it, Norwegians will also be happy.
हाँ, उनको भी मदद हो जाएगा. बढ़िया.
Okay, just 1 minute. I'll be right back.
So Sagar, what are you eating right now? Bread? Is that the bread?
हेलो,
क्या खा रहे हो अभी?
नहीं कुछ ब्रेड ही था वो.
मोहन किशोर मीना से सागर भाई और हर्षित भाई में 500 रुपीस की शर्त लगाओ, गुकेश जीतेगा या हिकारू. अच्छा, अगर अलग अलग ओपिनियन है तो बोलो. तुम्हारा ओपिनियन है
My
कि गुकेश
opinion is
जीतेगा.
Gukesh
And
will
I
win.
think, maybe
हर्षित
then it's
भाई, your
possible to
opinion?
have a match.
ड्रॉ बोल रहा है वो फिर से.
हाँ तो 500 लगी शर्त, 500 रुपए की.
अरे ऐसे कोई शर्त लगाने की थोड़ी ना, हम लोग इधर बैठे.
हाँ शर्त नहीं है, नहीं रहता है तो वो इसमें जाता है. टाइम पास में नहीं करेंगे भाई. ओके. Sagar Shah, tomorrow is going to be the penultimate day
Yeah.
and 14 tournament is getting over.
Yes.
You're leaving from there on 16th.
True. Yes, I'm also looking forward to coming back home after a long time. I left home on 16th, maybe 16th of Jan or 17th.
Yeah, 16th Jan. I think you left at night wali flight. No, maybe in the morning actually.
By the way, guys, for all the people, we haven't been telling you enough about this book in our streams. But today I would like to say about Chespa meets Guki, the Golden Boy. It is almost done. Everything. It's in. I think it's been sent to the printers. And so those who have pre-ordered will get it. Those who haven't pre-ordered, please do so. It's I think the third link in the description here.
Yes, it's a pre-order you will get around 15th March. Very recently we saw there is Holi and everything around 15th March. So maybe 3-4 days here and there. There's some holidays, but
It's a book on Gukesh's life story here, as you can see, and it's
I mean
for
in comic
kids
format, illustrated format.
to be inspired by Gukesh's life story. So
Mhm.
please do check it out. And also these are some pictures from our initiatives of Teach Chess India, which you all know we try to teach chess in many
Yeah.
different places. But yeah, check out
Yeah.
this Guki book.
Yeah, you also get a poster free on that. Oh, by the way, Caruana is there. You also get a postcard. So, मजा आएगा.
Absolutely. And there you see Gukesh coming in. Gukesh looks as fresh as if अभी आया है. मतलब you know, इतने सारे गेम खेलने के बाद भी.
One of the thing about Gukesh used to be that he used to love playing tournaments. Like back to back, he used to play tournaments since he was young, never getting tired. And even after the last round of the tournament, he would keep analyzing, learning. Everyone, of course, remembers that video, yeah, where he mentioned about the youngest world champion. But that was he showed his game. After that, there was another session where Sagar was showing his positions and all. That also he attended. So these prodigies were not like a tournament ho gaya and go out to celebrate. They always were just doing chess because that's what they love.
Right. Absolutely. Chess is something that he loves, and chess is something that he loves to play. I think the World Championship has definitely given him new methods to try and press, you know, like here playing it to the very end, and it felt like pointless to some extent, but I thought there was some point also there, as both me and Harshit, both of us thought that it's just like maybe Hikaru will get tired, you know, a little bit.
Yeah.
By the way, this position,
Our
Amruta,
price is absolutely not high. In fact, it could have been higher, but obviously our aim is to inspire the kids. So when you get it, you will understand.
so Chespa Meets Guki book has 52 pages plus 20 photo pages plus one poster, and it's very high quality book, so that's why 499 is what we kept, like a discounted price, and I think it's definitely value for money. Amol Deshpande, will Gukesh win the next match? Are Amol ji. By the way, Amruta, there is this position has 0.5 edge.
Advantage for
Yeah,
white.
yeah, because
Wow. Let me see what are possibilities. Chat, what are your suggestions? Don't show the moves, please.
I
because
would play
it's
c4. No, just opening up the bishop to this pawn.
again the same thing that h7 pawn is weak, where we have seen it number of times.
Yeah,
and
this
the knight comes
seems
to
like a
g3.
great
Hey,
position
we
for
have
white.
seen something similar, no, Sagar? Where once we were discussing, somebody played g4 and then knight g3.
Yeah.
You remember c4
No, I mean
and
this
g4 and
these
knight g3?
positions are
Sindarov
quite
had played
similar,
maybe.
Amruta. Even if there is one bishop here instead of queen, and here, you know, you will feel it similar. But here, you see, if you play g4, already your advantage is gone. In fact, black becomes better.
Absolutely, it's a mistake.
Mudit
Not
Goyal says, Amruta, first move short castling also possible.
Oh, that's a good one.
Welcome back, Harshit
Though,
bhai.
as
Hello.
we like to keep it flexible because we don't know what Black's ideas are. So let's go back without short castle.
Guys, ये सब तो ठीक है. Gukesh Hikaru is very interesting. Do you like Messi more or Ronaldo more?
अरे क्या सवाल है भाई. Harshit bhai,
Harshit messing up.
look at how Fabi is thinking. And Sindarov and Hikaru must be also on their own.
Well, लोग कितने फटाफट मेसी रोनाल्डो मतलब I think there are a lot of football followers in the chat, yeah?
Of course.
Crazy.
भाई मेरे को तो मेसी पसंद है.
अरे सागर भाई,
सही है आंसर.
हाथ मिलाऊंगा मैं आपके साथ.
अरे
because
बिकॉज घर इतना मैसी रखता है इसके लिए बोल रहे हैं वो.
No, but I thought like Ronaldo is more like
Sagar bhai, tread very carefully from now.
he's a very like he's a genius, but also it seems like when you measure the talent in, like, from what I know, I don't know football so well, just correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to pure talent, perhaps Messi slightly more talent and Ronaldo maybe more hard work. Do you think that way?
I think I agree. Ronaldo is a machine. Like he's just a complete machine. I mean, he probably one of the fittest body that he has in football and one of the most like at the age of 40, he's still insanely good. And Messi, as you were right, like people have like he is the same style of Pele and Maradona basically. Like he loves dribbling by himself and uh, I mean that it's just insane. Some of the things that he has done, I don't think anyone can do. So.
So yeah, maybe I don't know. Like the world always loves sometimes talented people more, but of course, inspiring is always hard work, because once you see someone moving up the ranks through hard work, people get very inspired by them. But through talent, you sometimes get joy, like seeing it.
Yeah, but
So
also if you think about it, Messi had problems with his like height actually. Like he was very very small when he was young, but so he also had to face a lot of adversity, and he did that amazingly well. And of course, we are talking about it's hard to compare obviously because of their stylistic differences. It's like talking about Kasparov and Karpov in some ways, in the way that they differ in their styles, positional attacking.
Kasparov and Carlsen.
Kasparov and Carlsen, perhaps, yeah. So it's very hard to say, but obviously two of the best players in football. Guys, okay, that was an interesting football talk. And now let's try to understand about this position as
Yeah,
Gukesh
who is looking more fresh today right now after such a long day of chess? I think we started streaming at 2 p.m. here local time.
1 p.m.
Sorry, 1 p.m. It's already 6:28, so 5.5 hours already into the stream.
Clock adjust करना पड़ेगा और वो board के भी right में I think you have to crop it a bit.
Yes, Amruta, exactly.
Awesome.
Doing it.
Kruti says, Sagar bhai, you told that you have the aim of 26 lakh subscribers,
Yeah.
2.6 million at the end of Tata Chess, and now you are so close and will achieve it before this tournament ends.
ऐसे तो अनलाइकली लग रहा है दोस्तों, पर देखेंगे. वी नीड टू रीच.
Unlikely क्या सागर भाई, पक्का होगा. Come on guys. 2.6 million क्या, बस 14,000 ही तो दूर है सागर भाई.
Yeah, but आज का aim 2587 था.
हाँ.
And there is a possibility.
Not
There's
bad.
some
yeah.
possibility. We
Some,
never
definitely.
completed it yesterday, day before yesterday. I mean, never in the tournament.
Sagar bhai,
Today.
we are
very
all
nice.
awaiting that beautiful dance move that you have prepared for us.
कौन सा था?
अभी पता, आप ही बताओ.
भाई आपने कुछ सिखाया था एक. कोई
तो
तो
अगर सिखाया
आपने
था तो
बोला था
सागर
ना
को कुछ
कि
याद नहीं
some
रहता है.
new football step is coming.
Yes, we can do something. Yes.
Guys, Harshit
Harshit
bhai.
bhai is your
If
choreographer.
Fabi wins, if Gukesh wins, sorry, we can do Gukesh's dance, no?
Which one?
Guys, एक reel, if Gukesh wins, I will post a reel today.
अरे क्या बात है. Guys, do follow Harshit bhai on Instagram. Wine says, Sunil Chetri sir once said, sometimes a player becomes a little bit bigger than the game, and I guess
Messi is.
Messi is.
Oh, I don't think, guys, any player can be bigger than the game.
That I agree with.
That I get the feeling that once that happens, that player, if that player, others think it's fine, but the player should not think.
Yeah. The stage
How
is
many
set.
minutes left?
Guys, stage is set. Second game of the tie breaks. Starting now, handshake has just
अरे
happened.
क्या बात है.
Adjusting his pieces. Gukesh perhaps going to start with the move pawn to c4, opening up the bishop. Guys, bishops को open करो पहले.
मुझे
Just
लग रहा है वो
960
खेल
में.
देगा वो.
Yes, C4. Array. Happening. Knight G6 immediately answered by Hikaru.
Yes, c4, knight g6 has happened. I'm expecting something like knight g3 to be played by Gukesh.
Castle.
Castles first.
Castle.
Wow.
Maybe he's gonna go for D4 and E4, like just center.
Guys, दिल थाम के बैठो और थोड़ा पॉपकॉर्न लेके बैठो. This is such an exciting game, and also the bars are working. Harsh, Rakshit Bhai.
Castle c6 played, putting his bishop towards the h2 square, but maybe now knight g3. Just बोलो कि h2 के pawn को trouble नहीं आने दूंगा.
Also, how do you like e3 with the idea of f4, f5?
Very interesting.
Yeah.
e3 f4 is indeed interesting. I am
Very
in
good.
general slightly against pushing the pawns
many
in front
pawns.
of the king, but
Oh,
it
but he
seems like
played
Gukesh has played
e3.
it. Sagar bhai, आज क्या
Wow.
ब्रेकफास्ट किया है सागर भाई?
भाई कोई नहीं, गुकेश एंड मैं थोड़ा सिमिलर. अरे गुकेश भाई f4 हो जाए, लेट्स गो.
Oh my God,
Yes,
सागर
yeah.
भाई! Woo!
Come on, next was Sagar. Get ready
अभी
to
f5
predict.
खेलेंगे ना ये.
सागर भाई, आप कुछ तो आपने किया है आज.
भाई अरे
अरे सागर भाई क्या किया है, जब
नहीं,
बताओ
नहीं,
यार.
नहीं.
सागर भाई ऐसा झूठ मत बोलो
अच्छा
यार आप.
अभी क्या खेलेगा भाई, वो बताओ भाई.
कुछ मैजिक पोशन है क्या सागर भाई? c5
भाई
maybe.
what about g4
Knight
at
b3.
some point? Is it too rash to go g4, fg4, queen g4 with my bishop here and queen here?
Very much
Maybe.
possible.
Baba.
नको रे बाबा कशाला. Wow, he's playing very confidently now with this e3 f4 idea. Sagar bhai feeling very very good.
भाई अभी तो just he went knight g3.
e6 so थोड़ा copying structure हो गया. Besides that, black's pawn is on c6.
भाई अगर बस ये इधर ऐसे एक हार्ट शेप बन गया है, यहाँ पे हार्ट शेप थोड़ा ऐसे.
बस हार्ट ही हार्ट बनाओ सागर भाई.
You're
Oh,
trying
it's a
it.
heart.
Oh.
It's a heart. Look,
Yeah,
guys,
it was.
Harshit bhai. ये
Wow.
देखो.
Great.
That's why Sagar bhai is here with Amruta, showing the talent of
D4.
finding hearts.
Yes, दिल
Chocolate
जीतना
boy.
हमको आता है. d4 played.
No, this looks like Stonewall, no?
This looks like white has more space, and if black goes d5, you can even push c5. Your bishop is okay.
By the way, guys, you would love to exchange the dark squared bishops here as
Push.
white.
Push करो कि नहीं?
I don't think he'll push. I think he'll go for knight c5 and b3. Very, very
Gookie
classical. Yeah, knight c5 and also rerouting your knight from d3 to e5.
Gukesh has a small opening advantage as white.
Knight c5 is the move that I am personally expecting. Can we also quickly check Sindarov's Caruana's opening?
Yeah.
हाँ क्या हुआ क्या वहाँ पे?
He also went c4, knight g6, c5.
c5. Fabi
What is this?
gaining some space.
c6,
Knight g3, d5, d4. And I think Fabi is going to be happy with how the opening has progressed. Black does have this e5 break that he is going to be relying on.
I think Sindarov, no matter what happens, he can be happy with this match. Yeah, taking Fabi all the way down.
ऐसा
to
नहीं
the
है
time.
सागर भाई. They want to win. Look, knight c5 has been played.
I know
Wow.
they want to win, but still, I mean, just from an objective perspective, Sindarov was never going to even come here. It's only when Vishy Anand withdrew is when he got the opportunity from there to almost win the round robin.
Knight c5,
And
b3.
eliminate
Wow.
Nakamura.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I
Crazy.
actually think that it might be like this wonder story, like replacing Vishy Anand in the last moment, going on to the, perhaps even if he wins this, going to the finals. I mean, anything can happen.
I agree. Amruta, do you like White's position here?
I was looking, it now looks like a very, very, normal game, like a standard position, say the opening has converted. So we are not for much unusual things.
Amruta is very unbiased. That's why she's wearing white and black today. She's supporting both the players.
I usually say it very openly. That I generally first support Gukesh, but I support the chess because best chess is more important.
Amruta, very, very sharp here. b3 played. Bishop b4, queen d2 might be what Gukesh does next. Bishop d6 played.
Best move. Let's come back.
I think bishop b4, queen d2 also has some merit. Trying to just chop off the dark squared bishops so that the dark squares on e5 and c5 become very weak.
Because if we go knight d3, I think this move bishop a3 is a bit irritating. कि रुक को रखे कहाँ पर? Like I don't want to put my rook here blocking the bishop. So that's the reason why maybe Gukesh will go for your plan, which is bishop to b4.
Wow.
And we have 8 minutes 50 seconds for Gukesh, 9 minutes for Hikaru.
Guys,
Shubham has asked Sagar, tell me which is better, Stonewall or London with white?
London
Yes,
for
London
me.
this time.
Yeah,
Sagar bhai, for
London
you?
also. I think London is more sound positionally, but Stonewall में थोड़े attacks if black plays wrong come very fast.
Mm-hmm. Guys, fatafat like kar do. More and more people can watch this final moments of Gukesh and Hikaru. Maybe Gukesh will win against the strongest blitz and rapid player, or will Hikaru's experience in this format prevail? Very, very tense matchup.
Yes, guys. Abhi last few minutes of the stream, we have 25,86,000 subscribers. Our goal is 87,000 over
Arre.
there. Harshit's Instagram, we have 8,500. We have crossed. Our goal is 10,000 over there. And यहाँ पे
Wow.
our goal is whether white can create winning
भाई,
chances.
क्या ही
Let's
move
What
see.
a
किया है
move
यार.
by Gukesh Amruta.
Mara.
It's insane. D takes
Mara.
c5. He found this concept of sacrificing a pawn and getting total
भाई,
control
और
of
एक
the dark
pawn,
squares.
इधर भी pawn
Knight
नहीं, इधर नहीं दे
D7.
सकते because bishop f2 and your knight is
हाँ.
hanging. So knight d7,
C takes d5.
cd, queen attacked. If you take e3, I have bishop f2.
So you have
So
to
queen
take
d5.
queen takes d5. If c takes
Now you
d5,
can't take.
rook mar raha hai.
So ed.
Knight f5. Wow. What unbelievable calculation done by
No,
Gukesh.
genius Gukesh move. A4.
This is classy. Yeah?
This is too
A4
good.
is not easy move at all at this moment
Guys.
to find.
To think of this move at this point of time definitely requires, because there were so many easy moves that he could have made keeping the edge, but he wanted to go for the most testing move. बहुत बढ़िया, superb.
Superb.
मजा आ
Absolutely
गया.
superb. And
By the way, we have to check Sindarov's game for a moment because there has been a mistake by Fabi.
what?
Whoa.
After e5, my initial thought was that white will have to take the pawn on e5, and I thought that that's what Fabi's idea is as well. But he goes queen h5, but after e4, look at that pawn chain that black has built from b7, c6, d5 to e4. Knight c7 is such a brilliant idea. Asking himself, what's my worst piece? It was the knight on e8. It's rerouting itself to e8 and f6, Sagar bhai. Amazing.
Wow. So definitely a great position here for Sindarov. I think the youngsters just have more energy, bhai. That is one thing that I must say.
But यहाँ पे
Even-
सागर भाई, you are always having more energy than
कहाँ
me.
भाई?
नहीं भाई उसका सितंबर से शुरू हुआ है. He
Takes-
needs some break to get like exerted में ही exert हो रहा है ना
If
वैसा.
queen c5,
A5 only, I think. he
what's the point? Queen c5, queen b3. Wow. And now bishop b4 is a big threat. Wow. Guys, Gukesh is putting
No,
tremendous
but he just
pressure.
understood that dark squares would be weak, so he's ready to give up a pawn also. So Nakamura just went back with the knight and says, "I'll take with the knight." Suddenly, the game has become very sharp, Amruta.
This pawn sacrifice, you would call it as a positional pawn sacrifice, correct?
Yes.
Absolutely.
But there are moments where it is suddenly becoming very sharp with all these tactics also. So एकदम अलग ही टाइप का sacrifice करता है
Maybe
ना
bishop
Gukesh?
b4, knight c5, e4 is also an idea.
E4. I thought queen D4, but there was B6.
Wow, I'm actually.
हाँ, I like E4.
Wow.
Harshit bhai bola, "Wow, I'm a genius." Fe and bishop E4.
Knight
Yes.
takes e4, so that the
हाँ,
knight on c5 is pinned, and you also have ideas connected with knight g5, queen h5, and just looks very good.
that bishop on B1, rest of the life it can stay there and still do a good job.
Yeah.
Okay, he plays.
He plays bishop b4. Wow. Maybe
Bhai,
it's coming.
Knight C5 E4 खेला.
तो मजा आ जाएगा.
Harshit bhai, this game Gukesh is showing his jalwa.
It's the
Jalwa.
time to disco.
Mhm. Absolutely, with the blazer, it is jalwa.
Red
Tanishq says,
hot.
my friends always ask, why do you love chess? And I answer, I love chess because of CBI, and told them to like and subscribe, as my whole family is a subscriber of you and you people.
Arey
are.
bhai,
Arey, wow.
Thank you, bhai, Tanish bhai.
So now, if you don't take on c5, the bishop on b4 is going to be a big asset, because queen t6 will potentially be white's idea.
Also, Black's position is so cramped. I mean, he has built up all of this to take the pawn. If he doesn't
जैसे
take,
तुम दोनों बैठे हो ऐसे क्रैम्प में
अरे
ऐसा
हम
है।
भाई
तो
आज तो हमने पीटर हाई ने निल्सन को यहाँ पे एडजस्ट कर लिया, मतलब क्या? We were 3 of us.
okay.
Harshit bhai, by the way, yeah, what stamina you were standing for such a long time.
I'm very
Seriously, कुछ भी थके हुए भी नहीं लग रहे थे. Like, you know, you were not tired at all.
being tired is a choice, Amruta. I don't make it.
Ah, guys, ये
सागर
वाला
भाई का दिल बहुत दुखा, बहुत दर्द हुआ. अरे
क्या ही था ये, मतलब
I
इसको
was
तो
actually
क्लिप होनी
going
है
to
guys,
say,
इसका मीम बना ही
being
डालो.
tired
So,
is not a choice I have. हो जाता. This is the difference between guys 35-year-old.
oh, E4 सागर भाई.
E4, FE4.
इसमें
Let's
तो
go.
भी डायलॉग कभी आया,
FE4.
मुंह में आया, क्या ही मजेदार चल रहा है.
Knight takes, and now it's very
Why
important.
should we test if this is soundproof?
Maybe G3 is also a good idea. Just trying to protect the F4 pawn, and the knight on G6 will be completely restricted.
Yeah, G3 पहले. G3, but knight G5, is it bad?
Knight G5, F4 is always like H6 maybe.
Rook F4.
H6 is not just simple.
Why
Also.
Rook F4, knight F4.
No,
I
no, no.
thought
This
there
is too complex. I think H6 is a simple way to play against it after.
No, but right now G3, right?
Yeah, G3 exactly. Just go G3 and defend the F4 pawn. Keep all your ideas in the air. So I think G3 is very much Gukesh's style. Or Bishop C5 and then G3. Both ideas. Goes Queen G4.
Very nice move. The only move that Hikaru has. Harshit bhai, can you find it?
Oh.
Crazy
Wow.
move H5.
Not
is-
easy.
Queen
But-
H5, Knight F4. Actually, one second, if we just check that variation. Knight
Yes,
takes
Amrita,
F4.
you are right.
Queen G4 खेला अभी तो क्या हो रहा है?
By the way, there are some ideas to mate, but चल नहीं रहा है ना.
कुछ भी
Knight
नहीं चल
F6,
रही, Knight
GF6
F6,
defense.
Oh, Queen G4, Bishop H5. Oh my god.
So this is possible for Hikaru to find, I would say.
Wow.
He has to find, otherwise he's
He-
gone. By the way,
He will
here
find.
G3 would have been a great
Great
move for
move.
Gukesh.
Yes.
But now he's played this most human move to attack.
6 minutes to Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh my god, this is a big moment.
Big
If
moment,
he
big
doesn't find
moment.
H5, white is much better, but if he finds it, he's completely back in the game.
Chat क्या लगता है? Will Hikaru find this move?
Yes, it,
हर्षित क्या लगता है?
I think
Whether
he
will
has
I
to
think
find
he
it.
has to. He will.
it's the only
Because
way.
when you corner Hikaru, it's very likely that he will find it.
Yes.
आस्था से इस पढ़ाई के बाद चेस का मजा ही अलग होता है. अरे क्या बात है. It should be a reward for you.
I thought comedy के बाद तारक मेहता का मजा अलग ही है, but I guess everyone has their own way of.
ए, मतलब
Oh,
like
he's
it.
going to
What?
move the rook.
D8.
Oh
Big
my
miss.
god, he goes wrong. But still, Gukesh has to play something like G3 stuff.
Yeah, just protect
Yeah.
the F4 pawn so that there are no ideas like H5. G3 is very important now.
ए, but rook d4 is a big threat, no?
Maybe.
Rook D4.
D4 से कुछ भी अटैक नहीं
कुछ
हो रहा
भी
है.
threat नहीं है.
Yes, Manthan points out something important, that in this game, Gukesh has been having this slight advantage from the beginning. Like, he was able to sustain that.
Yeah.
And it has not happened before, like in previous games. So,
Also,
Yeah.
just to point out, knight takes c5 and bishop c3 is also very, very big for white because you have a bishop pair. The bishop on e8 is completely blocked by the knight and the
ये
pawn.
position
This
कितना
looks very
sad
good.
है black
बहुत
के
ही
लिए.
sad है.
It's very sad.
Guys, Gukesh is on the verge of actually putting Hikaru on the ropes with
Yeah.
the white pieces.
Yeah, that's the right way to describe it, because it's not yet totally winning, but it's seriously
no,
serious
it's not
advantage.
winning at all. We'll not even come to the term winning today, because it hasn't been easy for Gukesh. He has not won a single game. So even if he's winning, to convert that is still going to be a big task. And look at Hikaru. Just a few moments ago, he seemed not very happy with his position.
Yes.
He
Also, I
reacted.
love the intensity. If you see, guys,
Yes,
look
can you-
at the intensity of the moment. मतलब Gukesh is like, आज नहीं छोड़ना है. He wants to give his best. He hasn't won a single game, guys. But what a win it would be against Hikaru and taking the match. That would be
Absolutely.
just a huge thing for him.
This one win will be equivalent of 3-4 wins because Hikaru is definitely one of the best blitz and rapid players, and to take him down in the tiebreaks in the second match after defending that worst position is going to be a big win for Gukesh.
True,
There's
true.
also a player like Nakamura, legendary player. It's always going to be a great memory to beat him.
Yes, and guys, we have Gukesh and his trainer here, Gaevsky, and his father. They all are here. I hopefully we can invite Gaevsky tomorrow to commentary. It would be so nice.
बहुत मजा आएगा.
Yeah. We can have Peter Raini, Gaevsky. In fact, तुम दोनों भी थोड़ा break.
अरे अरे अरे.
नहीं, थक गए रहोगे. But this intensity, we can feel it. Generally, Valentine's Day,
No,
where
but
the people
Amruta-
who have to propose somebody, they are
Arey,
in that
Amruta.
situation.
Don't bring Valentine's Day. It's
we
already
can do
thinking
you
for
also.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Ruksi one.
Kela, rookie one. But he's used time and he's not yet made the best move.
But still, it's good. He's putting pressure on the e6 pawn.
H5
And
आ रहा
अगर
है.
Hikaru did not find h5 पहले, तो also to find it now, it's not going to be easy because एक बार एक concept miss किया ना, तो it's very difficult to come to that concept. But of course, Hikaru is someone who
But
can.
Amruta's concept is now pretty decent, yeah, with this pawn being little weak.
But e6 पे pressure है.
Let's try rook d4. Is it a mistake because it's the first natural move, a move which gives a threat?
Possible,
Knight
Amruta.
g5.
Possible तो है.
Actually, knight g5 को f4 मरेगा ना, इसके लिए it doesn't work.
हाँ.
Wow.
नहीं,
But
शांति
let's
से
wait.
बताएं.
Let's wait right now.
Rook d4 played Amruta. Amruta को मतलब सागर भाई
Amruta!
आपने.
Hikaru Nakamura जैसे सोच रही है भाई.
अरे तुमने कितना शांति से बताया नाइट जी पे आ रहा है सो
Knight
नाइट जी पे
g5
नहीं
is
आ रहा
not
है
coming because f4 is hanging. So,
Oh, he
He
took.
takes.
That's a mistake.
oh, rook
But what
e6.
should he have
But
played?
now the advantage
Queen
is
d7,
gone once
yes.
again.
Queen
Yeah,
d7. Very
No,
No,
nice move.
actually, Gukesh got greedy. Yeah, he thought that now bishop c5 also he will win
But
a pawn.
f4 pawn मर रहा है. Wow.
So again, the advantage has withered away.
This game is such a.
Somehow Gukesh was so non-materialistic in the opening year. Suddenly got
Exactly.
materialistic.
Yes, it's a very topsy-turvy game. He was doing very, very well, then had this option of allowing h5. He was again better, but now it seems like Hikaru again seems to be taking control of the position.
Yeah, although control. Do you think it's very complex now because
what
bishop
if
takes...
Hikaru check his expression because it feels like he's sensing
Oh,
something.
look at Hikaru, bhai. Hikaru was like fully. Why? वो पूरा
हाँ फुल
board के
स्क्रीन
अंदर.
चलाओ ना जरा बोर्ड थोड़ा छोटा करके एक
He's
मिनट
going fully into the board.
ये देखना
What is
Whoa.
it? What?
क्या है?
What intensity by Hikaru Nakamura,
Crazy.
guys.
Bye.
For him, this means too much right now to beat Gukesh. Look at him.
What?
He's
क्या
looking
चल
at.
रहा है
He's such an emotional and expressive player, Hikaru.
Yeah.
After Queen d7, he seems to be very confident. Gukesh has to find bishop c5, otherwise he's losing.
Yes. Bishop c5 तो मारना ही है भाई Gukesh. Don't. But there must be something that Hikaru thinks is winning after bishop c5. Harshit
Maybe
bhai,
knight
please.
f4. I think it is the
Think.
move knight f4.
Or is it rook f4? अरे सोचो भाई हर्षित भाई क्या कर रहे हो? Hikaru देखो कैसे सोच रहा है जल्दी सोचो भाई.
Hikaru zooming in says Ernest absolutely
Hikaru is zooming in, zooming out, zooming in, zooming out.
अरे but ये मैंने I have never seen Hikaru
Yeah,
with
no,
this
no.
expression
I've
know,
seen-
it's on the
ये
side.
क्या है? This
He
is a
does
new
this,
expression.
No, he does
अरे
this in streams. Like he is many times so expressive, but over the board. By the way, Gukesh has only 2 minutes 20 seconds.
And he's still thinking, but I thought bishop c5 is only move, Sagar bhai. If you don't take it, then the f4 pawn is weak. The queen is spinning the rook and the queen, so bishop c5 तो मारना ही पड़ेगा.
Arey Gukesh, what are you thinking, man? Maybe Gukesh is thinking rook takes g6.
He
Bishop
takes,
c5
he takes.
Ah, thank God he took that. But that is the odd, no, Sagar. It's not about even if he's better. It's not about this game. It has been carried from day one,
Yeah.
from very first game that he has not been able to win, and it will play on his mind when it comes to that situation.
Guys, 17,000 of you watching, फटाफट 7,000 likes कर दो so that the more people can watch the final exciting moments. Amruta, क्या होगा black से? Knight f4 या rook f4?
What is happening? Knight f4 aren't these two rooks hanging? Oh, our rook is also hanging.
Exactly. Or bishop d4 check, queen takes d4. Black is actually the one who's winning in this
Then
line.
This would hang.
Oof.
भाई किसको मार रहा है हिकारू?
Okay, so rook df4. Let's say
This
rook
is-
df4 because it's the most natural way to continue.
Rook takes Mara, तो it's a
हाँ.
mistake now.
Rook takes is a blunder after queen e2.
Oh.
Wow.
नहीं, this is not
कुछ
easy
भी हो
now.
सकता है गाइस, कुछ भी हो सकता है गाइस. Anyone can go wrong here. That's how crazy this position is. Gukesh is also looking very excited from within. Hikaru is like not able to calculate everything till the end. You can see him shaking his head in between. He wants to see the line till the end. Not easy. In his head, he's like takes. Chat, I can't see it. Chat, I need to play it, but he needs to go for it.
What was that? Gukesh was was he like smiling? No, he was
No,
just
he
tense.
does this. It's typical. Oh, we have a super chat. Opera user Hikaru, go Japan. Oh, viewers from Japan.
Wow.
Let's go.
3 minutes for Hikaru. He does look very confident from his body language. He's about to make a move, just making sure that he calculates everything correctly. And Rook takes F4 has
That's a
been
good
played.
move.
And what a crazy move it's possible for White right now. Unbelievable idea.
Bhai, what is the
Which
idea?
has to play quickly, huh?
Bishop takes G6, sacrificing my queen on F4 because Rook takes G4, Rook F8 mate.
Boom, bam.
My
Oh,
God.
Superb.
Boom, bam.
Rook g4,
So
rook
he
f8 is
calculated
amazing.
rook f1.
King F1, Rook D1 check. Unbelievable that I can take on D1 and go Queen E1. Oof. Oh my God.
ये बहुत complex है for 1 minute.
कोई भी mate हो
Anybody
जाएगा.
can go
कोई भी
wrong.
मेट हो रहा है यहाँ पे.
कुछ भी हो सकता है दोस्तों. This is the live board position right now. Gukesh has to decide. He has 2-3 moves which are good. Queen e2, Bishop g6, as Harshit bhai said, Queen h3.
Aniruddha Saikia says, go Guki, go. He's rooting for Gukesh right
Bhai,
now.
go Guki go nahi. Go Guki go.
Go Guki, go.
Song. It's a song. Aniruddha used to win World Championship always super chat with some prediction from astrologer and
Arre. Queen E2 seems also very logical, right? Trying to
Yeah.
put pressure on the E8 bishop. I
But
do
Queen
think.
e2, Rook f1, no?
And King F1 is a bit too much, yeah?
And then Rook d1 check.
Yeah, that looks scary.
King f2. You have to calculate
Calculate
these lines.
so
Rook
much,
b1,
yeah.
Rook e8.
50 seconds though. He doesn't have a lot of time to do it. He takes Rook F4. It's such a mistake.
It's a blunder. It's a blunder. Now Hikaru is winning after knight f4 if he
Oh
finds
my
it.
God.
But if he takes Rook f4, he's losing.
oh, he
Oh,
finds
he
Plays
finds
knight
knight
takes
F4.
F4. And Hikaru seems surprised. He's like, ye kya kiya? Rook takes F4. I thought it's a mistake.
Oh,
Gukesh missed something.
I think Gukesh wanted to give Bishop f5, but there is Rook d1 check. Guys, Hikaru Nakamura has outwitted Gukesh in this complications. It
Oh
seems.
my God. Bishop D4, Queen D4 check, and the bishop on E8 is going to jump to H5. I think that's the move that he missed, Sagar
Which
bhai.
one? Which
Bishop D4, Queen D4, King moves, Bishop H5. That's the winning move. Bringing the last piece in the game. That's over.
Also, if I go King h1, still Bishop,
Still Bishop
h5.
H5. Yes, I think that's the concept that perhaps Gukesh had.
And Gukesh now down to 10 seconds. This is lost, guys. Gukesh is going to lose this.
Not looking good right now.
Play,
6,
play,
5.
play.
Bishop F5 played.
Bishop f5, most interesting move. But Hikaru is like, what? He's winning after Rook
Rook
d1
D1.
check, King f2,
And the
Rook d, Queen
Queen
d2.
D2. Oh my
पूरा
God.
ही पूरा अटैक ही बैठ गया ना.
दोनों रुक और क्वीन एक बार गेम में अटैक करने आ गए तो इट्स गोइंग टू बी वेरी टफ टू डिफेंड फॉर गुकेश. He has 3 minutes now.
Look at Hikaru.
He's
He's
like, okay, calm down.
Calm down.
सोच ले.
Let me think. Now I have got the win. This I must not botch. I'm going to win this.
Exactly. He takes his look. He's relaxed now because he knows it's winning for him. But of course, taking on C4 is going to be a big mistake. Don't take on C4.
I like how Hikaru knows this is the crunch moment and is taking his time. It's amazing to see a world-class player take his time, understand.
He plays Rook
check,
D1. Yep.
King f2.
And he is about to put his queen to D2. Yes, he does it. Queen
Finds
to D2
it.
check. King G3. He can just chop off the rook on E6, Sagar bhai.
Yeah.
And Bishop E6, King H8. Only way, by the way. Knight E6 has to be played.
Yes. There is knight h4, knight h5 check, which might be tempting, but after king h4, Gukesh is back in the game.
Oh my God. So this is still tense. Knight E6, Bishop
I mean,
E6.
if he doesn't take here, knight takes rook, it can go.
No, I think he will take it.
Yeah,
I think he
so.
will take it. रुक तो मारना पड़ेगा ना क्योंकि E8 पे भी बिशप मार रहा है.
Correct, correct.
But it's insane, no? Gukesh had played the opening so beautifully and some amazing sacrifice and all that. And then to land up in this position is very difficult.
Yeah,
Hikaru is super tricky, Amruta. If you give him one opportunity, he's going to
Hmm.
calculate it till the end.
True. We can see his experience, all the online experience also coming over here.
but look at the intensity with which Hikaru is thinking. Yeah, he's already tired. It feels like,
Yeah.
but
एक बार खत्म हो जाए game, Gukesh still fighting on, but knight e6 has to be played. Why is he thinking?
he's not happy.
He's not happy. What?
Hikaru, just take the rook. You will be winning.
Hikaru somehow is afraid of something. I don't know what it is that he's.
Yeah, what is it? Calculating knight e6, bishop e6 check.
Yes.
What you should play here? Bishop
King
F8.
h8 only move. And then
King h8.
queen f5. You can just go queen d3 check ना. तो problem क्या है?
पता नहीं. He's
Yeah,
taking
he's
it.
Yes, he took it. Finally, he took it. Bishop e6, king h8. And Gukesh is thinking, but of course, Ashish Kumar asks, do you guys enjoy Fischer more than classical chess? It's hard to say. I think we enjoy both of them for right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, and also how to play on chess app. Go to chess.com. Go to Lee Chess. Both places you can play Fisher Random Chess. It's called Chess 960 there.
Guys, 20,000 of you watching now. Gukesh is playing in the tiebreak against Hikaru, but currently it seems like Hikaru is outplaying him in that complicated position. Seems to be on the verge of winning this match after
Yeah,
queen
queen
d3
f5
check.
now. Queen d3 or
And in the
queen.
meantime, just to give you guys the news, Caruana versus Sindarov is going on. It's still unclear or equal. We will
Queen
check
d3
that
check played.
later.
Maybe some drawing chances or no, Sagar bhai. King f4, Isan pawn is
How
hanging.
can it be drawing by?
King
It's
अंदर
clear
blocked है.
one exchange down. We are full exchange down.
Sagar bhai, hope hai, पर even before we've seen Gukesh defending these positions.
Yeah,
But
let's
I think
hope.
Nakamura is not gonna, leave this, let this go, because he also knows that Gukesh is a hard nut to crack. So
Yeah, I mean, of course, Nakamura will be careful. There are some drawing chances for sure, but I mean, 99% he's not going to be able to hold this.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's super important that he does not give the a7 pawn. Because a7 pawn, if a5 played very good move by Hikaru, protecting the pawn.
King e5.
King e5.
Yeah.
Because bishop b6
Bishop
खेला guys,
e6?
तो रुक a3 आके a4 pawn मर रहा है. Hiren Patel, member for 48 months, 4 years,
Wow.
says chess OP. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Hiren Bhai.
King e5 and now it's suddenly some complication.
भाई गुकेश भाई जिस तरह से मूव कर रहा है.
But rook d2 is also a good move. Both players playing very accurately in this endgame.
now Rook a2 is coming, so you need to win the a pawn, otherwise you are losing the a pawn, right?
Maybe
So
bishop
B6
b6 seems natural here, Amruta.
forced.
Guys, क्या crazy fight हो रहा था आपके
Yeah.
लिए. But it seems like right now Hikaru is managing to take over.
What a tournament this is, right? You're playing for the right now for the 5th place, and you're facing Hikaru.
Bishop h3, okay. But yeah, this is losing now, Sagar bhai.
Right.
For
Just-
Gukesh.
just
Bishop
rook
f7 perhaps.
A2 also should work.
Yeah,
Okay, rook
just
A2 king.
d6, but then a4 pawn is also hanging. So, not looking good, guys. Do they want to see it in full screen or not? This view is
Raj
good.
is saying Gukesh is so calm,
Bishop
his
f7.
heart rate is 82, while Naka is 130.
Wow.
He gets up. Look at that. He with 1 minute on
1
the clock,
minute.
Hikaru
Bhai,
has
kya kar raha
gotten
hai?
up from the chair.
What? Why?
And Gukesh
he
quickly
went to
plays the
take a
move.
queen. He went to take a queen. Or not.
Bishop e3, attacking the rook, but of course, किधर भी rook हिलाया तो black is going to be doing well. Rook देना नहीं है बस, rook d3 played, of course. Hikaru protecting the rook, c4 pawn is hanging next. Yeah, guys, this is not looking very good for all the Gukesh fans. Nakamura playing very, very well in this exciting game.
C5, no? Just over.
Yeah,
He
he
resigns.
resigns. Wow,
And
Hikaru
Hikaru
wins.
Nakamura beats Gukesh. What a match this was. And Gukesh puts back the pieces. That's something he's not going to stop doing. But yeah, kudos to Hikaru for fighting hard. Kudos to Gukesh for trying his best, I think.
Guess Gukesh OP भी हो जाए यार, even though he lost,
yeah,
his
he's
gave
very,
his heart
very
and
sad
soul
right
in this
now.
match.
But I must also, I think we have to really tip our hat to Hikaru Nakamura after the tragic loss a couple of days ago where he said my brain is not working as it used to come back and to beat Gukesh, the world champion, really speaks volumes of his caliber.
And look, he's thinking there by himself. Doesn't seem very happy, but of course, this can happen. Of course, it's chess 960. Very, very unforgiving. This format is.
And by the way, guys, very quickly, let's head over to Sindarov versus Fabi because that's still going on. What? It's like ये लोग का position इतना intense, crazy.
Yes, with just 2 minutes on the clock, we also have their cameras. Can we go full screen view? Actually, we haven't had a look at the players' cam for these two players. Wow, what a view we have here, Sagarbai, with the board in the middle. King A2 played. Both players are just passing the moves, improving their position slightly, but of course, I think dynamically somehow it's equal, yeah.
बाद में करते नेक्स्ट गेम के लिए अगर होगा तो थोड़ा अलाइनमेंट ट्रू है.
And maybe, I don't know, what's Queen A6? Wow, trying to exchange the queens because endgame mein, of course, the bishop on D8 is going to dominate the bishop on F2. You can look at these pawns, sub dark squares pair, and in the endgame, it's going to be very weak. Knight F5 pe also is doing well, similar to the knight on B3,
By the
putting
way,
pressure on the
Harshit
A5 and
bhai,
E3 pawns.
they are fighting for the spot in the
Finals, my
to
god.
take on Vincent Keymer. And if you win this game, whoever wins assures themselves of $140,000.
Oh my god.
And $140,000
More than
or
1 crore.
200
Yes, one.
$200,000 is the winning amount.
Wow.
So everything to play for here. Huge pressure. Amruta, Javokhir, Sindarov or Fabiano Caruana?
No, Sindarov has played amazingly in this tournament. So, but Caruana has actually,
He takes
I don't know. This one, I don't know what will happen. Harshit bhai, what's your prediction?
Can I see and check if Hikaru is there? Maybe we
Yeah,
can
sure,
invite him.
sure. Sagarbai trying to get Hikaru, the man of the hour who just defeated Gukesh in that exciting matchup. Knight F1 played. Black is slightly better, Amruta, but I think still white is pretty solid.
पूरा closed position है for a long time. So I think everything is going to happen in the last 60 seconds. It's going to be blasted open. But it's maybe it will end in a draw, yeah? Then they play again. What happened in the first game?
First game was a draw. So if this game is a draw, then we are going to see the blitz match between both of the players. Guys, wow. King B3. Kaise karna hai? I mean, white. I'm wondering if white should exchange the knights, but that's only going to make the H5 pawn very weak. So I think white ka idea ki just sit and ask black what's his plan. One and a half minute for Sindarov right now.
11:30 p.m. here in India.
Wow.
I
Still.
guess over there is 7:30 p.m. No?
Yes, 7 p.m. here. But guys, also these players are playing for more than 6 hours now. With the level of play they are playing at, it's very, very difficult to keep that intensity up. Absolutely incredible to see this fighting spirit coming from both the players in this format of freestyle chess here in Weisenhaus, Amruta.
No, I think Sindarov has been the find of the tournament for sure, and everybody is that's why very excited about this matchup. And Caruana last year reached the finals, this year wanting to reach the finals.
Look at this crazy idea by Fabiano. He goes Rook h3 to try and go knight h2 to g4 potentially. Wow.
Oh, that Rook on h6 can really face some trouble then.
Yes, but the point of Sindarov is like, if you go knight h2, I'm going to go g6, and now your rook on h3 and knight on h2 are going to be
No,
a
that
little
pin
loose.
you don't like. You don't like. Is it like a fortress or what? Like, because if you look at the pawn breaks, there is only one which is g6 or g5.
Yeah, so if you
With
think
black.
about it, only black can try to win. because white does not really have any way to break the position.
Also, bad bishop versus good bishop. So bishop.
Yeah.
And black is making sure it doesn't get exchanged with bishop h4.
Maybe now at some point rook h8 and g6 I feel that could be an idea so that h takes और rook h8 का h6 को protect करेगा.
Yeah, and at some point it's highly possible that white will need to be alert about a sack on d4.
Oh, he played it. Wow, Sindarov
Wow,
played rook h8,
Harshad,
trying to go for
awesome.
g6, and if takes h takes, I really think this idea was very, very nice.
Yeah, no, this is tough. I think practically Caruana has to really be careful.
Rook h1, wow. Again, nice move. Saying if you go on h8, I'll also go on
Jeez.
h1, and the equilibrium on this pile has been maintained.
Is Gukesh out of the tournament? No, it's not about knockout from the tournament. Just knockout in the match. They'll play
g5.
again.
What a crazy move by Sindarov. Saying that if you take f takes, I'm going to take with the bishop. And now your e3 pawn looks a little bit more weak since the bishop is also having an eye on this pawn. Very interesting. And now Fabi under a minute.
Wow. So finally that one possible break was there and वो हो गया है board पे g5. Now guys opposite अभी मारना है तो मारो नहीं तो
नहीं,
बाद में तो मिलेगा नहीं.
He took and knight h2 played. Very nice idea by Fabi, trying to go knight g4 and knight e5 check. Finding the right moment to do this is Fabiano.
In closed positions, the knight maneuvers matter a lot. So
And we have a very nice guest coming shortly with us, Amruta. You won't believe who it is.
Maybe.
Rook e6 played. Rook e6, 45 seconds for Fabi right now. Knight g4, trying to go to e5. Sagar, please.
Is the accuracy of the game so good?
Hard to say, but it's very, very equal.
मतलब वही उनका ऊपर नीचे हो ही नहीं रहा है.
No, it's
very
equal.
close structure, not more like a fortress kind of a thing, and slow game है.
यहाँ पे अमृता मुझे और सागर को शुगर और डायबिटीज पक्का होने वाला है.
अभी भी चॉकलेट खा रहे हो तुम लोग? एनर्जी नहीं है तो ऐसे करोगे क्या? वो भी प्रॉब्लम ही है. Hey, what gaming man? Stop eating on live stream. We're doing for 7 hours and what? Stop eating on live stream.
Bishop g3. If you go back, you have knight e5 and c6 pawn मर रहा है, पर e3 के pawn पे भी pressure है. I don't think it's going to be a draw. I feel कि बहुत अभी भी इसमें complications बाकी है.
Black को I feel black has more possibilities somehow.
I also think so क्योंकि e3 का pawn ही है, पर white भी तुरंत आ सकता है गेम में. rook f1 और कुछ attack.
Very double-edged.
King e8.
Sindarov is also a fighter, no? Like he plays till the end. मतलब he also doesn't go for these draws and all. Youngsters.
Yeah. Also Fabi, what a guy, yeah.
People are saying Fabi. Lot of Fabi supporters also.
My Fabi is the only one from the older generation who is alive in this tournament, yeah.
Yes. No, Hikaru also. Yeah, Hikaru also has got out. Yeah.
Top 2 finish.
No, for finals. Yeah.
It's the only hope. Oh, by the way, bishop h6 is the only move. क्योंकि rook h6 मारो तो bishop g7 आ रहा है, by the way. So has to be accurate. 10 seconds. What?
He blundered? No.
No. He takes with the bishop. Takes with the bishop, and now the a5 pawn looks a little weak. That's the first thing that I noticed in this position.
Anish asks, what is the age of Fabi?
He's 92 born.
So he is
32.
about to be 33. Rook g3 played. 10 seconds. Sindarov very low on time. King d7. Maybe rook g1. Bishop g7. Try to go into the rook endgame where the h7 pawn is weak.
But there's rook e7, so I don't think. King and pawn endgame is draw, right? So let's say here bishop rook g1, bishop g7. I take
Then
rook takes,
pawn
rook
endgame,
e7,
why do
rook
you think
takes,
it's a draw?
king takes, rook g7, rook f7.
Yeah.
Should be draw.
Draw है, but bad
No,
bishop
no,
से
maybe-
फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है
maybe-
क्या?
Black can win that.
Sure.
10 seconds. I mean, kitna 10 se no player has a time. Wow. Rook f5 attacking the h5 pawn. Rook g8 sacrificing the h5 pawn.
Wow.
Maybe he wants to go rook h8 or even rook a8. Bring the other rook in. Sagar bhai, this is far from a draw right now.
Yeah, no. Fabi is trying now to mate
Rook
mate
f1
the
would be
black king.
crazy if he finds rook f1. Rook 8 played by Fabi trying to give some check and even
Mate.
checkmate.
Mating idea.
Oh my god.
Black king is being surrounded.
Rook
And when
g6.
king is weak and you have 5 seconds on
Rook
the clock,
g6. But
then
rook
it's
f1.
dangerous.
Rook f1
No,
फिर
then
black आ रहा है.
black rooks will come in.
Oh,
Crazy.
He plays it. He plays it.
very important.
Rook takes.
Oh,
pawn
takes. But now
Rook
अरे
a7
but
check.
it's a race.
Draw,
King
draw.
e6. नहीं rook h3 आ रहा है.
Rook c7.
Rook c7, rook h3, rook c6, king f5 and it's a race.
भाई
It's
हो
a
रहा
race.
है.
Oh, king
Races
f5 is a
are
mistake.
so
Rook
F5 rook
f6.
g7. Rook f6 तो वो नहीं होगा.
Oh wow.
Have to go back. Draw कर लो फिर. King
On-
d7 भी नहीं चल रहा है ना.
हाँ तो
अरे।
only king e7 और king f7
King
possible.
And then check.
King E7 कैसे चल रहा है?
क्योंकि
King
g6
E7 rook
मारा
G6 आ रहा है
तो
ना?
bishop e3. No, rook e क्या?
Rook H नहीं
Rook E3 check.
क्या
Bishop e3 is lost because of rook g7 and c6. You have to be very accurate. Okay, he finds king e7.
only move.
Wow.
अरे but King F7 was the easier
Sindarov
move.
crazy, no?
He's very accurate.
I don't think it's easy to even now.
Rook
for
g6,
him.
rook e3 check maybe is his point. Wow.
And king f2, rook f3.
And check. Yeah. If king goes here, then
Save the
again
bishop.
bishop f4 only move. So still, I think there is some play left in this position. Not a
Yeah.
draw yet, guys. Engine equal बता रहे, but फिर भी.
Mara.
Yeah, he
Mara.
takes.
Rook e3 also played. King f2 also played.
Check.
Rook
Sindarov
f3.
super accurate until now.
But king g2 के बाद will he find this move bishop f4?
30 seconds. E69 master super chats 369 rupees says Gookie heart. Wow.
Wow, it's
Very
good to see
nice.
support for Gukesh after that game. Of course, still is going to play tomorrow. And now after king g2 only
Bishop
move
f4.
bishop f4. खेल दिया यार instantly.
भाई Sindarov है भाई.
Instantly he found that.
Javokhir, Sindarov, too good guys. Too good.
Rook f4.
क्या बात है.
Jitesh Joshi asks, Harshit, did you read the Anish Giri's tweet on you about knight g3 is the best move?
कौन सा knight g3?
Yes, Jitesh, I did read that tweet.
क्या बोला अनीश?
That in the first starting position, knight g3 is the best move, and I showed it to every person. So Anish is like, yes, I get it, knight g3 is the best move. Thanks for the super chat, Jitesh. Rook d5 played. Connected pass pawns, but I think it's going to like dissolve after e2, rook e4 और कोई तो एक pawn मर जाएगा.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Looks very likely.
Rook e5 check.
King d7.
d5, he wants to keep the protected passed pawns. But connected passed pawns.
But rook c4
c6, king d6. Yeah.
should be lost.
Should be draw.
I mean, should be drawn.
Which means we have another 2 games of
Oh.
5+2. सागर भाई बहुत मजा
You
आएगा
don't have
यार.
energy, no?
नहीं,
Do
नहीं,
you
नहीं.
have energy?
अमृता, तुम-
हर्षित के भाई है. मैं तो जाऊंगी. I have not had food. Dinner नहीं खाया
अरे
है.
अमृता,
11:45 PM हो
you
गया
should
है,
take
so I
rest,
was
Amruta.
thinking
We are
of
here.
going.
Why are you not having dinner?
Yeah, मतलब लेट ही खाने वाली थी, but बहुत लेट हो गया.
Go,
So
go.
I thought
You
He
can
was
already
going
go
to-
now.
Yes,
For whom
yes,
are you
Amruta,
waiting?
this is going to be a draw.
Bye,
Please take
Amruta.
some rest. See you.
oh, thank
See
you.
you, see you.
Thank you.
Bye. Guys, Amruta, not eating food properly, not good for her health.
Wow, guys, we are all doing very well here. As Fabi and Sindarov's game is going to go down to the wire into the blitz format 5+2
Hi, if you are careless and if you
b3.
play
No, abhi just Sagar bhai.
here, king e4 and take here,
It's also a draw only. B3, King D6 is also draw. King C6 and yeah. Oh no, King C6 is blunder. King C4 is winning. Wow. So King E6 only move. King C5, King E5. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, this is going to be okay. Let's come to the live board. Oh, they just exchanged everything.
भाई उनका
Draw.
वीडियो किधर गया? Oh no, sorry.
Oh, their game has ended in a draw. Wow. So they will choose the colors again, guys.
Yeah, while they will choose, I will go try and hope if Hikaru joins.
Sure, sure. Oh. Guys, this game has ended in a draw. I can only imagine how these players are going to have the energy to play two more games of tiebreak. The stakes are huge. The winner qualifies to the finals where they will meet against Vincent, Keymer. Players are still analyzing. Yaar, matlab, look at the love for the game, the passion that they have towards this game. Amazing moment that the both players are having, despite knowing that the winner is going to qualify and the loser will be eliminated uh, towards becoming the champion of this format. So I think we might have like a few minutes. The time here is 7:17 p.m. So 6 and about 6.5 hours almost here. Lot of nice comments about me, about Sagar and Amruta. Thanks a lot, guys. We are all trying our best to show you guys what's happening in this tournament. Very, very new and exciting format. So it's very nice that so many people are here supporting and watching this with us. They're just putting back the pieces right now, guys. Crazy, yaar. They again played 87 moves in this game. इसके पहले one of the games had lasted between Gukesh and Hikaru 100 moves. तो कितना long games हो रहा है यहाँ पे. Wow. Few minutes break है अभी guys. So उसके बाद they will get the new position and they are going to play 5+2. 2 games, white and black pieces से. और उसमें भी there are results नहीं हुआ. So then there is going to be an Armageddon. So just to update what happened today, Hikaru Nakamura defeated Gukesh in a long match. It went into the tie breaks, but finally in the tie breaks, Hikaru managed to beat Gukesh. Vincent Keymer drew against Magnus and defeated Magnus 1.5 in that matchup. And Abdusattorov Nodirbek defeated Firouzja, also 1.5, advancing towards the 5th spot place where the prize is $50,000. So फाइनली एक ही गेम बचा है अभी सिंडरव और फाबी का. Guys, whom are you rooting for? Sindarov or Fabi? The orbiters are just setting up the clocks right now. 5+2 is going to be the new time control. I will try to get that new break going. Sindarov is going to play with the white pieces. 5+2. The position अभी तक पता नहीं चला है. Some players are writing both. Yeah, what a nice answer. They are just here for the chess. Some players writing Sindarov, some player writing Fabi. Very, very equal. Support towards both the players. I'll drink some water. You guys should also drink some water, guys. Guys, hydrate yourself. Arey, Shehdi Gupta saying, Harshit bhai, you are looking like Lewandowski today. Arey, thank you, bhai. I wish I played like him as well. Sagar bhai is trying to get Hikaru join us. Let's see if Hikaru will. Of course, it was a very, very long game for him as well. So it will be understandable if he decides to take some rest. Not, I think it's 7:21 p.m. here, so I'm expecting the games to start at around 7:30 p.m. I think right now they might be choosing the game position. That will happen every time they play a new game, new position, starting position. That's the exciting part about freestyle. So पहले का जो starting position था उससे completely अलग. Wow. Very, very interesting. Getting warm here. And yes, the point is that, oh, by the way, I guess the position has been decided as Sindarov just came back, maybe just to take some water. There might they might be just trying to understand what position they are going to play, and then the players get a few minutes to try and understand the position, and after that they are going to play the two games of 5+2. इतना fast और इतना crazy action होने वाला है ना 5+2 में कि बहुत मजा आएगा guys. So stick with us क्योंकि last blitz is I think the most exciting. Sindarov is definitely a very, very underrated player in this event. He has proved to the world why he's one of the best players. And Fabi taking some water, just making sure he's uh, hydrated and in good physical shape for this last 10 or 15 minutes approximately. That's going to decide who will go into the finals tomorrow. Is Hikaru joining? I don't know yet. I think Sagar Pai is trying for him to join us. Let's see. Let's see if he will join us. Guys, any questions? Ask me. Now I can try to answer some questions now that we have a few minutes break. What happens if both games are drawn? Then the game will go in the Armageddon, which is very similar to Super Over, where like it's very similar in the sense that the result will be decided then and there. I think white gets like 2.5 minutes and black gets 3 minutes or something like this. And white basically has to win. Sagar bhai,
He was very tired.
he was very tired, of
Yeah,
course.
but he told me 2-3 points. He said that he was very, very like he was surprised by Gukesh's play actually in the second game, and he thought the way in which Gukesh played was very Alpha Zero like, giving up the pawn and so on. So one line which he just mentioned, which I can show, he said like, by the way, you are not analyzing something, right?
No, I just asked if they have any questions. So we're just.
So no, this what he mentioned was this entire play he thought was very Alpha Zero like knight d7 bishop b4, and then he here he saw g3 is coming.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Yeah, but at this point
Yeah, he didn't expect rook takes f4, I guess.
yeah, he said like there was something where bishop g6. He saw this bishop g6.
Wow. Yeah, the
Rook
line we were
F1,
looking at. King F1.
King F1, Rook D1,
He saw
Queen
this.
D1,
Wow.
Queen D1,
Rook E1
Rook
and this is a
E1,
draw, yeah?
takes, and Bishop G6, and he said it will be a draw. He saw this line.
Wow. Yeah. Amazing calculation by Hikaru. And yes, this line was heading towards a draw. Wow.
Crazy, yeah?
Completely crazy. What are your predictions? Position 968, some people are saying.
अरे 960 में से कैसे
बहुत
960?
स्मार्ट हो भाई आप लोग तो. So I guess the position is decided. Let's try to show the position.
Yeah.
Fabi is going to play with the Fabi is going to play with the white pieces.
हाँ अभी तक वो लोड हुआ नहीं है शायद. हाँ हो गया.
And this is the position.
बाहर को update
Wow.
कर सकते हैं.
The queen on the corner. अरे
क्या हुआ?
चैट में भाई कुछ भी लिखते हैं.
Actually, someone in the chat said that please cover Indian events like Indian National Championship, Indian Women Championship, Indian Senior Championship, and so on. I think it's one of the key things that we want to achieve. Hopefully this year or maybe next year, where we are able to cover all the events in India from under 7, under 9, under 11, Harshit bhai. So our aim is to establish some kind of a studio somewhere in the country, and then have commentators for all these events, so that every event, no matter how big or small, at national level is covered.
Very nice idea.
Yeah, that would really help. I think if these age group events are also covered, for more people to follow it, and youngsters will get inspired. Maybe it's a possible something we want to work. So let's hope that we are able to achieve that. But of course, it requires a lot of in the tournament cameras, internet, then in the studio that footage should come. So that is all.
Yes. Lentils ask, Harshit bhai, saw your video from World Rapid Blitz where you stopped clock before promoting Queen. Is this allowed? What did you discuss with the orbiters later? Lentil bhai, it's a very nice video that Chessbase had taken. So I think the rules were discussed in the technical meeting, and I was of the opinion ki it is allowed to stop the clock, but I was wrong. And you are like the orbiters usually keep the queens on the side, and I only had 2 seconds. So my instinctive reaction was, okay, how can I I cannot find like it was there, but I was so nervous that I could not find the queen. But the right thing to do is just keep the queen right next to you whenever you feel like you are about to make a queen. And you see, that's why Hikaru and Sindarov here, like whenever they feel like they are about to queen baaju mein rakh dete hai. So that was something that I'm going to keep in mind. Yes.
Yeah, that was something which was a very interesting game that Harshit bhai played. And yeah, actually the arbiter told me that many times such videos become a very good learning tool for all future arbiters.
Absolutely.
So they are able to see कि क्या इसमें से क्या कर सकते हैं next time.
And also I was very much acceptive of whatever the the outcome of that conflict is going to be. And the arbiter said that I am going to get a 0, and yeah, I was going to accept whatever will happen, so that it's going to be a very good learning lesson for me for the next time I play in that time control.
Right, absolutely.
Guys, 6,000 of you watching. Tiebreaks 5-minute ka blitz starting very very soon. Aapka goal of 2587. We are just 50 subscribers away, guys.
Oh,
2587 kar do.
45 now away. But now इतने late night को इंडिया में all subscribers must be watching. ऐसा तो लग रहा है.
Wow. हो जाएगा यार 2587 कर दो. कितना हुआ? हो गया.
अरे हर्षित भाई, सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट ओपोनेंट किसको हराया है आपने?
In classical, the strongest opponent I've defeated is Parham Maksudlu.
Wow.
In Sitges, he was
Wow.
around 2700 when I defeated him.
Wow.
And yeah, I think that's, and the strongest opponent I've drawn with is Richard Rapport twice.
Oh.
So that was my, like, probably the best result that I've had.
क्या बात है दोस्तों, रिचर्ड रैपोर्ट, अनबिलीवेबल.
I've drawn with him. I haven't, yeah.
And in Blitz, recently we saw you beat Ray Robson, strong player, but
Yes.
maybe you must have beaten even stronger players.
Yeah, in Blitz I have beaten.
भाई हो गया
oh,
2587.
Let's go! Congratulations! The
Let's
target has been
go.
reached. क्या करना है सागर भाई? Dance.
हाँ, वो कौन सा स्टेप था आपका? टुनुक टुनुक टुक.
We can just do. Do you know this song? Tamdi Tamdi.
हाँ.
What is the dance move for that?
तामड़ी तामड़ी.
Okay. Crazy.
पता नहीं exactly. हाँ.
Okay, I'll just check. By the time you can read the chat, I'll just check.
Okay. Yes, Adarsh Singh, Gukesh still arranges his pieces as normal chess only. He doesn't do like chess 960.
Guys, are you ready for the dance?
Drashti says, Harshit bhai, are you Gujarati? Yes, Drashti, Harshit bhai is Gujarati. He speaks Gujarati at home.
Yes. Oh, look.
भाई खेलना शुरू कर दिया भाई ये लोग ने.
अरे okay.
Popular Tower says, Sagar bhai, pros and cons of working with spouse. How did you handle early negativity?
अरे popular
by
bhai.
planning to stream, your communication skills are solid. भाई उसने तो अज्यूम ही कर लिया कि भाई कब स्टार्ट में नेगेटिव ही था, अभी पॉजिटिव हुआ है.
सबर करो सबर. E4 E5 G3 played, guys. Dance moves ये गेम के बाद होगा. E4 E5 G3, maybe he wants to push F4.
Yes. By the way, अरे हाँ वो चैट दिखा दे भाई. By the way, guys, जो क्वेश्चन था उसके लिए my reply to that is it was not easy, and one of the things that I have learned
It
is
was not easy.
it was not easy to manage both like personal and work, but my only learning is after all these years is to be able to sort of be okay with Amruta doing things which I don't agree with. So there should be like, okay, you should be okay with it. That was very tough.
Yes, talking about openness, Sagar bhai, Fabiano has opened the position with pawn to F4. And now I think knight C3, knight T5 might be an idea that he has in his mind. क्या लग रहा है?
हाँ, मतलब अभी अरे खेल दिया भाई.
खेल दिया भाई.
Sindarov has played it.
Guys, 6,500 of you still watching. This is the tiebreaks qualification for the final match. So it's a very big thing that they're playing for.
Huge. Actually, it's a very, very key game, and also it's the battle of generations, because will Sindarov, the new generation, win here and make it an all young generation finals with Vincent, or will Fabi still hold ground for the older generation?
It will be very interesting to see. Knight D3 is an option here in this position that white can think of doing, trying to replicate black's idea, but then knight C4 might come trying to put pressure on the D2 pawn. Bishop H3. Wow, I didn't consider that.
Nice one. Attacking the pawn there. You can play bishop E6, right?
Yes, but then after bishop takes D takes, you do get this doubled pawn. So it's some sort of an imbalance that you are creating, but it's too early in the game perhaps to go for such a drastic change in your structure.
Right.
So rook D8, Sindarov says that, okay, I'm just going to move my rook losing the right to castle, by the way. So in that sense, it
Short
is
castle, but long castle. Oh, even long castle will be tough because
yeah,
he
क्योंकि
has to
rook
move the rook.
exactly.
एक मिनट भाई. Guys, I feel that after this event, Sindarov will become like really. He would learn so much from this experience
Yes.
that he would become stronger than what he is.
Mm-hmm. Rook d8, 3.5 minutes each, 2-second increment है. Knight f3 played.
Ooh.
Trying to just put pressure on the e5 pawn. Maybe d4 is also his potential idea. Just trying to completely open the position up.
Possible. But now, oh, g6. If he had pushed it 2 squares, Harshit bhai, that would have been crazy move, right?
I
Knight
don't
takes
know
bishop
because
h6 maybe.
g5 takes. If knight
Because
takes g5, you have knight c4. Oh my god. Attacking the d, threatening checkmate. Arre. Crazy idea. g6 played, but this does give white enough time to break open the position with d4. And I think that if this happens, this is going to be huge for white because look at the bishop completely restricting black's queen. e5 भी आ सकता है.
क्या बात है?
g6 खेला. सागर भाई आज तो मतलब प्लेयर्स ने बहुत ही लंबा मैच खेला है.
Yeah, sure. And also, it's maybe if this game also ends in a draw and next one as well,
फिर तो
then we have Armageddon.
फिर ब्लैंकेट भी यहीं ले जाते हैं सागर भाई.
भाई अभी तो 7:30 ही बजे यहाँ पर.
Rook e1 played. Bishop h6. Very interesting. The both players have put the bishops on the corner and also have lost the right to castle. But long castle, white can do.
Yes. I
White
think
can
so.
actually long castle in
But
this position.
can right now you win the pawn? Pawn takes pawn.
You can take the pawn, but this can be an interesting ambit gambit. Just king b1. If you take my pawn, I will take back. And look at this center that white is going to get with d4 and e5
क्या बात
next.
है?
तुम्हारा queen भी blocked है.
Too good.
Bishop c5. Wow. ये move be very, very direct. Played by Fabi. Sagar bhai, do you think that because Fabi did not win that game in classical, it will be very difficult for him to accept that and still find the energy to win this game?
I think he will. Right now, they have all forgotten what has happened in the past, Harshit. By now, it's just about this
present, yeah.
this moment because there is a lot at stake. And I think Fabi would really want to win this event, especially after his Vaikanze tournament that didn't go well. He has a lot. Whereas Sindarov is here, is living a dream, right? Because to beat already Firouzja, no, whom did he beat? Hikaru. Even if he gets eliminated, he should be okay. I mean, of course, he'll feel bad. But I think this means a lot for Fabi.
Exactly. They always say that we should focus, that they call it, we should always focus on the present, especially in a situation like this where a lot has happened in the past, but it's very important to keep your head in the current moment. Knight c4, d2 ka pawn to protected hai, so can we just kick you with b3?
Or d3 maybe.
Even d3 possible, just trying to move this knight away. Because if knight b6 back, maybe even a4, gaining some space.
I think Sindarov has played the opening quite poorly.
Oh, this has happened by the way.
He is in trouble for sure. I think a4 is coming here, Harshit bhai. a4, a5, then bishop b6. That is always a problem.
Oh, you can just take, yeah? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Wow, this looks very, very good for
He played
white.
a4.
Wow.
I think Fabi just understands chess, freestyle chess better every single day. And he's ready to give up the pawn. He takes f4.
He takes f4,
A5,
a5. The knight
knight
has to go
c8.
back to c8. a6,
b6.
b6. And now you can just see that the b7 square is going to be a long-term weakness. Bishop back to f2. And the black king is forever going to be in a very
10
tough...
moves, you are just winning.
Not win, yeah. I mean, you have a very good position. 1.5 minute for Sindarov, 30-second time edge for Fabi. If he wins this, it's going to be very difficult for Sindarov to come back.
Agreed.
Mohammed, how are you? Hello Sagar bhai, Harshit bhai, how are you doing? We are doing great.
Yes, all good guys. Very good. a5 played.
a5 played.
a6 he will play for sure. He doesn't want the pawn to come further ahead.
a6, maybe I just want to break this position with d4. Just khol do
D6,
pura.
D6.
Khol do yaar.
Richa says, Why is Gukesh playing like? Arey, Gukesh is not playing like Ding. He's playing well.
He's playing well. It's just the format is completely different.
And also in Tata Steel, he gained rating. Guys, don't forget, even though he lost at the end to Prague, he performed about 2800. He gained
Amazing.
what? Around
12, 13 points.
13 elo points. 12, 13.
D4 finally. I can be happy Sagar bhai because the position is opening up. मुझे वो bishop D4 पे डालना था यार. Finally it's going to happen. And then look at this. The queen on H1 suddenly looking at the black king. भाई queen is saying कि bishop rocket नहीं बन सकता, मैं भी rocket बन सकती हूँ.
Queen is like saying कि 7 समुंदर पार मैं तेरे पीछे पीछे. King B8. He says no.
No, पीछे
need.
पीछे. D5 may be a good idea to restrict the bishop on G8, also attacking the knight on C8, gaining space. I think
yeah.
played. Maybe queen F1 now, just rerouting the queen to A6.
And then knight B5.
Exactly. Sagar by spotting the patterns very very well. Queen and knight are notoriously good at attacking.
Bye, Fabi bhai.
Sagar
क्या
bhai.
Sindarov is in trouble, guys. क्या हो गया भाई?
कुछ नहीं, hitting something. Queen F1 trying to go to A6 now. Queen E7. ये क्या move है?
जाएंगे A6.
Queen A6. Queen B4 maybe. Trying to go knight C4 and start his own counterplay on the king side. Very interesting.
अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर रहा है. ब्लैक इज लाइक कितना दूसरों के साथ करूंगा अभी. Oh, FE. Why bishop is hanging?
Oh, bishop is hanging. Bishop takes. Can I go intermediate EF? But then you have queen C5. So perhaps I just have to take on E3 now. After F takes E5, queen A6 now, and the rook can also jump in. Very interesting. Queen B4. अच्छा E5 का pawn मर रहा है. I see. D6. ये क्या है move है?
Fabi actually trying to be too, he's trying to be too subtle and actually very interesting what he's
30
doing.
seconds. We forgot about the clock.
Yeah.
30 seconds
No,
each.
it's 5 plus 2, right? It's no longer 10 minutes.
Oh
So
my
CD,
God.
CD must take.
EF rook E3 played. ये सब हो गया.
Okay. Now knight C4.
अरे श्रीकांत नारायण स्वामी, very nice super chat for you Sagar bhai. Thank you for leading this channel with your love for the game that bring
Thank you,
more
man.
success for everyone.
Thank you. It's all a joint effort, guys. Harshit
Rook
bhai
D3,
here,
knight.
Amruta, Peter Heine Nilsson, सब लोग गुकेश खेल रहा है. Too good. Also freestyle chess people helping us.
This is looking good for Fabi, but only 15 seconds, and I think in this time control it doesn't really matter how good your position is until you have won the game.
Look at the
Wow,
queen, like a rocket
क्या move
attacking
किया
the
यार,
B6
ये
pawn.
B6 पे और B3 का threat डाला है.
Now king
Incredible.
B7, king B7.
King B7, ये bishop G2 पे आ जाएगा मुझे
Actually,
लगता है.
somehow he has to survive this. It's not at all easy.
But time खत्म हो गया क्या? No, he
just
played with 1
2
second.
seconds.
Oh my God.
1 second on the clock he just played. Sindarov, guys, too good. भाई Sindarov ने ये बचा लिया तो crazy हो जाएगा.
Bishop E6 is again equal. What a
Man,
defense.
Sindarov.
ये कैसे हो गया?
Guys, Sindarov.
अभी वो ही अटैक कर रहा है.
Too good, too good.
No draw. He's attacking.
Too good guy.
Knight C6 आ रहा है. I think black is better.
Oh my God.
Black is winning.
Sindarov not winning yet.
भाई रुके वन,
Check.
queen मर गया.
Oh!
Queen मर गया.
Oh, knight B1.
Knight C6, Knight B4 is coming. Sagar bhai, this is huge.
Crazy Sindarov, guys.
King B1. रुक
Queen A5, Queen A5.
खेल दिया.
Knight E5.
Knight
क्या?
B4, Knight E5 सब आ रहा है. अरे
Rook D6, Queen A3 check.
oh,
Game over. Rook पर
Resigns,
गया. Oh!
he shakes his head. Cannot believe.
Oh my God, Javokhir.
Sindarov won the game.
भाई क्या खा रहा है तू भाई? Javokhir Sindarov. What a guy.
Unbelievable. Sagar bhai,
Too good.
how did this happen?
Too good. Guys, Sindarov OP हो
OP.
जाए chat में. What a guy. Love it. The way he is playing.
Unbelievable.
Big fan. कैसा खेल रहा है यार? को पूरा Fabi was completely all over him. And उससे पूरा ऐसे like if you think in wrestling terms, Fabi had pinned him on the floor. उसने पूरा उल्टा लेके उसको घुमा के पटक दिया.
Sagar bhai with the analogies are
Too good.
unbelievable. That means Fabi has to make a Comeback
Yeah,
now.
he has to win with black.
Oh my god. Oof. And the position is going to be different, right?
Yes. Again, 10 minutes to think. Guys, पूरा chat रात को 12 बजे इंडिया में सिंदर. Guys, how many from Uzbekistan in the chat? Guys, Uzbekistan people, unbelievable. Sindarov seems to be the new find of this tournament.
Arey guys, I'm just laughing because whenever I get tired, I become very joyous. So I'm just...
ये क्या भाई?
अरे क्या ही crazy चल रहा है सागर भाई.
भाई ये कैसे आप टायर्ड होते जॉयस हो जाते हो?
Yeah.
सब लोग टायर्ड होते गुस्सा हो जाते हैं. अरे
Unbelievable.
उज्बेकिस्तान यार गाइस अमेजिंग.
Yeah.
लोग बोल रहे शिंदे राव. गाइस शिंदे राव नहीं. He's not from पुणे.
Yeah.
भाई आराम से पीना पानी. भाई क्या चल रहा है भाई अर्शित भाई? अरे यार अर्शित अर्शित भाई को कोई पकड़ो अर्शित भाई को भाई. सब यार क्या हो गया अर्शित भाई? पूरा कीबोर्ड को गीला करके चले गए. अर्शित भाई को लगा लैपटॉप को पानी देने का जरूरत है. भाई ठीक हो ना? Oh my God. भाई आराम से भाई पानी थोड़ा दूर से पी ले रहा. Guys, अर्शित is the first person I have seen जो थकने पे हंसता है. थकने पे I have seen people getting upset, angry.
Okay. पोजीशन अब तक डिसाइड नहीं हुआ.
नहीं भाई, कुछ नहीं. वो वेट कर रहे थे कब आप रुकोगे हंसने. 69 GM for a reason बोल.
Okay.
Watching the stream from Uzbekistan से शेडी गुप्ता. भाई शेडी गुप्ता आप कहाँ से जाते हो? मुझे तो लगता है आपको ऐसे वो उसमें काम करते हो. 69 मास्टर देखो सागर भाई 7 आवर्स में से 2 मिनट का समय निकाल कर प्लीज शेयर योर ओपिनियन. पीपल गाइस मैंने कल भी बताया परसों भी बताया that there is I'm not the right person here to give any opinion. I would like to actually not use these chess streams to give my opinion क्योंकि यहाँ से whatever I say will be taken as a clip put up somewhere and all. It's better to not discuss this here. And I think we should all wait for everything. And I hope that everything ends smoothly, calmly. Everyone is taken care of. No one gets hurt, injured, anything of that sort. That is very important.
True.
कल से बोल रहा हूँ गाइस आप लोग चैट में वही बता रहे हो यही. मैं आई हैव स्पोकन डे बिफोर yesterday even today. How many times I will say the same thing, no?
Okay. So the position will be decided very, very soon, guys. And I don't think they get 10 minutes. Do they get 10 minutes
Yeah,
to
10
think?
minutes is constant.
Constant, okay.
भाई एक बंदे के लिए ओपी होना चाहिए अभ्युदया के लिए. अपन तो यहाँ पे
भाई.
कमेंट्री कर रहे हैं फ्रॉम लास्ट 5 आवर्स और 6 आवर्स. ही इज इनसाइड द रूम, ही इज शूटिंग.
Wow.
पूरा वन मैन आर्मी.
अभ्युदया ओपी हो जाए यार.
Abhyudaya, and then he will go and he will create shots and then he will sleep and then morning he will create videos and he will do so many things. Guys, Abhyudaya is bringing, he's the क्या बोलते हैं, he's spreading chess like crazy in the world of chess.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, just to update you what has happened, Sindarov in the blitz portion in the first match in the tiebreaks has won the first game, which means that Fabi has to win the second game in order to force
Yeah.
tiebreaks.
Yeah. करेगा,
Tiebreak
आपको लगता
मतलब
है?
Armageddon.
Armageddon. Do you think it will happen? Do you think
Unclear.
I think Fabi will make a comeback. But also जितना ज्यादा गेम दिन चलेगा उतना ज्यादा Fabi will get tired because he is like 32 years old and Sindarov is 19.
Akhilesh Patil says, I think Sindarov loves to play with opponent's mind. He first makes him think they are winning, and somehow at last he finds impossible moves from nowhere. Yeah, we have actually seen this with Hikaru as well. He was like completely losing, but suddenly kind of shows me that he has the same quality like Gukesh. He's very, very resilient and very, very resourceful. Absolutely, Akhilesh bhai.
तुम लोग जिंदा हो?
Arey!
कहाँ से?
नहीं, मैं नहीं
Where
आ रही
did
हूँ,
that
वीडियो
noise
पे नहीं
come
आ
from?
रही हूँ।
I think that we have a guest.
सिंदारो
Sagar
पूछ
bhai.
रहा है कि जिंदा रहो, जिंदा रहो।
अरे
ये
अमृता,
किसका आवाज
तूने
आ गया?
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सीन मिस कर दिया हर्षित का.
कौन सा सीन था?
हर्षित वेंट क्रेजी.
हाँ, क्या हुआ? कुछ तो मैंने पानी का सिर्फ सुना, पर समझा नहीं मुझे, बट
He was laughing like, you know, he got tired and he says, when
हाँ।
I get tired, I get joyous. He's the first person I
वाह
have seen who gets
भाई,
joyous.
फिर तो थका ही दो उसको और।
अरे नहीं क्या हुआ देखा सागर भाई ने?
ओह माय गॉड, पर लैपटॉप कैसा है? मैं वो पूछने को आई।
लैपटॉप
लैपटॉप
ठीक है,
क्लीन हो गया
साफ हो
अभी.
गया है.
अरे उसको कुछ हो गया तो प्रॉब्लम,
हर्षित भाई ने
बहुत
पूरा
मेहनत
क्लीन
करके
कर दिया.
भेजा है वो लैपटॉप को।
नहीं, अमृता थोड़ा धूल लग गया था, हर्षित भाई ने क्लीन कर दिया.
हाँ, ड्राई रखना। ओके, बट शिंदे राव है उसका कोड नेम, सिंदाराव का, क्योंकि वो मराठी में ऐसा रहता है ना, वो एक वॉरियर जो रहता है वो
चेस
वाला।
बेस इंडिया मराठी पे.
नहीं तो शिंदे राव, जैसे अज्जू भाई कैसे बुलाते हैं अपन, वैसे शिंदे राव, तो उसको वही बुलाना तुम लोग,
Done है.
ठीक है? तो वो
By the
चैट
way,
में भी
people
बोले
are
सब
saying,
लोग।
can you recap the previous game? कैसे उसने, अमृता ये देखो कैसे
और
मैं.
मैं तो तुम लोग डांस बाद में करोगे क्या?
अरे
287
हाँ,
हो गए,
लका लका लका
congratulations।
लका भाई.
हाँ डांस देखा क्या आपने कैसा है?
कैसे करना है? फर्स्ट स्टेप क्या है? ये
ये
लका
देख
लका
लो.
का ये स्टेप
देखो
है.
अभी they have not started. Watch quickly.
भाई आप दिखाओ ना, मैं उनका क्यों देखो, आपको आता है ना.
भाई मैं भी देख वापस ही
आप
थोड़ा
देखो
रिवाइज
भाई,
कर
मैं
रहा
नहीं
हूँ.
करता हूँ ऐसे, आपसे ही सीखूंगा मैं.
अरे भाई
वो नहीं देखेगा।
मेरे को ये सब नहीं आता है. ओह गाइस, ये क्या है? फिनिश हो गया, ये मार नहीं सकता. डबल अटैक.
वाह, नील बोल रहा है फ्रॉम टैशकेंट।
ये देखो सागर भाई. डन.
बस इतना ही करना है.
हाँ तांबड़ी
चामड़ी. हाँ चलो.
तांबड़ी
3, 2,
लका 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 लका
लका
लका
लका
लका लका लका लका लका लका लका.
Thank you guys for 25,87,000 subscribers. If you want Harshit to do 25 push-ups in the cold of Weisenhaus without a shirt, then please go and subscribe, follow him on Instagram. भाई मैं इधर आपको ये वाला डर तो करवा के पहले दिन
मुझे
से,
लग ही रहा है सागर भाई.
पहले दिन से guys, it's so chilly here. But 10K if he reaches on Instagram, we have pinned his profile. तो मजा आ जाए दोस्तों.
सॉलिड गाइस, मजा करो, एंजॉय द गेम। ये
हाँ.
तो चलते रहेगा पूरी रात।
तो
ये
अमृता
लोग बस
तुम
जिंदा
तुम
रहो।
तुम रेस्ट
मैं
करो,
अभी-
तुम अब तुम्हारा काम कर रहे हो या जो भी
मैं
करना
अभी
है.
जाती हूँ मैं।
हाँ, मतलब
और
ऐसे
फिर,
नहीं, तुम तुम्हारा सच में शी हैज सम वर्क भाई.
हाँ पता है.
So I'll see you tomorrow.
हम्म.
Bye guys.
See you अमृता.
Bye bye.
भाई एक बार एक आदमी था, वो मराठी, मतलब एक मराठा किंगडम में रहता था. तो उसका नाम था शिंदे राव. तो उसको उसने पूरा खाना खा लिया, पर फिर उसको स्वीट खाना था. तो उसको पता नहीं था किधर जाने का. तो वो बोलते, उसकी जो घर वाले थे वो बोलते, वो देखो उधर जाओ, खीर खा के जाओ, खीर. शिंदे राव.
अरे सागर भाई. Wow.
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10. Amruta is not impressed, Sagar bhai.
सॉरी अमृता.
ट्राई ऐसे ही हंसते रहो रे। हर्षित का ये इतना, मतलब ये क्वालिटी बेस्ट है, थक जाता है तो जॉयस होता है। ये मतलब शायद वर्ल्ड में अकेला रहेगा ऐसा यूनिक बंदा।
पॉइंट्स मिल रहा है मेरे को,
-3.
-69 out of 10. तो गाइस, सिंदारो क्या करता है, he prepares on other board, and Fabi का if you look at the energy levels, They are too. It looks too low right now. I feel. Oh, यहाँ पे था.
Oh, this is the position that they have.
Yeah.
Unbelievable matchup. भाई कोई there no one is giving up, huh?
हाँ, व्यूअर्स भी गिव अप नहीं कर रहे, रुक रहे अपने लिए. मुझे लगा खत्म, लोग जाएंगे, बट लोग रुके.
लोग रुके. They want to see Sindarov win, but there are also people who want to see Fabi make a comeback.
I am Fabi fan, bhai.
Fabi fan, wow.
I love Sindarov, but I want Fabi. I want this old generation to not wither away, bhai.
सागर भाई position is out.
Yes.
So what are your predictions? दोनों बिशप कॉर्नर पे वापस. तो मतलब X बन सकता है. So what's the X factor in this position, Sagar bhai?
Knights can come here, pawns can move forward. I don't want to touch these pawns. Maybe f4.
I predict G3 or G4.
G3 because f4 b6 might get uncomfortable.
Yeah, क्योंकि वो bishop. But actually f4 b6 knight f3 is still fine. Yeah.
G3. Maybe G3 is good. How about G4? I don't like G4 when the knight is... No, knight is not here. So ऐसे नहीं आ रहा है वो.
Yeah, actually G4 is also fine because the king is on D1. So you are not really weakening the squares next to your king. So I do like G4 in that sense. B4 is something I would be more hesitant to play because my king is on D1. So it kind of seems very weakening. So
G3 maybe is the move.
I think G4 or G3.
But it's
okay.
one of those...
Sindarov is your handshake. Handshake. The games are about to begin. G3 plate.
G6.
C4. Guys, must win for Fabiano. Will he manage to defeat the in-form Sindarov in this game? 10 minutes में पता चल जाएगा, guys. अरे शर्ष कुमार जी, do stick for a bit more time. मजा आएगा. Thanks for sticking with us.
कौन सा stick?
I mean, watching with us.
नहीं, आपने कुछ बोला जू स्टिक करके. अच्छा, डू स्टिक. D6.
D6. D3. Interesting. Trying to open up the queen.
Maybe he wants to go knight D2.
So that the A1 bishop is supported, yeah?
Or, I don't know, maybe knight C3 and then... Yeah, interesting. Why did he play D3? Right now, it looks like the English opening. And also, if knight F3, queen moves out and short castle, we'll get a very
queen
English
A5 could be an idea too in this position. Trying to attack the A7 pawn could be an idea. Queen D2 chosen by Sindarov, just keeping it very solid.
By the way, Harshit, look at this. One of the best moves.
Yeah. No, Sindarov showing really good chess.
I think he wants to go knight F3 and
short
castle.
I think so too. Just keeping it very, very solid.
E5? That
E5.
looks weakening.
Oh, by the way, after knight F3, now the E6 square is weak. So knight F3, knight G5 could be a threat. Attacking H7 and E6, but he chooses knight C3.
I like white strategy overall here. Although black's position also looks very comfortable, like Dutch, like queen F7 and short castle.
Will he go F4 or it's too much? Yeah, it's too weakening. I don't think he will actually make this pawn move.
Knight F3.
Exactly, I think so. I think knight F3 and knight G5 is a solid idea in this position. B4, B5 is also very typical, just trying to expand on this side of the board.
People are saying there should be FIDE ratings in freestyle. Possible? Or they might only create their own ratings.
Yeah, freestyle rating, no? Sindarov having his first thought in this complex position. He's choosing which plan to go for. It kind of reminds me of some sort of an English idea where white goes C4 and G3. But this time he also has his bishop on the fianchetto diagonal. So maybe time to go B4, Sagar bhai.
Bhai, B4, Hasim bhai says in the chat that just made Instagram account to see Harshit bhai do push-ups.
Arey, thanks a lot bhai. You will see it very, very soon. I don't know why is it now उसके ठंडी में होगा या कहाँ पे होगा पर होगा पक्का.
Harshit bhai, change मत करो. Guys, ये must setup white का. Very cool setup. Knight can jump to D5. Short castle incoming very soon. I think black will also short castle. Oh, B4 by Sindarov.
Will he go B5 or C5? What do you think the point is? Very interesting. Short castling, I think, will happen for sure, Sagar Bhai, because king on d1 looks a bit misplaced, or g1 pay it looks a bit better, but the rook on f8 is a bit scary because this g5 f4 idea exists for black, yeah?
Hmm.
b6. Wow.
He wants to trade the bishops. So take.
So once you take it, look at that f3 square that looks so weak. Very nice decision made by Fabi in this position. Already up 43 seconds, guys. It is possible that Fabi wins and forces tiebreak. Armageddon.
You think so?
I think it's possible. Anjali asked a lot of times, am I going to play any tournaments? Yes, most likely in April I will start playing. So I will update you about that soon. Short castle played.
Anuran Musical says today is my 12th board exam. Still watching the stream only for Sindarov. Wow.
Wow.
What a fan. But I feel like black shouldn't short castle.
Yeah, he goes for
Black should
h5,
go-
h4.
yeah,
I
bishop
agree with you.
Try to attack.
He has to just go all in right now because draw and lose. I mean, draw and a loss
Very
has the
short
same
castle.
amount of effect. First castle. Maybe.
Fabiano was like, "Why? I don't want to take too much risk right now. Let's play on."
Just need to play fast क्योंकि time pressure जब आता है तभी equal position में भी the person with more time is able to win the game because he can think at the crucial
And
moment.
Sindarov is crazy in time trouble. That's his big strength. So
Knight d5.
taking means, guys, look at this. If you take, then pawn takes, and this
This
pawn
rook
becomes
opens up.
weak.
Wow. And if knight f6,
Oh, it
happened.
happened.
All of
It
this
happened.
happened.
Now this is hanging.
queen d1.
Queen c2 or queen d1. Because if queen d1, knight d5, queen b3, queen
You just queen
f7.
f7 you can go. Yeah, true.
So it's a free pawn here. How does Sindarov say e4?
No,
e4 is
take,
just a free
yeah.
pawn.
No, knight c3 looks a bit passive as well. So I think that right now Fabi practically is definitely doing well. Also on the clock, more than 1.5 minutes up.
We have Simal says, Sagar bhai, Harshit bhai, Amruta bhai, Abhu bhai, you guys are really doing amazing job. Really proud of CBI fan. Just one request if possible, can you guys bring Sindarov to our live today?
Arey, we will. Thanks a lot for the
Actually,
nice message.
Sindarov, last time also when he beat Hikaru, I was there. I asked him, and he was so kind. He calls me Mr. Shagar. He says, Mr. Shagar, I cannot come, and then he put his hand on his heart like he always does. Let's see if today he agrees.
Guys, थोड़ा तो उनको break दो. 7.5 hours potentially they are going to play today.
वो भी है.
थोड़ा तो rest करने दो.
True. Maybe I should not even ask today.
Yes, it's also because if we ask, we have to sit here and ask good questions. Yeah, so it's not easy for us also.
Yes, हर्षित भाई को तो नहीं, हर्षित भाई को पूछने नहीं देंगे गाइस, कुछ भी वो उसके ऊपर, और पानी तो पीने बिल्कुल नहीं देंगे. E4.
Mr. Shagar, what do you think of f4 now?
F4, I love
Gf4,
this.
knight h5.
Yes, this is I think this, but then F5.
Knight f4, that's very very good for black. Attack आ
Oh,
जाएगा.
खेल दिया
भाई.
पापी ने. Let's go. F3 now for Sindarov. Otherwise F3 will come in.
f3, bishop g7, bishop h6 perhaps. Huh? Try to bring that bishop in the game.
Looking good here for Fabiano Caruana here. F3 played. Kunal Di Costa says Valentine's Day इधर celebrate करना है सागर भाई.
लड़की ने क्वींस गैम्बिट कर दिया. अरे.
Checkmate. मतलब
I don't know. Maybe it seems like hard luck. और क्या भाई?
अच्छा. कोई बात नहीं दोस्तों. Chess will never leave you. So if you are alone on this Valentine's Day, play chess.
Stick with us. We will never leave you.
Arey, we will do streaming, guys. G4. Sindarov, G4.
Oh, maybe this was. I also thought that bishop g7 is a good move, but actually allowing this idea of going g4 was not very good. I missed it.
92.
F takes g3 now, perhaps. Just opening up that rook on f8 on this diagonal. Maybe I think f takes g3 followed by knight h5 हो सकता है.
But Sindarov raising his game like crazy, no? Right now. Also,
55 seconds
look
per.
at this rook. So strong. But he has 55 seconds and Fabi has 2 minutes.
I think Sindarov, whenever time comes, it's like his trick, yeah. Like he baits his opponent into thinking that I'm going to play badly in time pressure, but he just raises his level every time the clock ticks down. Abhay Gandhi, Sagar bhai, keep it up. 5 pounds. Loving what you're doing. Can't wait for freestyle COB after everything calms down.
अरे COB guys होना चाहिए भाई. COB.
Wow. Wow. Imagine having full screen here and Sagar bhai, you got it.
Yes भाई.
Look at that intensity that the players are thinking with G5. G takes F4. Quickly played by Sindarov. He has something in mind. 69 master. Harshit is indisputed champion of 690 chess. Arey bye.
6-9. Bhai, Sindarov has open file for this rook, open file for this rook. Fabi is busted.
Busted and
At some point, he will sack
Sack,
here,
D4.
then sack here, open this up. D4.
D4. Unbelievably strong move. D4. Now, guys, if black doesn't have the light squared bishop in this setups, it's completely crushing for white. Sindarov spots this, is going to go for D4. He's on the verge to qualify for the
But
final.
he has only 36
Dream
seconds.
run for this boy.
36 seconds. Plays
D4.
D4. Crazy.
Guys, this guy who was the last minute replacement of Vishy sir is going to go on to perhaps become the champion of this event. What a crazy run.
But Vincent Keymer stands in between him and his title. But right now, Fabi, for last few seconds.
DE.
D.
रुक C6 भी आ सकता है अभी. ये रुक वहां से भी घुस रहा है. किंग क्या खेला? रुक G2 just doubling.
Double here.
Doubling on the G line. D6 भी आ सकता है. Sindarov looks super calm and focused. Queen H5 played. Queen D3, simply defending the pawn on F3. Wow.
तो ये मर रहा है pawn.
C7 मर रहा है. रुक G1 भी आ रहा है. Rook G1 and knight takes F4 can be deadly. Knight takes F4, big threat. Boom, bam, Rook G7. Sagar bhai, do you see Diwali coming in?
So knight F4, EF4, Rook G7, Bishop F6.
Bishop H6 played. Getting away from that diagonal. Oh my god. There is a crazy move
and also
possible.
taking care of Bishop takes F4 here.
D6 भी आ सकता है क्या? नहीं, पर F3 का pawn मर रहा है.
ये क्या मूव है भाई?
Bye. Bishop C3, normal. Fabi still holding on.
Will there be a twist भाई? 15 seconds, 25 seconds for Fabi.
ये headphones क्यों पहने हमने? Oh my god.
अरे 17-16 Fabi play. Fabi is actually feeling the heat. I don't think he's able to find a move.
B5? B5 played, Bishop B2. Just waiting and asking black the question कि क्या move होगा. Rook G8 played. Queen C3.
Oh, he's attacking just this
E5
pawn.
and C7. This is just completely
Knight D7.
crushing. Knight
D7
D7,
just
C7
take.
मर रहा है. This is just crushing for
No,
Sindarov.
Bishop G7 by Bishop G7.
Rook E7.
भाई अभी knight D4.
Queen C5.
Wow,
He's keeping everything
Sindarov
under
is
control.
just-
F4 pawn मर रहा है अभी. But Queen F3 is hanging. Queen F2 played. Mistake.
Yeah.
But it's very
He's
complicated.
defending this pawn right now. Rook F7. Best
Best
move by
move.
Fabi. If he gets his bishop here, he should be fine.
Oh my
Black is
god.
back. Black is back.
Wow.
Anything can happen. Queen
Queen
A7.
A7,
He's
कहाँ
going
चला गया
after-
queen?
No, he defends this
King
pawn with his
H7,
knight.
best move.
But
Unbelievable
what about
technique.
taking this pawn?
Queen H4, Knight
H2.
H5, Knight G3 आ रहा है.
अरे ये इधर सब
Oh,
pawn मार रहा है.
ये
Knight
क्या हो गया?
D4,
Boom,
Queen
bam.
D3 wins.
Oh.
Queen D3 wins. Oh, he
F3
doesn't
no.
point.
Woo! Sagar bhai crazy.
नहीं draw
Black
draw
is
draw
back.
हो गया
Draw
हो गया.
नहीं हो रहा है.
Draw Queen D7 check.
King H8, it's no draw.
Check,
Rook
check,
F8.
check.
Oh, black man. Queen F4. What?
What?
Unbelievable
Fabi
comeback.
won. Fabi won. Fabi won.
What?
Oh my god. Fabi won.
Oh my god. Rook G1, Queen E4 mate.
या आदमी है Fabi.
भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई ये फॉर्मेट में. सागर भाई भी Armageddon. साढ़े सात घंटे हो गए. We cannot control. What is happening?
दोस्तों आज हर्षित भाई का प्लान था स्पा में जाने का 7:30 घंटे. So people, what happened was
What happened, Sagar?
Sindarov went knight g1. He said पूरा इधर बचा के रहा, क्वीन को भेजता हूँ वेकेशन पे, सब खा के आओ. तो क्वीन गई वेकेशन पे एंड यहाँ पे फाबी ने अपना ही प्लान बिठाया इधर नाइट से पॉन मारने का. तो यहाँ पे द की मोमेंट हैपेंड व्हेन if Sindarov had few more seconds he would have pinned and won totally, but he went fe and f3. Now suddenly the pawn is queening.
Oh my god.
So he had to take. Rook takes. अभी भी draw है. Queen इधर लाना था inside. Queen e2.
Yeah, but I think he missed the same. I think that he thought it's a perpetual Sagar bhai, but he missed that bishop e7 is the
Bishop E7.
key move.
Super move. Queen e6 and then check, and he resigned because rook g1 there is queen e4 checkmate.
Gaurav says absolute cinema. Absolutely bhai. Abhi
भाई
we are going to-
8,000 लोग आ गए भाई रात को 1 बजे. दोस्तों
Sagar bhai. Armageddon के लिए are you ready?
So Armageddon rules are the following: that one player will get 5 minutes. इसमें याद है क्या वो मीटिंग में they have to bid now. Both have to bid for black time. So if let's say Sindarov bids 4 minutes 25 seconds, Fabi bids 4 minutes 30 seconds, then Sindarov, because his bid is lower, will get 4 minutes 25 seconds and Fabi will get 5 minutes. And after 60th move, there is 1 second increment. All this was discussed in the players meeting. Now, there was also one more discussion which happened. If both players keep on writing 5 minutes in their chit, who will get white and who will get black? So they both, if both keep writing, both want white pieces. क्या लगता है हर्षित भाई? हर्षित भाई ने पहली बार कमेंट्री में यॉन किया है दोस्तों. From a yawn expert. Harshit bhai, welcome to the club of yawners.
Oh bhai.
CBI testing limits of soundproof cabin. भाई वो तो आज हम लोग ने टेस्ट कर ही लिया.
इनमें कोई है ही नहीं. सब चले गए. सब चले गए भाई. हम दोनों ही हैं.
सिर्फ एक केबिन ये चल रहा है और एक ऑफिशियल कमेंट्री बीच में है. एना क्रैबलिंग बोटल
सब
लाइव
चले
टेक सब टेक डिनर में टेक कर रहे. अरे
Oh.
अमृता भी बोल रहे मिस नहीं कर रहा है. कॉल तानिया बोल रहे हैं. तानिया सचदेव इज डूइंग लाइव ऑफिशियल कमेंट्री दोस्तों. बट
हेलो भाई लोग।
अमृता इज हियर. लेट्स गो. अमृता तुमको कैमरा ऑन कर दो.
नहीं कैमरा ऑन नहीं करो.
ओ,
खत्म नहीं हो रहा है.
तो
तुम लोग तो खत्म नहीं हो रहे हो ना.
नहीं
अरे
guys.
हर्षित भाई 8642.
Guys 9,000 कर दो भाई फटाफट.
गाइस हर्षित भाई इतना मेहनत कर रहे हैं आपके लिए, स्पा नहीं जा रहे. Do subscribe to his Instagram. We have pinned the link.
तुमको चल के वल के आना है थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट के लिए.
नहीं
तुम
अमृता अभी
दोनों
बहुत
जाओ चल के
ये
आओ 2
इसमें
मिनट के
ये
लिए.
रहेगा भाई.
अच्छा ब्रेक होएगा खड़ा रह के.
इसमें वो लोग शायद दिखाते रहेंगे. हाँ ये रहा. अरे
Wow.
हाँ डिजिटल बोर्ड निकाल
कौन
दो
है-
और
कौन आ
चल
रहा
के
है?
आओ.
who is the one who is doing this? Sir, guys, every time they pull this down, they have to put all the balls back. 950 balls.
अरे.
बहुत टाइम लगता है भाई.
Of course.
It's a lot
हाँ
of
टाइम
work.
लगता है वो.
It's a lot
काफी
of work.
मेहनत वाला है
भाई
actually.
कर रहे कि नहीं लोग?
कर
सब
रहे, कर
नाम
रहे.
पढ़ो ना ताकि लोगों को पता चलेगा कौन कौन कर रहा है.
योगेश, श्रेयस, राहुल कदम, कश्यप, ऑर्किड, सेंथुनक्तम.
अरे क्या बात है दोस्तों. थैंक यू.
किसी ने तो बोला अभी तो मेरी मम्मी भी देखने शुरू किया ये मैच को.
अरे.
खत्म नहीं हो रहा है.
Guys,
क्या
Jan
करेंगे?
Buettner is here. We have Fiona on the frame. We have Leah here. Leah helps with player coordination. अच्छा मुझे लगता है अभी वो लोग अभी थोड़ा और टाइम लग रहा है ना अभी तक
हाँ,
की.
तुम लोग चल के आओ एक वॉक लेके.
क्यों नहीं हम लोग ठीक है अमृता.
अरे क्या हो गया सागर भाई?
Guys,
हर्षित
Harshit.
भाई तुम्हारे सारे प्लान्स कैंसिल हो गए रहेंगे ना?
Guys,
तौबा
if
तौबा.
if you want to send Harshit by a follow and want to send a message on Instagram, now is the time. He's seeing all his messages and everything.
Yes.
सोचो
please
ये
send.
परसों अगर होता है, ऐसा चलते रहेगा फाइनल्स, वैलेंटाइन डे पे हर्षित का कुछ शाम को प्लान रहेगा
अरे
और
अरे.
फिर ऐसा राउंड चलते रहेगा, क्या करेगा फिर?
नहीं
It's
नहीं.
8684 right now.
Oh, 8684.
Yes.
316 to go, guys.
Wow. Vijaypal says, I am working in hotel kitchen. Lots of orders here, but I am watching legend Harshit Band.
अरे.
Bhai, Sindarov is the legend. हम नहीं. Sindarov and Fabi are the legends. अभी तो था पूरा. हाँ ये.
Oof.
Srijita says, amount of hard work you all put is commendable. Arey guys, you also know watching this for 7 hours, not easy.
Yes.
Commendable.
Oof. Guys, let's take a hydration water. Let's drink some water,
Bye,
guys.
please. थोड़ा दूर.
मैं खाना मस्त खा के आई हूँ.
सागर भाई मुझे
थेपला,
दूर.
सब्जी, बढ़िया.
सागर भाई. स्क्रीन हैंग हो गया. Back.
अरे संजय सिंह बोल रहे सब सिंगल है, तो एक्चुअली यू हैव सब लोगों को 14 को बढ़िया ये है फाइनल्स देखने को.
Oh, Fabi इधर आ गया.
करुआना
Oh, they are writing
Uधर
they are
आज.
writing on the notepad their bid.
ओ
अरे स्टीव जी.
साइड थोड़ा सा साइड.
स्टीव.
अरे थोड़ा बाजूला जा ना बाबा.
अरे
हाँ,
अमृता.
अरे अमृता मराठी में बोल
अमृता
रहा.
ऐकलं यार.
अरे
अमृता.
यार. स्टीव बोन हा ग. मराठी आहे का तो?
नाव तर वाटतंय.
What time
Guys.
has Sindarov written?
I don't.
शिंदे राव रे.
गाइस आवाज नहीं आ रहा है ना ये लोग का, पर देखने तो मिला. ओ एंड लुक एट दिस इज द वो मशीन है जहां पे सारे बॉल्स अंदर जाते हैं वो बॉल के अंदर एंड देन यू पिक अप. Crazy. I love how Jan Butner is there right till the very end. You know, his commitment to this project is immense. That is great to see. Very committed. Oh, and position is here. Harshit bhai,
Yes.
position is there.
क्या पोजीशन है भाई?
नया पोजीशन आ चुका है. पता नहीं.
Aryan says, I'm in Frankfurt right now and I wanted to meet you guys, but have my exams. Though love your content, guys.
Thank you भाई.
Thank you भाई.
भाई देखो चैट में कितना. हाँ भाई मैसेज आ गए आपको इंस्टाग्राम पे बहुत लोगों के.
हाँ भाई.
भाई आप रिप्लाई करने वाले थे.
भाई अभी करता हूँ.
क्या बात है.
Anjani says, the gentleman character that Sagarwai adds to the commentary is so awesome. This man is really cute.
अरे
अरे.
थैंक यू अंजलि भाई.
Wow, wow.
अमृता little jealous.
Complete.
अरे नहीं
No,
भाई.
no.
Oh, guys.
He's a man everyone
Guys,
will love. Everybody
everyone.
loves Raymond wala.
Everyone
Wow.
in Mumbai on 15th of February, a very special event will take place in Atrium 5 in Phoenix Market City Mall, Mumbai. Individual and team gold medalist at Budapest Chess Olympiad and Arjuna awardee I am Vantika Agrawal will give a simul. 15 players of varying rating levels will battle Vantika at the same time. What an exciting opportunity. Do you want to take part in this very special event? Read the article carefully. दोस्तों chessbase.in पे the article is there. Please check it out. If you want to play Vantika, if you want to also travel down to Mumbai on 15th at 12 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Phoenix, Lower Parel और कुर्ला.
पर पहले फॉर्म भर दो. If you in case you get selected, then you come.
A lot of good messages, Sagar bhai, that people have sent. Thanks a lot, guys. Very, very nice of you.
क्या बात है.
By the way, once again, this position which has the bishops which you like to open with c4,
Maharshi saying can't.
h7 is defended.
Oh yes, this bishops again, Sagar bhai. We are looking at these two bishops on the long diagonals.
Nice.
But h7 defended है, rook h8 पे है finally. So some change. Yeah, what you were saying, Harshit?
No, lot of
Maharshi?
nice messages. Aditya, great work. Harshit bhai, Harshit Saraf, loving your commentary. Very nice. Thanks a lot,
हर्षित भाई ने
guys.
सबका दिल जीत लिया है. Guys.
Wow. Harshit bhai closing in on 9,000.
Yes.
8781. 219 people
Wow.
left. दोस्तों
तनिष्का से बोल रही है अमृता दीदी आई एम नॉट ऑन इंस्टाग्राम सॉरी हर्षित भाई.
No
अरे no
अरे
problem.
कोई नहीं बाद में जब
Your-
आ जाओगे तब पहला
Oh,
फॉलोवर.
4 minutes 15 seconds for Fabi.
Oh, it's about to start, kya?
Yes, 4 minutes 15 seconds. Sindarov will have 5. If a draw, Fabi goes through.
Okay, guys,
So
this
Sindarov
is
is a
it.
must win.
For all the marbles. The winner qualifies to the finals to play against Vincent. The loser will play for the third and fourth position against Magnus.
Oh my God.
तो it's कि भाई हारे तो मैग्नस से खेलना है, जीते तो विंसेंट से खेलना है. So you know.
नहीं, हारने पे बहुत नुकसान है क्योंकि
बहुत-
मैग्नस भी है, पैसा भी कम मिलेगा. जीतने पे यू हैव मोर मनी, मोर चांसेस टू विन.
कोई भी खेलेगा तो जीतने के लिए लेकिन.
Guys, time will get updated. Actually, right now it says 4:15 for both, but Sindarov will get 5 minutes.
तूने भी वो पढ़ा क्या? प्रशांत ने
क्या?
बोला सागर भाई ने उल्टा पैर.
अरे सबने तीनों ने पढ़ा यार. I also read that, भाई.
कैसे पता चला यार तुमको उतना दूर रह के?
अमृता can read your heart, सागर भाई.
नहीं, पर उसको कैसे पता
मैंने
चला
थोड़ी ना.
जैसे लिखा है?
भाई वो कौन था भाई? प्रशांत भाई, ओपी भाई.
प्रशांत भाई, आपको यू कैन
हाँ ना. You can आगे बोल.
you can do some work in detective agency.
अरे
CBI. Oh,
हाँ,
Ashish
CBI.
says love from Toronto, guys. क्या बात है.
guys, the games, I think maybe a few minutes. They have a few minutes to think, yeah, maybe.
10 minutes, but maybe it's less than 10.
मेहुल बोल रहा है कि been here since 7 PM. भाई मैं पागल हो गया हूँ. एक ही दिन में क्लासिकल रैपिड ब्लिट्ज
Blitz.
आर्मागेडन सब देख लिया.
तभी करवाओगे क्या? वो ऐसा होता है तुम क्लास लगाते हो, कोई तो सब सब्जेक्ट सिखा देते हैं एक
शुरू
दिन
हो
में.
गया भाई.
अरे ओके.
C4. So Fabi has 4 minutes 15 seconds. D5 takes, queen takes.
सेंटर काउंटर. Knight C2, Knight E3. Wow.
बढ़िया भाई. Sindarov. Castle.
So guys, black has drawing odds in this position, but he also gets a bit more time. He gets a bit less time
Yeah.
in compensation for that. So Sindarov starts with 5 minutes and Fabiano started with 4 minutes 15 seconds. That's how it was. Maybe B3 bishop B2 now is very tempting, right? Sagar bhai trying to bring the
Yeah.
bishop out.
I also wanted to play. E3 bishop B2.
Sagar bhai,
Castle.
we are looking at the same moves.
बढ़िया भाई. It's a great honor for me.
अरे.
Castle.
Castles. And actually we have a very similar QGA, QGD position. QGA, right? Like where they take on C4
Very
and
good
now...
news for Fabi actually,
Mhm.
who just needs a draw because this position
It's
is
very
quite
solid, yeah.
solid.
I mean, okay, the pawn is still on D2, but like it seems very much...
Can you go D4 now?
it's such a... This is, I guess, the closest position to normal chess that we've gotten, because I think black can simply go for something like B6, bishop B7 and very, very solid for black. Fabi must be happy that he got this opening position. Quickly he played bishop b7, and guys, if he goes for d4, then I think that this cd4 knight d4 position is going to be very much in favor of Fabi, because he has drawing odds.
Right.
And Amruta, we cannot see you, but would love to hear your thoughts. What do you think?
I'm hearing you
Oh,
guys.
queen
मजा
से
आ
मार
रहा है.
दिया.
Queens, he's going to the end game. Very interesting.
Wow.
He thinks that even though he has to win, he can outplay Fabi in this queenless end game.
क्या confidence है भाई.
Knight
Now-
d6.
Now rook c1 to get the c6 square. Harshit bhai, something is there.
You
for
are
white.
so right, actually. If white gets rook c1 and knight c6, he doesn't go for it. He goes knight c2.
No, no, no.
No. He goes rook c1, knight c. He goes bishop d3, but white is definitely slightly better because the bishop on b8 is very passive, and the white's knights and pieces in general look a lot more coordinated.
And also Sindarov is showing that he can actually try and fight Fabi in any kind of position, yeah?
Yes.
Rook c1.
हर्षित भाई का एनर्जी एकदम ही आ गया है
नहीं बट
ऐसा
रुक
लग रहा था
c1 बिशप e5 करके पिन कर सकता है ना वो
फिर f4, rook c1, bishop e5, f4. Just attacking that bishop and saying कि मुझे bishop pair दे दो because the person who gets bishop pair is going to be happy. Knight f5 going for the check, bhai.
What about e6, knight e7 and then knight
Knight
c6.
c6.
Wow.
By Sindarov is being very creative in the 8th hour of play in this tournament.
Yeah, check. Knight c6 और rook c1
फैबी
first.
को सिर्फ ड्रॉ ही चाहिए ना पर
हाँ ड्रॉ ही चाहिए पर ड्रॉ भी करना मुश्किल है ना.
ये ड्रॉ करना मुश्किल क्यों बोल
Also
रहे हो?
Fabi's time is now more than Sindarov's time. He started with 45
Actually, you are right,
seconds
maybe
less.
Amruta. That I thought कि knight c6 आ रहा है, but knight c6 I forgot Amruta कि there is e5 maybe perhaps.
No, but you can also go with this knight.
No knight. Oh, okay. But then I don't know actually.
I mean, then maybe he just moves the bishop. Yeah,
rook
c1 good
c1,
move.
but bishop d. Suddenly the knight on e7 is misplaced. Knight c5, taking away
He
the.
wants to take the
Yeah.
bishop. Bishop b5.
I don't like going into the end game against someone like Fabi, who is
Yeah.
just so technically sound, Sagar. I think Sindarov should have gone for a complete mess on the board. End game mein Fabi is just too good.
I agree, but let's see Harshit bhai with just 2 minutes. Oh, what? Bishop c2 blocking the c file
हाँ?
Bishop d6, very nice move, attacking the knight,
has to
forcing
save.
knight c6.
And now e5.
e5 ko you are surviving somehow after knight f5.
Knight f5 आ रहा था दोस्तों e5
I
पे.
think Sindarov wanted b4 and bishop b3 पर
Oh,
वो मिल
blunder.
गया है.
Knight
Knight
takes
b4 is the
b3
blunder. Knight
and
b3
b4
मार रहा
is
है.
hanging.
Oh.
Chopped off.
मार
Knight b3
दिया.
मार दिया.
That's it, guys. Fabi is winning.
Fabi is going to win this because the queens are also not there. I think this is going to be a victory for Fabi.
Yeah, and he looks
Also
better.
because the position is so usual, right? It's not even unusual
Yeah, yeah.
pieces, unusually placed king. So this one he'll easily convert.
Knight g4 आ सकता है अभी.
Let's
Putting
see.
pressure on the f2 pawn. Knight e4 also possible. Fabi's rook d8, very solid. Fabi doesn't want to take any risk.
Rook takes c5, b takes c5, knight d6, attacking b7 and f7.
It's a bit too much, I think. That won't happen.
Rook d7 नहीं हो सकता है भाई यही तो
नहीं
खेलना
भाई,
पड़ेगा
blitzed है भाई. e3. I think now something like knight e4, just trying to go for f6, e5, a6. Yeah, he's just
मार
being
दे
very
भाई मार
solid.
दे let's go knight c7 rook c8
Yeah.
अरे knight is trapped
Guys, Fabiano is playing
E5.
really well in this
E5
blitz
bishop.
game. I think going for this was just I think maybe we can say it was a decisive mistake.
possibly but then there was very little time to decide what to do so I wouldn't blame Sindarov so much I think he has had a great run tomorrow
Absolutely.
he will play Magnus that
Oh
would
my
be-
Yeah,
God.
are we looking at Sindarov Magnus? Insane matchup.
and Fabi Vincent that's also nice and Gukesh versus Firouzja Nodirbek versus Hikaru
Unbelievable matchups कल के लिए guys. And the winner finals में जो है वो होने वाला है Fabi versus Vincent if Fabi manages to convert, but 96 he's trying to complicate it. अभी भी game is not yet over. Let's not count the
Yeah,
result before it has
let's
been.
not count our chickens before they hatch
Yes, eggs ना.
करेंगे।
कंफ्यूज कर दिया सागर भाई को. 8th hour में हम दोनों कुछ सोच ही नहीं सकते.
भाई egg
दोनों ऐसे
count
red
कर ही
t-shirt
सकते
में
ना
ऐसे school के
हैच
और
नहीं
same
होगे तो
place.
1.5 minutes for Fabi. He's a piece up now, Sagar bhai.
yes but still some pins and all oh rook c d1 bhai
भाई complex है अभी भी.
final then bishop h4 popping out ये सिंधारो एंड तक छोड़ेगा
भाई,
नहीं
Sindarov is like तुम क्या बोल रहे हो, अभी तो गेम खत्म नहीं हुआ है.
सिंधारो oh he takes the rook
Oh, that
bishop takes rook d1 he pins but he has no firepower now
wow.
he can go here
But that's the only.
Takes
It's
and-
not easy to find it actually.
No,
It's
there-
not so easy to find it. If he doesn't find it,
This
bishop
bishop
h4
is-
is coming.
but it's I mean what
One
else do you do?
minute. I mean,
Right,
it's not
चाहिए ना
easy
भाई.
actually. Rook e8 found, yeah.
found it bhai
He's
found
too
it
good, huh? Rook d7, rook e6.
now just take knight c5 oh this is hanging bhai एक सेकंड सिंदर
एक सेकंड भाई, बिशप d7 आ रहा है,
कर रहा है.
knight f8, bishop takes, rook takes, king f1. But the thing is, if Fabiano draws, he still qualifies.
Yeah.
But okay, I
There
mean,
was a
he's
mate
fighting.
here,
He's fighting. I
so he
mean,
couldn't
50
win.
seconds में कुछ भी हो सकता है, guys. और यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? Boom, bam, rook a6. White now has 3 pawns.
भाई याद है ना
2 pawns,
हिकारू
sorry.
के साथ he was pieced down and he won. Sindarov has this never die spirit. He'll keep playing.
Bishop d4, but they're playing too quickly. It's hard to
Oh,
even
bishop
follow.
d4, knight
Knight
c5.
c5, yes.
This is done, bhai. Oh, he resigns.
क्या?
Fabiano Caruana goes into
Wow.
the
What an incredible
finals.
semi-finals. But Fabi beating Sindarov in such a long run marathon match.
I think he was
Fabi
just
OP हो गया
tired.
यार.
He just did not even have the power to
Celebrate.
defend this position. Fabi, both players are super. Guys, एक बार Sindarov OP and Fabi OP playing for 8 hours, guys. Unbelievable.
7.5.
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
Oof.
And not just 7.5, but every game which used to come under time pressure towards the end, high stress, and then you go to the next game. You know, a lot of ups and downs in the emotions over there. So for Fabi, who has been right now considered as an older generation, to beat the Gen Z,
Yes.
Sindarov
Fabi
was
is, Fabi
really
is
epic.
this guy saying that मैं नहीं छूटेगा top spot.
Crazy.
He's not giving up. Huh?
He is 2 out of 2 in finals. He qualified in the first year as well.
Yeah.
And here, he's like, looking very good. Of course,
Also, he qualified to the candidates. So he's doing well in standard chess. He's also doing well in freestyle chess. Fabi is actually the peak of his chess career at the age of 32.
guys, unbelievable play today by Fabi qualifying for the finals. Sindarov giving an absolutely amazing fight. It was a movie night for us, Sagar Bhai and Amruta. मजा आ गया आज तो.
2 movies, यार 3 movies आजकल का
आज
time
तो
के
मतलब
हिसाब से.
1, 2, 3 सब पार्टी खत्म हो गए.
इन्हें पुष्पा 1, पुष्पा 2, पुष्पा 3.
Chalo guys, today was a crazy day. Tomorrow is final, Sagar Bhai. Are you going to about to should I sign off or?
Yes, Sagar, when you end, you please get some sleep. हर्षित भाई सोना जाना आप भी जरा.
Yes,
और
yes.
सागर भाई को बेड पे ढकेल देना और फिर रूम बंद का दरवाजा
Guys,
बंद
thanks a
करना.
lot for joining. Super fun आपके साथ. Tomorrow is the final. See you. Bye bye.
See you. कल गुकेश भी खेलेगा, मैग्नस भी
Fabi भी
खेलेगा.
खेलेंगे.
You all bye.
अरे लिंक करेगा ये हर्षित भाई वेरी डेंजरस.
हर्षित भाई का फॉलोअर्स भी एकदम डेडली हो गए. 8796 4 फॉलोअर हो जाए दोस्तों, 4.
फाबी इंटरव्यू पूछ रहे लोग. अरे
अरे
रुक जाओ
भाई,
पहले
भाई.
इधर.
दोस्तों
सब
फाबी
लोग
का
थक गए
इंटरव्यू कल
रहेंगे.
करेंगे.
कल करेंगे
Everyone's
भाई.
gonna be dead, guys. Like interviewers dead, interviewee dead. सब लोगों को सिर्फ घर
जय
जाना है.
महाकाल. लाइक ठोको दोस्तों.
हाँ हर्षित को
दो हो गए,
9000 कर दो ना अभी थोड़ा 2
नहीं
मिनट में.
9000 नहीं होगा.
तब
नहीं होगा 200 ही तो है बस. और अपने इधर 8000 लोग हैं. 200 नहीं हो सकता है.
नहीं.
Chalo guys. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
बाय.
एंड स्ट्रीम नहीं हो रहा है भाई.
रुक करती हूँ मैं इधर.
नहीं हो गया.